You ready?
Mhm.
One sec. Julio. What is up, everyone? We're back. It is me, myself, Drew Zavashiok, and our boy, Graham Bird, the judge. And we are here again for the ChillerPillar Open. We're playing some Legacy today. Gonna be a very different format. Unsure how many people, unsure how many rounds, but all I know is it's gonna be a lovely day. Graham, are you excited for Legacy?
I'm very excited. Legacy is a fun format. I haven't played a lot, to be honest. I played some quite some time ago before Ren and Six was printed, and then I stopped playing because I was playing Death in Texas. So,
Well, I have good news for you. No need to worry. There are decks in this format that you're gonna like that are gonna end our casting journey quite quick. Are you familiar with the oopsie? I put my deck with spells.
yeah, I'm minimally familiar with that. That's also in modern, right?
Not anymore. They didn't like that one, and so
Ah,
yeah. Dread return. Oh, there we go.
very
Oh,
good.
still getting the Bond and Sleepies out of the way, but we still have probably a bunch of blue black players that we're gonna end up seeing. That being some tempo, some reanimator. Gonna probably be seeing some Izzet, some amount of Wastelands, some amount of Doomsday. But the thing that I want to be seeing the most is this Mystic Forge combo. I love the One Ring. I love Karn the Great Creator. I love Grand Monolith, untapping it, doing all the sorts of silly things. If we see any Tezzeret Cruel Captains today, I'm a very happy lad. Um, I personally don't want to be seeing any of this mono red stompy. I don't want to be seeing Blood Moon take wins. I want to see this back and forth gameplay that Force of Will offers us.
I'm actually the opposite. I want to see the mono red prison deck. I'm a Blood Moon player at heart. Played a lot of Ponza in my day, so I want to see some people get locked out of some games. I love it when Blood Moon can take a game down.
Yeah, so we just got some news. It's 51 players today, 6 rounds, cut to top 8. Uh, that means that we'll be seeing a lot of magic today. A lot of familiar faces. This looks like we're all clapping for the judge. Woo, yay, go to the event. The Chiller Play event is a sponsored event. It is originally a charity event run for a player who has been diagnosed with cancer. Uh, and we have a bunch of sponsors for it. Game Hub being the main one, alongside Face to Face and House of Cards. But plenty of other sponsors do help out this event. It is a sick event to actually be able to run. It's run out there in Kamloops, and yeah, very excited to be here in Cassim Legacy today. Uh, Not sure what's gonna happen, but all I know is Paper Legacy is a different beast from what I remember.
Yeah, I've heard Paper Legacy is quite impressive. I know that a lot of people like to foil out their decks and get everything quite
Yeah,
fancy in Legacy.
Mikey's gonna have to be on it today. He's gonna have to be showing us cards left, right, and center.
Absolutely, lots of zoom ins to be had today.
Oh, it sounds like our players are sitting down and we're about to get ready for our first match today. Unclear on the deck lists, unclear who it is. We did make a special request for someone, but I kind of think I can suss out who the second person is. If I take a guess, this is Drew versus Marcus.
I think I see Drew sitting down in front of us here.
You-
I don't think we
Where would he
have
be?
is on the left hand side of the screen here. He's got his back turned to us.
I don't think that's him. I think that's just a guy with a hat.
I just saw him stand up, but it
Maybe it
could
is
be.
him. I don't think it's him. I thought I heard him talk to Marcus about the tie roll, but
We do have Marcus, but his opponent is Cody. So we have some deck lists here. Marcus playing some Legacy today. We saw him on stream yesterday. Marcus on Blue Black Reanimator. Looks like we
yeah,
got
blue black. Looking at the list again, we're gonna have a blue black reanimator from Mister uh Marcus. He is a kind of a player that always just loves playing whatever the meta deck is, so this doesn't really surprise me for him. Deck looks pretty stock. I'm not seeing anything that's like too crazy innovative. No, not really. Just a lot of very consistently powerful cards.
Yeah.
However, going to the other side, I think this matchup is going to be a lot more fun because of the opponent.
Absolutely. Looking at his opponent Cody's deck, looks like he's playing lands question mark. We've got some dark depths, we got some thespian stages, we got some wastelands, life from the loams, crop rotation. Very
A lot
excited
of
for this deck.
disruptor boots. It looks like he's just playing a pretty base kind of win with Urza Saga eventually deck. Very excited to see some choices that we ended up with in this last see if it pays off. A lot of spicier ones.
Absolutely. So we're shuffling up, taking a look at our sevens. Looks like Cody has kept his seven. Just looking for Marcus. Might have taken a mulligan here.
Marcus, blue players are pretty enabled to mulligan here. A lot of your cards just replace themselves, so you can find the more important ones more consistently. Oh, Marcus on a mulligan to 5.
Looks like we're tossing two cards onto the bottom. Keeping this one. And away we go. Cody starting out with the basic forest. Great choice in
Now,
forest here.
yeah, I feel like today is the day we're gonna get some good choice in arts. But I think we're about to have a really sad time for Mr. Marcus. His only land is a surveil land, and we see the wasteland. We know the writing on the walls. Marcus is not about to have a great time.
Yeah, it needs to find another land here. Ends up binning a animate dead off of the surveil land. Chances are we'll see a wasteland this turn. Yeah, it looks like we are getting rid of the only land here, and hopefully Marcus can tap the top of the deck, pull another one out. He's got to ponder if he does find a land that's untapped. Looks like he finds himself a wasteland. Little awkward on the
Yeah.
draw.
Oh wow. This Once Upon a Time that just got drawn is still live.
Yeah, he has not cast a spell this game yet, so Once Upon a Time is live to be cast for free.
He kind of got rewarded for not actually trying to like extend anything. Another wasteland is also in the hand, so he could like try this game of just trying to wasteland the opponent back, try to keep Marcus low on resources to just not be able to convert these ponders or convert these 2 mana cards. Instead, opting to just like play this out, hold up the disruptor flute alongside the Once Upon a Time. Disruptor flute not being kind of awkward in this matchup. It's usually there to protect you against wastelands, but it's still gonna do its job here.
Ends up casting the Disruptor Flute on Marcus's end step.
Yeah,
Marcus
fetch here.
smartly cracks.
Yeah, but the problem is now this sets up for the wasteland to convert because Marcus is forced to crack his fetch land due to the fact that if it just gets named with disruptor fluid, it doesn't do anything. So now we just get to have a swamp.
Marcus could also wasteland Cody's wasteland in order to make sure that his non-basic that he would have found was free, but ends up finding a swamp anyway. Cody does end
Animate
up
dead.
naming Animate Dead.
Yeah, that's a one of. So I think we're gonna see a lot less of that. So and the one of is currently in the graveyard. So kind
Yeah,
of a dead name.
not going to have a as big of an impact as we would like. Cody untaps, picks up a card for turn, and we'll see what he starts to develop here.
Problem is, Cody really wants to develop this Urza Saga as a way to just get a threat going, but the Wasteland just kind of makes it a little awkward, you know. Gonna end up using the Urza Saga to pitch to a Mox Diamond. We also just like never cast this Once Upon a Time. We just like sat on it, which is kind of interesting strategy.
Yeah, could be looking for a little bit more information, but uncertain on that one. Like we are going to cast the Once Upon a Time on Marcus's end step.
That's a fancy Urza Saga. And it's that is the fanciest Urza Saga possible, and it's not even the most expensive card he looked at.
Which is impressive. We see lots of lands, as is named with the deck. Does end up picking up that Urza Saga.
It's still going to be enemy number one when it comes to this wasteland. Usually with the disruptor fleet, you want to name opposing wastelands.
Marcus does end up popping the Urza Saga in response to the chapter trigger.
Yeah, doesn't want to mess around. Fair enough. A lot. You see a lot of these like crop rotations just kind of like sit in Marcus's hand and not really do anything. Marcus does have Force of Wills, so it's not like it's an end of the world thing. It's just like it's really hard to commit from Cody. Cody can't really develop the board, but neither can Marcus. Marcus has no mana sources to be able to cast a majority of the cards in his hand. He could entomb. Entombing blind, kind of scary.
Yeah, absolutely. We don't know whether or not, or Marcus doesn't know whether or not Cody has a Bajuka Bog to try and get him. And when looking at the list, he does have the Bajuka Bog to get with this crop rotation.
It's in
It
his
looks
hand
like it's in
actually.
his hand, yeah.
This is a game of players just drawing the cards that they intentionally want to tutor for. Like there's an Atroxa in the opposing hand as well.
Yeah.
Uh, See, you
Looks like
could take a pithing needle here, but I think I kind of there just really isn't a whole lot that pithing needle really does, minus like hitting a fetch land. So you kind of are just priced into taking a crop rotation.
yeah, absolutely. So reveals the hand. Does end up taking one of the two crop rotations. Draws the Thespian stage for turn. It does look like we might be seeing a 2020 come into play right away. Marcus picks up a land for turn, plays it out. Fetches down to 16.
The most important part is we drew a Bloodstained Mire, which again isn't like a mono blue fetch, so no good to go at the island.
So he does end up grabbing an Underground Sea. Marcus casting a Brainstorm.
Yeah, you'd be kind of scared of this typically because you're like, oh no, what if I brainstorm lock myself? Marcus does have the Entomb in hand to be able to just create like a pseudo shuffle. Not nearly as scary as you may think.
Putting that Atraxa back in as a target for the Entomb. Ships the turn back over to Cody. Cody opting not to cast that crop rotation. Just holding onto it. Smelling out a counterspell of some sort.
He's never really given Marcus a good force check. So I feel like he just kind of has the read of Force of Will. Land's typically a deck that does have a good Force of Will match. However, the problem is we really haven't seen the cards that make it a really good Force of Will match. Like we haven't seen any of the Life from the Loams. There's a Sagas have not gotten to stick around. So yeah, we are sadly just kind of drawing all of our one of tutor targets, giving Marcus a chance to actually like respond to things.
Cody picks up a card for turn. Casts a Lava Spur Boots. And does end up wastelanding the Underground Sea. Leaving Marcus with a lone swamp. And passes turn back. Marcus wanting to shovel in those Brainstorm pieces that he put on top.
I wonder if you what you get here. I was about to say it's probably the Archon, just to play around Krakus.
Yeah, does end up grabbing the Archon. We'll see if he does have that reanimate in hand to get it back right away.
I do believe that is a reanimated hand. That is the special breaking news.
Yeah, it looks like we are breaking newsing the or sorry, reanimating the Archon of Cruelty. Heads down to 8 and then gains 3 up to 11.
This Bajuka in hand is so sad. He didn't have like a chance to cut a crop rotation for it to try to stop this.
Yeah. Plays the Underground Sea.
Now we decide to crop rotation. Force of Will quickly enters play. Not even gonna think about it.
Takes one.
Marcus is just kind of looking for these lands, so he's probably just gonna take the Pluto Delta Ponder duo. Daze doesn't really have a lot of help here. Hence why it was pitched to the Force Will, I believe. Yeah, two Force Wills cards remaining in hand for Marcus.
Yeah, it looks like Marcus just wants to take the days right now, just to have an extra pitch spell for Force of Will. Pass the turn back to Cody. Cody flicks through his card, looking at a Bajuka Bog. Gets the graveyard just a little too late.
Delirium off.
Picks up that ponder that we saw him leave on top. Marcus goes to attack.
Marcus, kind of wanting the days here. Not really understand. I don't really understand why. Maybe it's just blue card. Oh, that's a polluted delta. It must have been stacked a little bit differently. Yeah, that makes sense. Mark's playing all three cards that he saw off of the ponder. Not sure how much I agree with the day is. I'm trying to think of a spot. The opponent does have enough mana sources to where it's really hard to like consistently convert it. However, it can just be a blue card for Forest. And Cody deciding he's had enough. Cannot beat the uh Archon with a Caracas. Now we're gonna get into the boarded games, which theoretically, I think this matchup should be favored for lands, but blue black is the boogeyman of the format for a reason. So I don't know if blue black has bad matchups.
Yeah, I think it's very interesting. I think that game came down to just Cody drawing the cards, or Marcus drawing counter spells, Cody not drawing the cards that he needed. And now we're heading off to game two. So in the sideboards, Cody, we have 2 Choke, 1 Veil of Summer, 2 Fairy Macabre, 1 Endurance, 3 Force of Vigor, 1 Pithing Needle, 2 Dismember, 1 Ghost Quarter, and 2 Explores. And I'm being told from production that apparently he had a couple of holes. He was he was trying to fill his deck last minute with a handful of cards, which is very interesting. I don't think I see it affecting his list at all, but it's
I
very
see it.
curious. What do you think?
I see it.
What
These
do
two
you think?
explorers stick out like sore thumbs, man. In the board, I think this guy played Amulet Titan the day before and was like, "Yes,
Ah,
this is what I want." Um, But there's gonna be a lot of the changes I assume that we're gonna see happen here. He's gonna try to focus to be a little bit more all in on the dark depths plan. But he also just kind of needs to be more hateful. It kind of says there's a bunch of these force of will targets. Crop rotation loses a lot of value into these force of will decks, so you kind of want to get rid of those. You don't really need some of these other cards like disrupting flute or Grafdigger's Cage. The flute's like fine to keep around to name the opposing wasteland to set up your dark depths combo, but I think the cards that we'll see boarded in are these chokes, these Veil of Summers, and maybe the Explorers. I don't really know what matchup he's intending them for, but I feel like you have enough cards in this matchup to cut that you could just realistically play them.
Yeah, and I think the Fairy Macabre and the Endurance might be easy picks. Being able to hit that graveyard on the turn that Marcus is casting a reanimate is very helpful.
Yeah, I think the Fairy Macabre more so. I worry about the Endurance. The green card count is like relatively low.
This is fair. Over on Marcus's end for sideboard, we have 2 Barrow Goyf, 1 Bitter Triumph, 2 Consign to Memory, 3 Dothy Voidwalker, 1 Engineered Explosives, 1 Fatal Push, 2 Force Negation, 1 Null Rod, and 2 Orcish Bowmasters. What are we thinking here?
Yeah, so this is where Marcus just kind of gets to play the small, medium-sized idiots, and it's gonna be like good enough. So Dothy Voidwalker really shuts off the life from the loam part of the deck, which is just how this deck usually ends up winning this matchup. So we're gonna probably see Dothy Voidwalkers alongside some Barrow Glyphs. Barrow Glyphs are really good at recycling Voidwalkers if you want to start casting stuff. Also, just a really scary threat that in just snowballs the game single-handedly. Um, Force of Negation, really good at answering life in the loam. Force of Will being a little bit more awkward since it doesn't fully get rid of the card. Uh, Other than that, I don't know. It's always really hard boarding with this deck because of the fact that you just have so many cards in your main deck that you want to keep in. So you don't. So you just kind of do that sometimes.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense, and I think there's a couple of fatal pushes in the main deck that are pretty easy cuts for Marcus. So there's some cards to be changed out for sure. Perfect. Players cut and Cody announces that he is going first. Let's take a look at their seven, see what they think. Marcus tosses it back. Not enough lands for him. Cody in an odd spot where he has the same thing. He has one land in his hand, Expedition Map, Mox Diamond, couple of explorations, does end up shipping it back.
Yeah, that hand's already a mulligan to 6 based on the fact that the Mox Diamond's just there with one land. Mox Diamond, notably good when there's a lot of lands.
Yeah, absolutely. So both players taking a gentleman's mulligan to 6. We'll see.
Marcus did mulligan to 5 last game, and it did not matter at all.
True. See what their 6s look like and how they're feeling about their next hands. Taking a look at the 6s here. Looks like Marcus has kept his. Cody thinking on his. I believe he's kept. He's just thinking of what card to put on the bottom. Does end up tossing that Otawar down. Starts off with a Once Upon a Time for free.
This is the first time we saw a free Once Upon a Time, which is like not crazy to say because like maybe we just didn't see it game one, but we saw the option too. Whoa, it's the same as the Saga.
Beautiful Urza Saga.
I'm actually kind of a hater, but
The textless Urza Saga.
not because it's textless. I just like I don't know. I think we could have made better art.
This is
Yesterday
fair.
we saw a lot of these like amulet of figure Urza Saga decks, and sadly today we don't get to see as many of them. Oh, I see what we're going for here. Really interesting play. I think he's wanting to discard this Yavimaya. Try to set this expedition map into play. We do see the Dark Depths and Wasteland as the other cards for Cody's hand. And then for those who aren't aware, there's a little combination between Thespian Stage and Dark Depths. I'm gonna let the judge take the explanation on it. Graham.
Yeah, so the way it works is that Dark Depths, the actual land comes in with 10 ice counters on it. However, Thespian Stage is already in play, and so we can't have it enter with any counters on it. So when we copy the Dark Depths with our Thespian Stage, we see a Dark Depths with no ice counters on it, which then triggers the ability of Dark Depths to sacrifice itself in order to make a 2020 Merit Lage. The awkward part is that they are both legendary, which means we are getting rid of both lands. So we need to keep the one with no counters on it so that the game sees that it has no counters on it in order to sacrifice it to make the Merit Lage.
Okay.
Now, Ash
I
mentioned Wasteland earlier. If we do end up, a condition of making the 2020 Merit Lage is that we do have to sacrifice the Dark Depths. So if Marcus is able to Wasteland it while the trigger is on the stack, then he does get rid of the Merit Lage.
thing that I was gonna mention is if there is any player that was gonna pick up and read a Tameo at this event today, it would be a Lance player because that's exactly what just happened.
I don't care what your cards do. I care about what my cards do.
He never really looked that far into the board state. Like didn't really look at the creatures. He just saw a big Archon and kind of died last game. He's been really looking at the lands, you know.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, it's interesting. We're thinking about Thoughtseize here. I think we're probably just going to convert the Veil of Summer. I don't know how important this crack on the expedition map is. I feel like it's a relatively low priority. Otherwise, we would have played this Wasteland out so that we had the option of doing both. I'd be shocked if we just like let him take the card.
So Veil of Summer is cast. He does get to draw a card. Does find the Bajuka Bog. Again, a little bit awkward. Would rather that in the deck so that he can crop rotation for it if we still have the rotations in the
You
deck.
keep some amount, to my knowledge. You do trim on them though in forcible matchups. However, the value that we're gonna get from this Bajuka Bog is there is a Barrowgoyf that is known information for us in Marcus's hand, and trying to delay that card from snowballing you as quickly as possible is relatively important.
Makes a lot of sense. Marcus does fetch, grabs another Underground Sea, and casts a Ponder.
I think he sees Dothy Surveilland Force. Yeah, this is the force negation. Player just making a quick swap. Notice some smudge on his sleeve. Doesn't like it.
Gets rid of that dirty sleeve. Finishes with all in the Ponder, passes it. Or gets into the red zone with the Tameo. Ships the turn back over to Cody. Cody picking up a Disruptor Flute for turn. Just thinking on what to do with this Urza Saga that's taken up to 3. Lots of good targets in the deck. And what do you think we're going for here, Ash?
Not yet. I'm trying to. I think Lava Spur Boots is very ballsy, if I had to say the least. Trying to haste your 30-30 or 20-20-20. I guess it's 21-20. And Ghost Vacuum makes a lot of sense. Tries to play a lot of the reanimation. Sorry, tries to play around a lot of the reanimation.
Yeah, I think getting the Ghost Vacuum makes sense.
The thing is like, it's not gonna matter. This guy just has Barrowgoyf, which is just gonna be able to get around this Ghost Vacuum pretty easily. So I do believe that Barrowgoyf does follow the rest of the Goyfs, where they all kind of get buffed based on the amount of cards in all graveyards. I don't think this is a solo graveyard one.
Correct, yeah. I believe the only solo graveyard one is Necroglyph.
Necro is in another.
Could be, yeah. Necroglyph is the like madness one. Netherglyph is the one that counts your own graveyard.
Yeah.
Cody does end up casting a Disruptor Flute, names Force of Will.
I don't really get that name. I'm not like not trying to harp, but if there, I don't understand the name of Force of Will purely because if we did have a Force of Will, what are we trying to like get through that a Force of Will would stop? I don't know. Like you have no spells in hand, and you kind of have to like play a bit more proactively here. You have the Ghost Vacuum to stop a lot of these other creatures. I think I would personally be naming like some creature or some spell like Brainstorm to just stop this Tameo from flipping, because I think that's the way you're losing this game at this current moment. Because you're able to just stop the reanimation thing that's happening. You're able to stop the mana thing if you want. We drew a Thespian stage though, so what do I know?
The natural Thespian stage draw. So has the combo to make the Merit Lage in play if he so
Yeah,
chooses.
but we can't. No, we can't tap the Dark Depths. I think we should have played the Bajuka Bog out first, and then so that we can try to make sure that we get this copy online for the next turn. We can still guarantee that it's up for the next turn. However, it's just face up now, so Marcus has a couple turns to try to find a wasteland. We will be cracking expedition map on end step. At least I assume as much.
Marcus plays a Surveil Land, bins a Murktide region, gets into the red zone with a Tameo, makes a third clue, ships the turn back.
You know what's
Cody
better than a
does
3/3 Murktide?
a 1/1 Murktide.
A 1/1 Murktide.
Cody cracks the expedition map on Marcus's end step. Gonna go find a land.
Ancient 2 makes some sense here. It just gives you the ability to hold up a level 1 mana spell, while still activating your combo.
Yeah, I think representing crop rotation here.
Or Veil Summer again. I don't think Marcus is aware of how many that are being run by Mr. Cody, because I don't think Cody's aware based on the that last secondness of the deckless nature. Oh my god, we drew the crop rotation. He's
We
better.
do have the crop rotation.
He's just better. I think cards that Cody might be thinking about here is like Stifle. Uh, I don't know when the best time to always go for it is. I'm not the biggest legacy player, so I don't know the exact meta time to be able to do it. However, it feels like looking at Marcus's hand. Marcus has no response, nothing to do with it. Cannot really help out a brother.
Yeah, Stifle uh, is very interesting against the stage Dark Depths combo. If Marcus chooses to use the Stifle at the wrong time, he will be very sad because if we
Oh,
try to counter it with no counters on it, it will just the game will just see that it still has no counters on it and will trigger again. So very careful timing on Stifle versus Dark Depths.
I'm not sure. We didn't really go for it on the end step. This Tamio does create a lot of blocking opportunities. There's a second one in the hand, so I'm just wondering what we're waiting for.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's very interesting that we didn't just go for it.
I just don't know what we're waiting for.
Gives Marcus some extra time to try and find a wasteland or something to interact with the
Brazen
combo.
Borrower is also a card that's probably maybe on Cody's forefront. That is something that Marcus can have to try to set up everything. So instead of just like blowing your load and having it be interacted with by half of a card, just taking it slow makes a lot of sense. But Marcus
Yep.
is respecting the creation by keeping this Tamio back. It is technically keeping the game in a stalemate. Oh, it's his first game of Legacy. Okay, I take back a lot of my harsh comments. Not trying to be too mean towards this new player, but
So he does do it properly. So it says keep the one with no counters around. Yeah. Just going through the combo. So because we have two legendary ones, he keeps the one with no ice counters around, and then sacrifices the one with no ice counters around to make a 2020 Merit Lage. Untaps. Tax in. Marcus
I love
confidently saying
hearing
block.
I love hearing Marcus talk about Magic, bro. For those of you, because they don't get access to the mic. This guy went okie dokie blocks, and it's mad funny. I love the whimsy that Marcus approaches Magic with sometimes.
It is great. Picks up a draw for turn. Looks like we do see that Dothy Voidwalker in hand.
I see three of them, brother. There's three Dothies in hand.
Too little, too late for that. We'll
Yeah,
see what
Marcus would have had
Marcus
a
goes
great
with.
game if he got to cast his spells. Like all the cards in his hand are really relevant and probably really good in the matchup. I mean, we boarded them in for a reason, but we just haven't had a chance to be able to like cast them.
Yeah. Cracks a fetch. Down to 17. Grabs a swamp. Casts Tamio for turn.
Who wins? 2020? Tamio.
We're getting a Barrowglyph into play.
Oh,
Let's see, we got land, creature, instant. I believe that's it. An enchantment from the saga. So this should be a 4/5. Cody just thinking on his turn. Does cast crop rotation. Gets eaten by force negation. Attacks with the Merit Lage. Gets the Tamio gets eaten and
I
ships his
don't
turn back
know
to
what the
Marcus.
current size of this Bog is, but I feel like, or sorry, Paraguay is, but I feel like the Bog could have like theoretically brinked it enough.
There is an artifact that I missed, so it's a 5/6.
Interesting. So I think, mm, never mind. There's an instant in his own graveyard. So the play that had to happen here was Bog your own self to be able to make it so your creature does have this next turn, Marcus is going to gain enough life off this lifelink attack to be able to make sure that he's able to live for the next turn.
Yeah, Marcus can take one hit from this Merit Lage. Does end
Marcus is
up
handing
playing one of those Dothy Voidwalkers and ships turn.
two Dothy Voidwalkers and Entomb. There's a Graphics Cage. She's a little late though.
I think Marcus kind of going around the blue-black reanimator strategy this time. Does have entombs and stuff, but just committing things to the board and turning them sideways.
Yeah, giving your opponent something under this Ghost Vacuum, not the most relevant thing in the world, but could be eventually. 6 mana is not super unachievable for this deck. In the current state, it looks like it might be, but
Marcus does go down to 2 here off of the attack from the Merit Lage. Cody deploys the Grafdigger's Cage just to make sure that he doesn't have any issues with any future reanimation. Bajuka Bogs, Marcus cracks Clue, and untaps for turn. It draws an Underground Sea for turn. I didn't see the card he picked up off of Clue. Looks like a blue card at the back there.
I believe that's a Brazen Borrower. Yeah, I think this game is just in Marcus's hands now. This Brazen Borrower should just lock this game up.
Yeah, so it's instant, land, enchantment, and artifact.
Marcus is at 2, getting 4 to 6.
Yeah, great. He ends up picking up a Brazen Borrower off of the Barrowglyph anyway.
Yeah, just play 2 Dothy Voidwalkers here, and that's probably gonna seal the deal. You can even just play 1, and it probably works out.
Yeah, looks at a hand of a couple of explorations, a crop rotation, and a life from the loam. Not going to be enough to pick this one up, so it looks like Marcus is going to take this one 2-0.
Brazen Borrower notably not in play on an adventure. He's in that magical warp zone where
The
plot and
warp
all of them
zone.
have a good time together.
Cody does end up extending the hand, and Marcus does pick this one up. Congratulations to Marcus going 1-0. And we do see the boogeyman of the format taken down round 1 over lands. So this is round 1 of 6. Our player count did update just a little bit. We do have 45 players instead of 51. Players just
Players are just
talking
talking
about,
about the match. Yeah.
yeah, talking about
And
the match.
Cody again talking about how his inexperience with Legacy, and that's quite all right. And I apologize for if anything I said may have upset you if you are listening. Sometimes it's just you make a commentary over the game, and appreciate the player though.
Yeah, absolutely.
The
And
Pharmacobs and the Endurance did make their way in.
yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense.
So he caught the Caracas, Tabernacle, the Mazavith, and I know what that other card is.
Yeah, I'm not certain. It,
Interesting.
it kind of looked like a Once Upon a Time, but not sure.
It might have been. It was a green card. That's all we really could figure out.
Awesome. So we've got just under 20 minutes left in the round. We're gonna see if we can find you another game for us to watch. But until then, we're gonna take a little break, and we will come back once we have another match for you.
Yeah, Tuesday.
Looks like we do have another match ready to go for you. We're shuffling up for game three here. Brady against David. No deck list or anything. We'll have to take a look and see what's going on. Looks like I see some Stinkweed Imps, a Golgari Grave Troll. Looks like we might have Dredge on one end.
Uh, okay, so
He does end up showing the Golgari Grave Troll. Looks like we do have Dredge. I see a Hogak in there.
man knows what man's want.
Very exciting. Dredge,
Okay,
a fun deck. I played a lot of Dredge in Modern. It was always a lot of fun. I never got the pleasure of playing with Golgari Grave Troll, but it seems like a lot of fun.
I was just starting out in Magic when Google Guard Grave Troll got unbanned, and so I got to learn about it for a little bit, and then I it got banned really quick, so I didn't really have to worry about it too long.
Yeah, the deck is very strong.
I think what I will say is the vibe of uh legacy players is always just unmatched. They always just love Magic for Magic, and it's always really breath of fresh airy to hear it
Yeah,
from them.
absolutely. No, I've touched a lot of Legacy players, and Legacy players are just happy to be there, happy to be playing Magic, and we're happy to have them. I'm glad that we can put on such a wonderful event to benefit cancer research for these players. Get them playing some Legacy. Let's see what their opening hands offer.
Yeah, David said, and I quote, "I really will hope my deck does something for stream." And I think we're playing Manaless Dredge, if I had to guess. I think that's another shadow. I don't know a whole lot of how cards win. I think on the other side it is blue black. Oh no no no! It's S. I think it's bug beans.
Looks like we are taking a mulligan for Brady.
Yeah, bug beans. I don't think can win this matchup, but I'm ready to see him try. Apparently, he won a game, so
Looks like we do have a Mind Break Trap and a Chancellor of the Annex in David's hand. Taking a look at this 6 here for Brady. Hopefully it looks a little bit better than the 7. Looks like we are keeping Brady. Pops the card on at the bottom. Starts us off with a Bayou. Ships the turn back over.
those are words. Those are certainly words. He says, "Go to cleanup."
David picking up a draw return and pitching the Golgari Grave Troll to hand size that he picked up for turn.
Yes, Chancellor wasn't sure if it was exactly revealed, but we were gonna have to pay an additional one for our first spell as Brady. I wonder what he's gonna choose to run out to either just get countered or if he has something he can play for 1 mana, probably like a ponder or insert cantrip.
Yeah, I didn't see the Chancellor of the Annex revealed, but we'll have to see if it was.
Yeah, I don't
Looks
think
like
it was.
there was no trigger, so Chancellor of the Annex was not revealed.
Oh, interesting. I see what's happening. Graham, are you excited?
I am so excited. David it says in second main phase, which is important. I believe
Oh,
this deck plays some amount of prize amalgams, which return on the end step.
I don't remember the clause on Nether Shadow for it having to return.
I believe it's 2 creatures above it in the graveyard. Activate Phantasmagorian holding priority. Nether Shadow does say at the beginning of your upkeep, if this card is in your graveyard with 3 or more creature cards above it, you may put this card onto the battlefield. So it looks like we will
Oh,
be returning some Nether Shadows this turn.
interesting. I guess he does get to pick how what order. If they all enter at the same time, he can kind of move them around a little bit because that's what he
Yep.
did.
Yeah, graveyard order does matter in this match, which means we can't shuffle around our graveyard, but we can, when cards are entering the graveyard all at the same time, we can choose their order. Very interesting. We'll see what David goes for here.
For some reason, I thought Nether Shadow was a lot more like Icar or whatever. Icrid, I think is the name of the card.
Ah, the one where you
Where it
pay
just
mana to bring it back?
no, it just goes away at instant.
Ah, no, Nether Shadow stays in play. And for those that don't know, there is a card called Phantasmagorian in the graveyard. Not anymore, but that's what David was using to discard cards from his hand. Phantasmagorian has a graveyard ability that says discard 3 cards, return Phantasmagorian from your graveyard to your hand.
Yeah, what I think was missing from this board state to have this like insano turn was like a ball therapy, because then you got to sacrifice the Nether Shadows, continue doing gross, disgusting things. So just not like a not an insano draw.
Players just talking about the game state, saying David missed quite a bit on his dredges. Brady picking up a card for turn.
Is that a murderous cut? Oh my god. Or is that Tassiger? Either way, it's great.
I can't really tell. I think it might be a Tassiger, but I'm not certain. Plays a
I
Fetchland
think
for
it's
turn
I think it's a Tassiger.
and ships the turn back over to David. David not really doing a lot without a graveyard that was removed from Nile Spellbomb. Just getting in for 2.
A blocker. What do you think it's gonna be?
Brady flashing in a blocker here has been declared. I'm not sure. Um,
I saying Quaddle chat. Probably not
it
that.
could be.
I don't actually think it is. Is this a Brazen Power? Oh, Lamau.
Oh baby, endurance is here.
That was like so
Choosing to
much easier to
shuffle his
figure out.
own graveyard onto the bottom. David passes the turn back after getting into the red zone. Brady picks up a card for turn. This feels like Brady's game to lose. Unfortunately, David not really able to get anything going without a graveyard. Still far away from being able to discard to hand size. And we don't have the list, but I don't believe we saw any Bazaars of Baghdad in his list.
It's not legal
So,
in this format.
is it illegal?
Yep. That's a vintage card.
Ah. David declares 2 turns away from doing something because he has 6 cards in his hand. Brady picks up a card for turn.
I like that we've gotten to the point of the game where David has just started rooting for the opponent to win. Oh, dude, Thoughtseize is actually brutal.
Brady thought seizing David.
He might Thoughtseize himself to try to just get this Tassiger online. Oh, never mind.
David does end up picking it up.
That's it.
David saying he whiffed quite hard. Didn't find an Archamiibo or a prized amalgam or anything. Players just chatting about the game state. Brady does say that he had a Force of Will and a blue card if David were to try to cast anything, but I don't believe this deck does a whole lot of casting. And yeah, so congratulations go to Brady. Taking it down over Dredge, a couple of key hate pieces, and he takes down the match.
Well, we got a bit of time before our next round. We're gonna take a quick break in the booth. I appreciate everyone watching, and we'll be back when the match is back.
See you guys in round two. Howdy, chat, and welcome back to the ChillerPillar Open 2025, sponsored by GameHub, streamed here on Face to Face Games. We are grabbing your round two here. We're just getting deck lists together. The round has not started. We'll reset the clock here in just a moment. But players are getting seated, grabbing their decks, shuffling up, ready to play some Legacy. Ash, what are you looking for this round? What do you want to see?
Painter. I want to see Painter. Give me some
Uh,
Painter. I'll take that matchup. That deck sounds really fun right now. I would love to see the weird stuff that people like. I also would love to still see some Tezzeret, but I think I'm sadly gonna miss out on my boy.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the Tezzeret in this match, but hopefully some Mystic Forge combo at some point. We're just grabbing lists for you here, chat.
Or Painter. I'll take Painter. What do you want to see, Graham? You still want to see your unfair thing? We
I
saw the unfair thing.
I want to see someone turn one a Blood Moon. I want to see a turn one Blood Moon.
Well,
That's all I want.
God picks favorites, and wouldn't be you. So
Honestly, we saw some Is It Delver yesterday in Modern. I wouldn't mind seeing some today. But it looks like we do have some Eldrazi versus Blue White Orb Knot.
I don't know what Drazi is, but it's certainly the precursor to some Eldrazi. I do know these decks very well. There's a very notable legacy streamer whose name is Everon that I love to watch. I guess his real person name is Everon. His online person name is Hareen. But I do love looking, or sorry, watching this deck list whenever I see the stream.
Absolutely. So we start off on Darren's side with a Ancient Tomb and a It That Heralds the End. Is that what that card is called?
Yeah, it is it that heralds the end. It is a 2 mana 2/2 that gives buffs to the other colorless creatures. Those are your endless ones and similar, but I don't think we see any of those yet. It's a very fair start fit for an Eldrazi deck. Covenant of Souls really just kind of helps you jam through in this matchup. Really makes you anti-forceable.
Yeah,
Oh wow.
beautiful.
We're pushing on the pain this match. We are going to put a trigger onto the stack, make this Eldrazi attack, unless we have a fatal push or other removal spell.
Yeah, Eldrazi linebacker hitting the field.
Oh, it's gonna be a swords. Sorry, not a fatal push. But we did see the swords that was in his hand, so I assume that this Eldrazi linebreaker is not making it to combat.
Player's just confirming what the card does. So Eldrazi linebreaker at the beginning of combat on your turn, target creature you control gains haste and gets plus X plus O until end of turn, where X is the number of Eldrazi you control. So right now it's 2.
Yeah, it only took until round 2 of the Legacy event to be able to see some Kozilek's command, but we eventually did get there.
Absolutely. Your wish from yesterday to see some colorless cards, it has come true. So
Oh,
the
there's a
Eldrazi
second.
linebacker does target itself and does eat a swords. Yeah, does it in response to the trigger so that Eldrazi line so that he doesn't gain some extra life. So Darren does go up to 19 and then gets in there for 2. Darren passes the turn back over to Jason.
I pray that this man has a white bordered flutter. I don't know what this is, but I think that's what it is. It is a Flight Strand.
Absolutely gorgeous. Plays land for turn. Darren picks up a card, plays a secluded courtyard, naming Eldrazi.
Is that Thought here? Oh my lord. I love me a Thought here. So we have two options here. I think what the more obvious thing for Jason to do is just to cycle this dress down into the Thought here, so that you can later convert your Swords to Plowshares to have essentially cycling. Um ooh, what basic is that? Is that a Fallout basic?
I think so.
Final
Oh, it's a
Fantasy
Final
basic.
Fantasy. Wow.
Couldn't
Nice.
tell, but Yeah, the dress down gonna get used here. Try to just nullify the taking of the card in hand. Now he doesn't get to deploy a dreadnought after this, but I think it's still relatively fine for Jason. I think he's managing this game well. There's he's not getting pressured out too hard.
Yeah, I think he's in a pretty good position right now. Picks up a null drifter for turn.
Yeah, the problem is we're not really seeing a whole lot of other cards that really do a whole lot for us.
Does end up
Oh
playing another
wait,
drift down.
okay. I didn't see this other land, and I got a little spooked for a second. I cannot tell you what this full art card is in his hand. I do not know what it is. Uh,
Perfect. Cast the Phyrexian Dreadnought into the dress down.
do you think this guy actually has any poison cards in his deck, or do you think it's just a theme?
I think it's probably just a theme, but I'm not sure. He could have something.
This gives me the vibes of like those kind of players that just like reveal that they have like a poison counter or like rhino tokens or whatever it may be in their deck box, and they're playing
Yep.
something completely different.
Yeah, I do see where you're coming from for sure. We do see Darren deploy the One Ring, a very powerful card.
I remember my days. I remember the days of the One Ring in Modern. They were good days. We would tap and untap and tap and untap this One Ring.
We do love tapping and untapping a One Ring.
I
Speaking
think
of, Darren does tap the One Ring to draw one card.
ooh, this is the card that really gets to power up the legacy cards in sorry, the Eldrazi cards in Legacy, Eye of Ugin, being banned in Modern. You also get cards like Ancient Tomb and the One Ring now just to like refill. There's not going to be a whole lot of puking happening because that's usually the entire perk of playing the One Ring. You just puke your hand of cards. I think Darren is sitting on 2 lands plus a Devourer of Destiny, so he's just not really able to interact with a lot of what's happening on the board, anyways. There's not like something to hit with the Devour.
Darren, card's just not lining up. Hopefully, this One Ring can dig him out of it. We'll see what Jason decides to do. Pick us up a card for turn. And just thinking on what his options are for this turn. Looking at a stock up at the start of the hand. I'm getting word that the modern day at Game Hub is named Thought Not Thursday, so I'm sure Darren enjoys those days quite thoroughly. We do see a stock up cast from Jason. Taking a look at Null Drifter, a couple of lands, Phyrexian Dreadnought, and another stock up, I believe.
I still cannot tell you what this full art card is.
Yeah, I'm not certain either. See if he flicks through again. Yeah, we're not gonna.
The more I think about it, the more I think this card might be Brainstorm, the full art
it
card.
it definitely could be.
I think that's the card that got the Final Fantasy border. It's not that or Ponder. It's just one of the random blue cantrips. I think it's Brainstorm though.
Yeah. Darren does end up drawing a couple of cards with the One Ring, playing out an Eldrazi Temple. See what he decides to do here. Does end up committing another Thought Knot here.
Yeah, this is how Jason can end up losing this game. Is kind of just getting overwhelmed in the side lanes. Not having only a single blocker is rough.
We do see
It is a
two
Brainstorm.
wars. It is a Brainstorm. So two swords, Brainstorm, Stock Up, Null Drifter, and a Force of Will. We'll see what Darren decides to take with this Thought Knots here.
The thing about these powerful legacy cards is they've had infinite reprints of infinite arts, and sometimes you just can't tell.
Yeah, absolutely. If you're thinking about the thought knots here, what are you taking here, Ash?
It really depends on the rest of the context of Darren's hand. I think getting rid of the Null Drifter here makes a lot of sense. It is something that could be used to try to limit your pressure onto the board state. You kind of have to work through a Swords to Plowshares anyway, so you might as well work through two. Brainstorm and Stock Up achieve the same thing. And you have this Cavern of Souls to really nullify this Force of Will. Just always play your best card first. Um, Devourer of Destiny rotting in Darren's hand. This card just will be a six mana 6/6. Sorry, a 5 mana 6/6 with this eye in play. It cannot get much better. Yeah, I think Darren is gonna have to end up passing. I think his hand is just clunky.
Yeah, the card's not lining up, but fortunately we do have the One Ring, and that is a card that can win a game on its own for sure. Jason on Darren's end step, cracking a fetch land, grabbing a meticulous archive.
And time walk. Thinking about it.
We'll see if it's a time walk or not. Ends up leaving it on top, heads out to his turn.
Probably just a land. Oh, it's a lava spur boost. Why do we keep that on top? I feel like we're just like trying to assume like the entire perk of lava spur boots is to give your second construct haste whenever it comes out. I don't think this additional power or ward on this dreadnought matters. The Darren's still able to pay for the ward if he has a Kozilek's command.
Jason does end up getting into the red zone with a 13-12 Phyrexian Dreadnought, and
Interesting.
Darren does triple block. Very curious, we didn't know about the two Swords to Plowshares in hand.
Yeah, well, Dreadnought does have tramples, so you kind of do have to throw everything in front of it and continuously like pray that you can get there. Like that's the problem where Darren's in. He's trying to just find a Kozilek's command Dreadnought, but Force Will's gonna be able Force Will's gonna be able to protect it pretty well. Yeah, I think Jason is in a commanding lead now. It's gonna be very hard for Darren to try to work his way back in.
Yeah, unfortunately, when you play a 1 mana 12/12 with trample, you can take over a game pretty quickly. Jason passes it over to Darren. Darren takes 2 off the One Ring, down to 9. Draws a Lotus Petal for turn.
Yeah, you're gonna have to see another One Ring here. We know that's sadly not even gonna work. There's the Kozilek's command. Is there a second one? I think that's a Thought Knots, or is that a Sire of Seven Deaths? Wait, that is a Sire.
Yeah, looks like we are playing 2 in Darren's list.
It's just so awkward for Mr. Darren here. Yeah, the courtyard, well, easier place to make here. We do have the Lotus Petal that we can also run out. I think there's two Devours in hand and one Kozilek's command. So I wonder what the strategy is here.
Yeah, Devourer of Destiny is a little bit awkward in this matchup. Can't really hit anything. Most of Jason's permanents are going to be colorless. Darren just having a long think. Very important turn here.
I mean, this is the turn that decides the game, so I think it's pretty fine to be able to hear, to be able to let him, think it out.
Cast the Lotus Petal. Goes for 5. Casts a Sire of 7 Nets. Jason
That
gonna
is gonna let
have a read.
Darren live another turn.
Lots of flavor on this card. Lots of flavor. 7 mana, 7/7, 7 abilities. Ward, pay 7 life. Just a keyword soup. First strike, vigilance, menace, trample, reach, lifelink, and ward.
Or a Soul Flare when you need him.
Honestly. Darren pointing out the Urza Saga trigger. Jason does end up picking up a Torpor Herb for turn.
Yeah, I don't know what your best line is here. I think you probably want expending the swords is kind of awkward. It essentially does the same thing when you're attacking into it, but you just don't have to lose the 7 life. So I don't really hate just going to combat here and just letting this sire chump block. You still get to create a construct token at end step. You do also have access to the Torp Orb. Doesn't matter as much. The Thought Series have already been kind of played, so it doesn't necessarily matter. Okay, so we're gonna see him go for the K command. Uh, Not even making him pay the ward.
So does end up casting the Kozilek's command to try and get rid of the Phyrexian Dreadnought. It is met with a Force of Will.
There's ward on that card, right? On the Lava Sphere Boots.
Yeah, it does give Dreadnought Ward 1.
Yeah, so we could have had the Darren have to tap the Ancient Tomb for this, but very skillfully doesn't.
So Darren is forced to block or die. So blocks, gains 7, and then loses 6, ending up at 10. Another important turn here. The One Ring is starting to get pretty high. So we're going to draw some additional cards here. Hopefully we can find another One Ring to try and stem the bleeding.
Ooh, there is another One Ring, but there is another namesake card that's gonna kind of let this turn pop off. It really depends though. So the awkward part about Glaring Fleshraker is that Cavern of Souls adds specifically a colored mana, and the Eye of Yugen is discounting it by 2. So he's gonna have to expose this Glaring Fleshraker to a Force of Will. But I think that's like fine, honestly. You want him to use the Force so that you can slam this other One Ring. I think if you lead with Chalice of the Void on 1, I think that's your safest route.
Yeah, I agree. So we
No,
do end
does
up going
not.
for the Fleshraker.
Yeah, Chalice is the way that Eldrazi can really just try to extend their lead in this. Right now, with the Torpor Orb in play, the Glaring Fleshraker does not deal damage to Jason. It will just create the blocker. It will not do anything past that. Jason still does need a lot more things. Yeah, because now the swords can just like take care of the Glaring Fleshraker. I think we just might have been a little bit too hasty with our decision. It doesn't announce the Glaring Fleshraker trigger. It's going to be met with a Force of Will quickly.
Yep. So nothing has happened that is not
Uh,
existed. So he hasn't
can we
missed the trigger yet.
can we interrupt the game? The Torpor Orb does not allow the damage to go through. Yeah. So the enter the battlefield effect is nullified based off the Torpor Orb for the Glaring Fleshraker.
Yep. So just gonna get a judge involved pretty quickly here.
Yeah, it's a real simple one. It's something that both players missed. I think what's going to happen is they're just going to revert the damage because it was caught relatively quickly by us.
So just explaining what happened.
Yeah, it was stopped like relatively quickly, so I don't know if the judge is going to try to revert it. It was spotted out instantly.
Yeah, so we'll revert the life loss here. There should be some penalties issued to each of the players,
Yeah, I
and
have
then
no
we'll
idea if
replay
we
from
as the
there.
casters are supposed to jump in here and try to stop things, but we do wish that the game state always tries to stay true to exactly what it's supposed to be. Want the games to play out how they should, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. Jason looks down at a lone Swords to Plowshares in his hand as the Kozilek's command goes onto the stack.
Yeah, I think
Does
the
choose to
board.
exile the Phyrexian Dreadnought. We'll see if Jason remembers his wood trigger this time.
Yeah, he's still able to pay for it with the sneaky spawn that got created. So it's the choice of whether or not having a construct. Oh, the ward is just remembered by Darren.
And so pays for the ward with this Ion, but then makes a new one. And the other mode is to scry and draw.
I wonder what he's looking for here. So it's not going to be lethal with the things coming in. It's actually the problem is this glaring flash trigger is going to have to do some blocking. I think Darren might just be dead because we're gonna have a hasty construct, and this wondering is going to deal 4 damage to us. It did not resolve.
Yeah, I think it's we'll see what else Darren can deploy.
He can play out a chalice and then jam something else if he wants to, but I think that's what's going to happen here. I think this is wrapped up for game 1 for Jason.
Darren passes the turn back, and Jason makes a construct on his end step. Goes down tap. Picks up card for turn, triggers his Urza Saga.
Bro, is that a 8 side or a 10-sided die for an Urza Saga? This guy thinks he's going the distance.
He's going all the way up.
Oh, it's a 100-sided die. Oh, about 30 chapter Urza Saga.
So we are going to make a second construct. So we have a couple of 4/4s in play, and then we're going to go searching. We'll see what Jason decides to grab here with his Urza Saga. Does end up going for a Dreadnought with that Phyrexian, or with that Torpor Orb in play. The Dreadnought does not need to be sacrificed. So Jason equips the Phyrexian Dreadnought, gets into the red zone, and Darren does end up perishing in game 1. And so we're headed off to game 2.
Thank God this Dreadnought is just signed. I thought we were gonna have another clue hunt from yesterday. Just their Anna the Titan player. Still don't know what's going on with his deck list, but let's get to some sideboarding. I wonder what the Eldrazi player has in a sideboard. Graham, do you want to try to read it off?
Yeah, so Darren has 2 Wastegate Battle Mages, 1 Ghost Vacuum, 1 Agatha Soul Cauldron, 2 Unlicensed Hearse, 3 Leyline of the Void, 3 Dismember, 4 Disruptor Flutes. What are you thinking out of the board here?
Um, gosh. Against the Dreadnought deck, it comes a little bit awkward. The Wastegate Battle Mages probably come in because it's just a 1 mana exile on the Fraction Dreadnought itself. I don't think we're bringing in this Ghost Vacuum Soul Cauldron Unlicensed Hearse combo things. I feel like that's more for the reanimation or Leyline of Void. I feel like we're just really over prepared for some graveyard decks for whatever reason it may be. Maybe it's a read on the meta. Uh, Dismember, probably not good enough. 12/12 does not beat that. It's just whether or not he wants these flutes. I don't really know what his edges here in the matchup. I don't know what he's really trying for. Also, guys, I know I just looked at the main deck. There was only 2 One Rings in his deck. He managed to find both of them back to back. So I think that's actually kind of hilarious. But
Very impressive. Yeah,
I don't know if you would do anything.
not a lot sticks out to me. I think it's just the way Escape Battle Mage is not really looking to interact with the graveyard. Dismember is just a little too slow or a little too low on the minus minus. Disruptor Flute could be something to think about, but uncertain on Darren's thought process. Let's take a look at Jason's sideboard. So we've got a blue Elemental Blast, 2 Clarion Conqueror, 1 Consign to Memory, 1 Force of Negation, 1 Grafdigger's Cage, 2 Hull Breacher, 1 Hydroblast, 2 Meddling Mage, 1 Mindbreak Trap, 2 Prismatic Ending, and a Wrath of the Skies. What are you thinking here?
So I'm thinking we're probably going to end up seeing these prismatic endings in as just an answer to Chalice. We didn't see Chalice enter like play or anything, but you as the Dreadnought deck probably are able to figure out that there is these cards in the opponent's deck, and that is kind of how he just like shuts you off immediately with a Chalice on 1 on the play. So having something to just answer it probably good enough. I think the consigned memory obviously is a slam dunk here. Meddling Mage, it really depends if he thinks he's behind and can't beat a certain card from the deck. But I think he can answer it with a many different ways. This matchup is probably super favored towards the not player. Just having a lot of these like main deck hate cards that end up working out pretty well against Aussie player. So we'll see how it ends up playing out in these next games. But I do expect our Dreadnought player to take this victory.
Yeah, I think the Dreadnought player has some pretty efficient removal. His main deck board plan of Dress Downs and Torpor Orbs do end up being quite good into the Eldrazi deck. So we'll have to see for game 2.
Yeah, we saw what Cavern of Souls really does. It didn't do enough to be able to like out pressure the Force of Wills because there's still targets for them. You're not able to always just have everything be uncounterable. Even when I have Ugin making things awkward. Are we looking at the Hull Breachers? Oh my lord.
I think that's just his entire sideboard in his hand, but he might be pulling the Hull Breachers to the
He
front.
put one forward.
We did see the One Ring do quite a lot of work this game.
Yeah, he's thinking about it.
It's very curious. I think it's justifiable, but I think it's kind of unnecessary.
Why
We'll
has
see what
both
Jason
players we've
decides.
seen today that have been Force Will players had the mismatched Force Will set?
They're giving us the Toby special here.
Yeah, they're really testing my mental limits today. Oh, this is a bold strategy. I don't think I've ever seen a player do. He puts all of his sideboard cards together and then shuffles them like as like a group together. My personal anxiety would be through the roof. I always like have to put them sporadically throughout my deck and then start shuffling. Kind of ballsy, honestly. I'm in for it.
Very interesting.
Well,
As players get
I
shuffled up here. Go ahead.
the short game is not really close this match.
Yeah, the plain black T-shirt versus the I don't I think this is a band T-shirt, but either way,
I
the
don't
graphic is nice.
think it's a band t-shirt. I can't really tell. I think it's just one of those edgy shirts.
I did see some words across the top, which leads me to believe that it's a band T-shirt, but I'm not sure. I believe this is a Hailstorm T-shirt.
Oh, it
Great
is. You're
band.
totally right. Yeah. I couldn't tell off of the writing. I thought it just said Hellstorm, not Hailstorm.
Hailstorm, a great band, fantastic. So Darren hands down winning the T-shirt game this round.
Oh, he did board in the Disruptor Flutes, the Mr. Eldrazi player. There must be something he's a little bit more scared about that I can't think about.
Yeah, could be thinking about Force of Wills. Could be thinking about
He could
Phyrexian
even be
Dreadnought making it 4 mana.
thinking about Urza Saga here. I think that's like the most likely thing.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense, but we'll have to see what he does end up naming with these Disruptor Flutes. We have a little pregame action revealing the Devour of Destinies. So we're gonna look at the top 4, where you can choose one of them to put back on top, otherwise exile the rest. Does choose one. I didn't see what card he chose, but exiling a Thought Knot Seer, secluded Courtyard, and an Eldrazi Line Breaker. Starts off with an Ancient Doom, puts himself down to 18. Puts a Chalice on 1 on turn 1. Jason declaring, that's rude.
Yeah, this is why the prismatic endings. I'm hoping hit Jason's deck. He didn't pass the force will check, and I think he's now gonna suffer.
Jason picks up a Brainstorm for turn, plays a fetch land, ships it back over to Darren. Darren plays a City of Traders, has 4 mana available to him on turn 2.
You know what mana that is? That's not seer mana.
That is indeed Thought Knot Seer mana.
I don't think we're gonna see a thought not seer, but a man can dream.
Looks like Darren
Oh,
choosing to play the disruptive game.
is Jason gonna play around it?
We'll see if Jason cracks in response.
Oh,
There we go. Got it. Got him.
oh,
Jason
dude, we
cracking
were
a fetch
so
down to
close.
19. That would have been amazing.
I guess if you have 4 disruptor flutes, you can name all the fetch lands.
That would be impressive. Ends up grabbing a Meticulous Archive to surveil. Not casting any 1 mana spells into this Chalice. Could Chalice check his opponent, but it just came down last turn, so I'm certain that Darren would remember that trigger.
I don't know.
So we're
Took
going
a
to do
minute
some
for the ward
surveilling.
trigger. I think there's a chance that we could be a little bit delayed here. Maybe get sneak one in.
Jason gonna do some surveilling.
I think that was a dress down.
Ends up pinning a dress down. Has one in hand already.
Yeah, dress down kind of is the double-edged sword in this matchup. It helps enable your combo, but it helps deny your opponent's fast starts. We saw it kind of like nullify a thought not seer ETB earlier. Uh, and also be able to deploy your own threat. We're setting up to be match official with this disruptor flute, making sure that we don't have any. I don't know what this is. I don't know what this targeting type beats. I think the cards remaining in Darren's hand are at least a Kozilek's Command and a Chalice of the Void.
Jason. Darren passes the turn back to Jason. Jason picks up a Dreadnought for turn. And ends up going for a stock up. Looking to find an answer to this Chalice so that he can start sending his 1 mana spells through.
An answer for Chalice or just an answer in general works. I think also this Null Drifter is a great find. He does have the dress down into Drifter now, but I think this was an Ottawar that we saw that also can just answer the Chalice. I do think that we're probably going to see Mr. Darren to play a second Chalice on one.
Yeah. Does look like he picked up the Null Drifter and a Consign to Memory.
What ended up getting named after the Disruptor Flute again?
It looks like Dress Down, but it could be Dreadnought. We'll get Mike to take a look at that.
Just to make sure and confirm.
Jason, at 8 cards in hand, has to pitch 2 hand size, discards a Brainstorm. Ships the turn back to Darren. Darren
This
goes
is
for a
what we
fetch land.
call wee woo wee woo. I'm in danger.
A scary card for Jason to deal with.
Yeah, I don't know how he plans on trying to beat it. I think I don't. We had a mana floating. I was thinking about trying to cast this Chalice again. Just try to really make sure that we can't go prismatic ending swords. I mean, double H2 does set up for the dress down into Null Drifter through the Disruptor Flute, which looks to have been naming dress down.
We'll see what Jason decides to go with. His life total is in a bit of danger here with two Ancient Tombs in play, as well as a Flesh Raker staring him down, glaring him down, if you will, from across the board.
Whoa.
Does end up going for a second Chalice for one.
It came down eventually. I would have liked to have seen it a turn earlier, I believe, but there might have been a reason for holding. Jason is just gonna have to like let Darren kind of do whatever he wants this turn if he wants to try to jam this dress down. It does cost all 5 of his mana and 4 of his life. These two ancient tombs are going to have hands this game.
Darren plays an Eldrazi Temple, which makes him sacrifice his City of Traders, gets into the red zone for 2. And chips the turn back over to Jason. Jason does end up saying, take 4 to dress down.
Okay, so we do have options this turn. With the consign, you are able to consign the Chalice of the Void trigger with a replicate. So he does have a choice to be able to do the Phyrexian Dreadnought if he so chooses.
Looks like he shuffled the Null Drifter to the start of his hand. Is just going to cast the Null Drifter here.
I mean, he does still have the ability to do both.
Jason's life total is starting to get pretty low here. We're already down to 8. But if we want to cast anything else, we're going to be tapping this Ancient Tomb. Going down to 6. Scary proposition in the face of a glaring Flesh Raker.
Yeah, Orbrad is like one of the few decks that is a control deck, like a base blue deck that does also play like the Force of Will package, uh, and Ancient Tomb. It's a very unique strategy that ends up work. It still works out really well for it. You do create the busted lines of a turn 1 Torpor Orb into a turn 2 Scary Guy. Interesting. Just choosing to go to end step here.
So Darren does pay all of his mana to make a Kozilek's return for 4. Modes are going to be making Scions, Scrying, and Drawing. Jason responding with a fetch. Down to 7.
I realized my play wrong earlier was wrong. There's technically 2 Chalice triggers that are going to try to Chalice check, so he was not able to. One measly card in hand for.
Jason grabs an island. Shuffling up. Gonna have a response to this Kozilek's command. So Darren missing his Chalice triggers, but they didn't really matter. So the way that Replicate works with Chalice is Chalice triggers when it is cast. A Replicate trigger goes onto the stack when we cast the Consigned Memory, as well as 2 Chalice triggers. But Replicate just puts the copies directly onto the stack. It doesn't actually cast them. So Chalice of the Void does not trigger on these ones. So they are able to counter the Kozilek's command, as well as the Glaring Flesh Raker trigger to make a 1/1 or a Scion. Darren picks up a card for turn, plays a land, quickly ships the turn back over to Jason. Looks like he's kind of running out of gas here, but we'll see what Jason has on his end. Looking at his hand, considering his options. Rearranging his lands, just putting the lands that will slowly kill him off to the side.
I don't know about slowly. I feel like it's a quick at this point.
He is at 5, so he only
I
has
feel
2
like
more activations of his Ancient Tomb.
you have to just deploy this torpor orb. It just stops the glaring flashbreaker from becoming a problem later. It
Yeah,
also lets you attack, I think. I think you should. Yup, Annihilator is going to slowly start working away at some of these resources that Darren has spent these couple turns deploying. I think the first one is gonna say goodbye to the flute. Yeah.
yeah, the flute does end up going down. Darren recognizing that if Jason wants to deploy the flute, he will this turn or deploy a dress down this turn, he'll have to tap one of his Ancient Tombs, which again is
Another
a pretty
land.
scary proposition.
It's a good land, but I don't think it matters too much right now.
Thinking about if we want to attack.
Punishes for not attacking. But yeah, swords is gonna get you anyway. I don't think there's I guess the flash hull breacher is like technically a thing that could be on Darren's mind. Oh wow. No attacks.
He could also be thinking about lava spur boots onto something to just kill him.
Mm, I also see that.
We are going to cast the Devourer of Destinies. We have a trigger to exile a colored permanent, but unfortunately there are no colored permanents in play.
players players remembering what Torpor Orb does.
Jason saying, I'm not getting a game loss, making
I
sure that he's
totally
not
forgot
getting
that
additional terminal violations.
I totally forgot Jason's a judge.
Yeah, Jason is a local BC judge, I believe. I haven't had the pleasure of working with him myself, but I've heard good things from others.
Ooh, that's that new edge card.
Yeah, it does pick up a consult the star charts, I believe is what it's called.
It is called that.
We're getting word from Mike that he was even the head judge of the modern tournament yesterday. So, head judging some Magic yesterday. Thanks so much for that, Jason. Just a quick shout out for you. Sometimes it can be quite difficult head judging a tournament. And now playing some Legacy today, getting into the trenches.
We saw Toby in the trenches yesterday. Judges do play Magic.
Judges indeed do play Magic.
I feel like maybe if I was in head of like the judging community or whatever, I would make a rule where you have to like win a tournament or something every so often if you're a judge. So you just, really understand how it is to be in that tournament.
Not only do you have to judge certain amounts of tournaments, but you also have to win one.
I wouldn't say win. You just at least have to play. You know what? Now you have to win. It's a skill testing thing, you know. If you have to like train lifeguards by making them swim a whole bunch, I think we have to train judges the same.
I think that makes sense. Is going to end up casting that consult the star charts. So just a reminder, it's like at the top X cards of the library where X is the number of lands you control. Put one of them into your hand, and then it has kicker for 2. And if you kick it, then you can choose 2 of those cards. The rest go on the bottom. Did end up grabbing a Null Drifter with that card. Cast it, taking 2. Picks up a swords and a. I didn't catch what that other card was. Passes the turn
Yeah,
back over to Darren.
I did not catch it other as well, but
Darren, in an interesting spot, the Fleshraker is not going to be able to reach over to deal any damage to Jason because of the Torpor Orb. We do
yeah,
see
attacking with the null
Fleshraker.
drifters doesn't do as much anymore because of the fact that we can just like uh we kind of are forced to double block the 6/6 and the amount of stuff being created by Mr. Darren is I don't know why we didn't get in with the 2 still. I feel like if we get in with the 2/2 here, we guaranteed 2 damage and now we just put this like 2-turn clock on Jason, but instead we're electing to just keep the 2/2 back.
Yeah. Do you think we're at a point for Jason where he's gonna have to start chalice checking his opponent and just casting these dreadnoughts into him.
I feel like we were there forever ago, but yeah, I feel like you at some point have to start challenge checking your opponent. Not to be that kind of person, but when your opponent does miss some amount of triggers, you do gain a sort of confidence that they'll miss their own. Legacy is a format where there is a bunch of cards that you have to think about, and if you're unexperienced in Legacy, it kind of show because it can kind of show that you're thinking about everything, but you're also thinking about nothing. If that makes sense. The players just get a little distracted with the amount of decision paralysis because you always want to be making the right decision, but if you don't know what the right decision is, you kind of just flounder.
Yeah, there is a lot of things to remember. We're gonna see what Jason chooses to do. We did shuffle a Phyrexian Dreadnought to the front of the hand, so we'll see if he does end up chalice checking his opponent. Does end up casting the Phyrexian Dreadnought, and Darren points to the chalice, says trigger, and Jason puts it into the graveyard.
Challenge check, not passed.
Importantly, these scions are, these Eldrazzis are spawns, not scions. So they are O1s. They don't have any power or toughness. Darren picks up a card for turn. Looks like it is a Battle Mage.
I think this is a Wastegate Battle Mage.
Yep.
Yep. That should be lethal. Wait, did he? I guess he doesn't have two colored sources. He only gets one choice of bouncing the Torpor Orb or bouncing the Null Drifter, but sounds like he's trying to bounce the Torpor Orb. Wait. Isn't Wastegate a cast trigger?
It is a cast trigger, but Darren is absolutely allowed to miss this cast trigger.
Huh.
No need. You are definitely allowed to miss a cast trigger, Mike. You're all good.
Yeah, yeah. There are some things where we do kind of have to stop because it creates an illegal game state. But the thing is, when it becomes something that is just like happens, and it's just a missed thing that is like a beneficial thing to one of the players, that is on them.
So Darren passes the turn back to Jason after getting in 4-2. Jason should be at 1, I believe.
The judge can probably explain it more, but it's usually a case of like things that shouldn't have happened that should is a little bit more fine. Uh, or sorry, things that shouldn't have happened that didn't are bad. Or sorry, are fine, but things that I'm confusing myself here.
So the reason why we stopped the game for the Torpor Orb is because the Torpor Orb creates a game rule. But the reason why we don't stop the game for the Wastegate Battle Mage is because that's a cast trigger, and triggers are invisible, common, very they happen quite often. And so if we gave out penalties or needed to remind the players of each of their triggers all the time, uh, then we would be giving out a lot of game losses for some silly things.
Yeah, I think we're actually end up going to game three here with 2 minutes on the clock, so it's going to be a quick race for Mr. Jason and Mr. Darren. I think Eldrazi here is pretty good for the Eldrazi player. The Eldrazi player is the aggressor here. Is just trying to make sure we can kill him quick. But I feel like Dreadnought could just like secretly pull this out. You know, turn one Torpor, turn two Scary Guy. Still a problem.
Yeah, so we're heading to game 3 here with only a couple minutes on the clock. We'll see if the players can get through sideboarding, checking their sideboards again really quick. Looks like players making a couple of changes here. Disruptor Flute's coming out for Darren. We're adding a couple of cards back in.
Yeah, I don't know if the time on screen is accurate. Sometimes people give future matches just a little bit more extra time. This might be just a generic round timer. Double checking to make sure everything's.
Yeah,
The
looks
time
like the
is
timer that we have
accurate.
on screen is accurate. Yeah.
Yeah, sounds like we're probably gonna be facing a draw here, but maybe not.
Might not even make it into game 3.
Yeah, spell. This is the part of the game where your sideboard cards are a little bit different. You see the spell pierce and the Wrath of Skies making an entrance just to make sure you don't die on turn 3 if you're Jason.
Mike's just checking with the head judge if we are going to end up starting game 3 or not. We, because we're not in the game, chances are that we are not going to start a game 3.
Nope, we're starting it.
We'll see what the head judge
We
ends up
got
saying.
5 turns.
Players taking a look at their
Oh,
hands.
there's an H2 in this hand. It's like a snap keep. Like literally any of these cards being an ancient tomb, it just makes the dreadnought hand insane.
Yeah, looks like no lands there for Jason, so he's going to toss it back. And Darren seems pretty content with his hand. He's going to keep it. I believe I see an Eye of Ugin and a Eldrazi Temple. As well as a Thought Seer. So that's set up for a turn 2 Thought Seer. So we're hearing from Mike that the judge said that they're going to get 5 turns in order to complete this game.
Very first turn used to ponder. Sadly, not putting something in the game to try to progress it. So I think sadly, we are not living the dream. I think it's on this Eldrazi player to maybe kill him too, but I think that's so rare.
Yeah, it does seem quite rare, and he doesn't seem set up for it on in his hand. The Devour Destinies might get him there, but we'll see what he
You
says.
need like God. What do you need? You need Ancient Tomb or one of your soul lands, specifically not Eye of Ugin, into Lotus Petal, into a Glaring Fleshraker, into more Lotus Petals, into I don't even know anymore. I don't think the Eldrazi deck can create a turn 2 kill.
Yeah, it would be quite difficult. So Jason does opt to shuffle with his punter, draws his card. Darren resolves his Devour of Destinies trigger. Does end up keeping one on top. Exiles a Disruptor Flute, a Glaring Freshraker, and an It that heralds the end.
Yeah, we're
Does
playing the
not
hate piece
tell
of this game.
someone.
Yeah,
Looks like Darren's playing towards a draw. So we're going to be going to turn 2 here.
I think Eldrazi in the draw bracket's probably going to be fine enough.
Jason picking up a card, fetching for turn, grabbing a Tundra. Gonna cast a Torpor Orb, shovel up past the turn back. Into turn 3. We'll see what Darren can get going here. Picks up a land for turn. So no trigger from the Thought Knot for because of the Torpor Orb. Pass it over to Jason for turn 4, his final turn of the game. Ships the turn back over for turn 5. It looks like we're headed down for a draw.
Yeah, sudden death rules don't exist here, so I'm surprised we haven't heard a "Would you like to concede?"
Alright, so that'll be a draw for this round.
Players are just packing up. We're gonna be able to jump into the next round relatively shortly after here, so players are just waiting for their seats to be called, round timer to be officially up. We're gonna take a short break here while we roll some sponsors and get the next future match prepared. So we appreciate you guys all for watching and sticking around. This is the ChillerPillar Legacy Tournament for Sunday. Sponsored by Game Hug, Face to Face, and a plethora of other sponsors that you'll see roll on pretty quick here. That's it for me and Graham for this round. We'll see you for round 3 of the ChillerPillar Open.
See you soon. right, folks, welcome back to round three of our ChillerPillar 2025 Open, sponsored by GameHub, streamed here on Face to Face Games. We're going into a third of 6 rounds of Swiss of Legacy here, and we'll see some familiar faces across the crowd. I do see a Toby here. We saw her play on stream yesterday, playing some Delver, presumably playing some Delver here today. Anyone you see that you recognize here, Ash?
Mm, I don't think I do actually. I'm looking. Other than Tobia, I don't see a single person I know.
Yeah.
Players are just getting situated and we're getting deck lists handed to us, so may just be a second before we switch on over.
Players are seated for their feature match. Just resolving mulligans right now. We'll get into the game shortly here. Grabbing deck lists from Mike. Shout out Mike for being such a big help on the production end. And just shout out to everyone who's watching here today. Turning into some legacy action. Some pretty exciting stuff going on today. Really glad to be here casting the ChillerPillar Open with my friend Ash.
Whoa, we're not that serious, buddy. Calm down.
Oh, my bad. Looks like we have deck lists here. We've got Zach Turchansky versus Alistair McClellan. Zach Turchansky looks like it's just blue, black, reanimator here. Pretty standard list, nothing too crazy. Looks quite similar to the list that we saw in round one. And
Yeah,
then
but
we have
the next list, this guy's smoking something good. Because all I see is 2 Baleful Strix, 2 Gulligan's Command. He is living my dream. I think this guy did that thing where there's an online service that lets you randomly generate a deck in some sort of like is it fashion, and I think that's what we exactly did here. But it is just apparently Grixis control.
perfect. It looks lovely. We got 4 lightning bolts. We got a molten collapse in here. What a gorgeous deck list. So starting us off, we have Zach with a Watery Grave, shocking himself down to 18 and casting a Tameo.
The shirt game has not been very competitive these last few rounds.
Honestly, yeah, the
Legacy
ancient tomb
shirt
shirt.
players
Yeah.
all over the place.
Big fan of the ancient tomb shirt. Big fan. Alistair playing a Scalding Tarn for turn. Passing it back. Zach gets into the red zone with Tameo. Makes a clue. Plays a polluted Delta for turn. Zach ships the turn back to Alistair. Alistair picks up a card. Plays an Underground Sea for turn. Ships the turn back over. In classic control fashion, 2 turns of land pass.
Where's a Tammy at some point? Whoa, wait, this might be the fanciest card we've seen all day. An
Ooh, that looks like
altered,
a wow. Gorgeous Underground
UC.
Sea from
The
Zach.
teal kind of throws me off a little bit, but I do mess with it still.
I'm a big fan. And Zach pops his clue on end step, draws a card, and then draws for turn. Picks up a Force of Will. Gets into the red zone with the Tameo, makes a clue. We see a ponder from Zach. Alistair says ponder resolves, and Zach decides to shuffle here. Draws a card off the ponder. Plays a swamp for turn. And passes the turn back over to Alistair. Alistair thinking on Zach's end step. opts to go for a brainstorm. With that fetch land in play, can shuffle away anything that he doesn't like. Picks up 3 cards.
I think we saw Colgan's command hit the hand.
I'm excited to see some K commands of a different variety this round.
Yeah, the Boomer K command.
Okay, the true Boomer K command is Krenko's command. We're gonna fetch away those cards that we put on top of the brainstorm. Alistair down to 19. And ends up grabbing a Surveil land.
I do gotta
Alistair
point out that
moves back
Zach
up.
has some of my favorite basics.
They are the basic game is nice on Zach's end.
Zach,
We'll see what basics Alistair ended up with.
ooh. So the Entomb Reanimate does exist in hand with double force, backup, and a wasteland. Gonna have to see what we end up going for here. I don't. Taking one of the forces makes some amount of sense. Taking breaking up the reanimate and tube also makes sense.
Yeah, I think just taking away the enabler is fine. But I kind of like letting the Thoughtseize resolve from Zach's end. Zach is accruing some card advantage with Tameo. Has lots of reactive ability. And I think either way, if Alistair leaves him with the Entomb or the Reanimate, I think I'm pretty happy from Zach's end.
Yeah, you just have to try to assemble the next part. We don't know what else. We know there's a clue token that's probably getting popped here. This Tameo has just become a howling mine for counter magic.
Yeah, absolutely. Does end up taking the Reanimate, does Alistair, and Lightning Bolts the Tameo.
Zach, thinking about the days, I assume it's just because there's no, or there is a land drop, I guess, but
Yeah.
still just gonna entomb.
So Alistair fetches out a Volcanic Island to 18 in order to bolt the Tameo.
I don't know if
Zach
we know if Alistair has any reanimation spells for this entomb end step to get punished.
So Zach on Alistair's end step, casting an Entomb, grabbing an Atraxa, putting it in the bin. Oop, rethinking.
I like that we get to see this Atraxa here. Queen of the graveyard.
Beautiful. Turn his ship back to Zach. Zach has lots of protection here. Ends up wastelanding the volcanic island.
Yeah, trying to cut Alistair off of red mana makes a lot of sense here. There's not a lot of like very important cards in the match. So just cutting off of certain colors makes a lot of sense here. I think K command is one of the cards that's currently getting cut off from the
Yep.
hand.
Zach picks up his hand to try and hide some of the cards that are going back on top. Takes two, pops them back. Looks
That
like
cling
ended
to
up with
dust.
a cling to dust in his hand. Yeah.
Kind of brainstorm locked ourselves here, sadly. Wasn't able to find anything else to try to break it up, shuffle the cards away.
Zach passes the turn back. Alistair picks up a card for turn, misses his land drop, and passes it back over to Zach. Zach cracks clue. Untaps, draws for turn. Zach announcing some delve here. Going with a Murktide Regent. Gonna be for 4 counters.
Yeah, I mean, double force backup here, kind of scary. Or I don't know if it is exactly double, but it's certainly a lot of force. What is this cling targeting? Oh, the Atraxa.
Clicking targets the Atraxa, and then Alistair gains 3 because it was a creature up to 19. Does pick up a land for turn. See what Alistair thinks is his best play to go about this turn. Cracks the fetch land. Down to 18.
This is essentially just Dreadbore.
Yep. Zach, in response to the Molten Collapse, killing the Murktide Regent, clinging the Cling, draws a card. We are going to force the Molten Collapse, heading down to 16. And Alistair passes the turn back. Doesn't look like Alistair is in a great spot here. Zach getting to
No,
untap with a Murktide is a little difficult.
when you splash this extra color, you become a little bit more inconsistent. As fun as it may be to be able to play these cards, it does have a cost for red. Baleful Strix would be really good in this spot. Hopefully, just try to get able to trade.
Zach casts Ponder, shuffles up, draws a random card off the top, plays a Surveillant, and puts a Cling to Dust in the bin. Gets into the red zone for 7, and ships the turn back. Alistair picks up a Badlands for turn.
Do you think that's a bad land? Oh, rip this. Rip
It's
this
pretty
Shielded
good here.
Zedek. Just
Shielded
immediately casts.
quickly getting Force of Will from Zach.
Oh, is there a Kaido? Oh, this is the secret mode. We're escaping. So what's gonna happen here is we're gonna get rid of a bunch of instants and sorceries on Zach's side. And what that's gonna do is it's gonna create a lot of triggers for this Murktide.
So we exile 5 cards, get a whole bunch of triggers on the Murktide to be able to hit Alistair for 11. And
You know what they
that's
say?
game 1.
Dang.
Hits him hard with the secret mode of Murktide Regent.
I think Zach just wanted to figure out a way to escape the match, and I'm figuring out a way to transition. So, Graham, why don't we try to look at some sideboards, hey?
Let's take a look at sideboards. Let's start from the Grixis control player's end. In the sideboard, we have 1 Ghost Vacuum, 1 Surgical Extraction, 2 Meltdown, 2 Consigned to Memory, 1 Blood Moon, 1 Alpine Moon, 1 Hydroblast, 2 Red Elemental Blast, 1 Pyroblast, 1 From the Catacombs, 1 Fatal Push, 1 Opposition Agent. How do you feel on this sideboard?
It's so funny that I can't believe I'm saying this. I think this is a from the catacombs matchup. Uh you kind of deny your opponent a lot of this randomation stuff. You do introduce the initiative, which I will not tell you what it does. But it does get introduced into this game. Uh Other cards, surgical always probably pretty fine. You know, stopping the reanimates always a great time. Blood Moon is probably not gonna see a lot of play here. The blasts might come in, try to fight over a lot of these blue cards that the opponent is playing. Opposition agent also probably coming in, another flash threat that's pretty powerful. Uh, the Grixis player has taken the strategy of red for a bunch of one ofs and cut them when they're bad in the matchup. But if you draw them, you feel like the smartest person alive. So probably a lot of these one ofs not making the cut.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's a lot of good tech against the boogeyman in the format. Some of the graveyard hate is pretty easy. Some of the counter spells for blue cards are pretty easy. And yeah, From the Catacombs probably coming in here.
Yeah, we don't see a whole lot of force negations from Zach's side. So there's like 2 in the board, but I think that's pretty stock. The sideboard for Zach, Graham.
Yeah, so we've got 2 Force Negations, like you mentioned, 2 Consigned to Memory, 1 Engineered Explosives, the 4th Wasteland is in the board, 2 Fatal Push, 3 Barrel Goyf, 2 Bitter Triumph, and 2 Fairy Macabres.
Yeah, Barrowglyph just solos these fair matchups, so we're probably going to see these Barrowglyphs come in. Just the repeatable value of trying to get cards back to your hand. The force negations might come in. It really depends of whether or not he thinks the forces really should stay. It kind of becomes this like Thoughtseize dilemma of like from old players of like the old Junmir. You know, you do have to keep the forces in to be able to stop things, but like you don't want too many because it becomes pretty dead pretty quick.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Zach has a pretty good proactive game plan, so I think the Barrel Guys are pretty easy. Um, Punishing this greedier mana base with 3 colors with this fourth wasteland might be something that Zach considers,
Yeah, I think we might see the wasteland come in. I don't know what land we would end up cutting, but
but we'll have to see. Looks like we're just thinking on mulligans here. I believe Zach kept 7. Alistair is going down to 6. Alistair is happy with his 6. Puts 1 on the bottom, and starts out with his own Tameo this time.
it's a one of Tameo too, by the way. So
Down to 19, just grabbing an island and passing the turn back over to Zach.
I feel like these new Kamigawa basics have just become like a lot of players' favorites. Oh wow, that's a forced Tameo with
Zach,
their own Tameo.
yeah, it does end up forcing Tameo. Doesn't want Alistair to start accruing some card advantage, wants to punish the mulligan. Zach picks up a card for turn, starts out with the Surveil land. Pops a Polluted Delta into the bin, doesn't need any more of those lands. Alistair picks up a Polluted Delta for turn himself, fetches right away, and starts out with a Thoughtseize. Alistair is pretty aggressively grabbing these basics. It makes me think that that the Blood Moon might have come in.
I think it's also just to try to minimize against Wasteland. The Baraglyph, the big scary boogeyman that we've been talking about, is in hand and probably the take. The Entomb doesn't do a whole lot here without a reanimation spell, so you could just try to bank on the fact that Zach won't draw one. Zach's not that guy. But the thing I noticed is this Wasteland's got a little mark on the corner. It's kind of funny. It's got like a white corner. You just barely see it.
I do see that, yeah. Leaves Zach with 2 lands, Brazen Borrower, and an Entomb. Zach picks up
Zach,
a Underground Sea for turn.
not that guy. Did not draw the reanimate. I mean, the reanimate was going to be good anyways if you took the Entomb and didn't take the other card because reanimate would always just be good here. You're always able to just reanimate the Baraglyph.
Zach plays a land, passes the turn back over to Alistair. Alistair, in classic control fashion, land to go. Zach
I,
picks up a Bloodstained Mire and plays it for turn. Alistair casts a Bowmaster on Zach's end step and goes upstairs for 1.
the only decision Zach has at this current moment is whether or not we choose to petty theft the token.
Looks like he's ending up not doing so. Alistair untaps, picks up a card for turn. Get into the red zone for 2.
Alistair technically winning. Attack first.
Drew first blood. Zach fetches. Grabs a Surveil land.
Zach, I don't think is scared of Blood Moon.
Zach just shortcutting the shuffle of the library, saying, I'm just going to cast Entomb. Alistair saying,
I
Entomb resolves.
wonder, did we
We'll
get
see.
the big fatties still, or did we end up trimming on it?
We'll see what Zach ends up getting. Grabs an Archon, pops it into his min.
Archon's kind of funny with Mr. Bowboy himself.
True.
You will have to deal with the Orc Army token, or else that will always be the thing that gets sacrificed. This Bowmaster just gets to stick around.
Always, yep. Ends up keeping that the card on top.
Oh wait, that was the top deck, I think. I think the 2 cards are Wasteland and Brazen Borrower. So yeah, Reanimate was the top deck for turn.
Yeah, we do know the last 2 cards in hand. Alistair looking like he needs some help, so cast a Brainstorm in response to this reanimate.
He needs some help. He needs some milk. I think he needs all of it right now, brother.
Can't quite see what Alistair picked up.
One of them was a mountain. So we at least know one of them was a dud.
Having a long think here. Not slamming anything, so I'm worried that this Archon will be resolving. Or this reanimate will be resolving. We did find Force exiling Force onto the reanimate. Zach, pass the turn back to Alistair. We know the last two cards in Zach's hand are Brazen Borrower, Wasteland. Alistair gets into the red zone with his Orc Army and his Orcish Bowmaster. Zach petty thefts the token. Takes one. Looks like 14 all for the players. Zach pulls a Thoughtseize for turn, casts it right away. Alistair fetches in response. Alistair with a Brazen Borrower of his own in response to this Thoughtseize.
I think Alistair is just realizing that he has to be some amount of the aggressor in this match. This Archon is just always going to be threatening here. You do have to try to put them out of the reanimation being a live draw.
Yep.
This Brazen Borrower is going to go band for band with the other one, however.
Zach jamming the Brazen Borrower on his own turn.
I don't even think you can
Has
like
to
attack. Or I guess you can attack with the Bowmaster. I think you just want to kind of keep this parallel.
Yeah,
Because like
I
at any
agree.
point, Josh chooses to, or not Josh, Zach chooses to draw a card. It won't. So the Brazen Borrower will be removed much more damage. So I think you just kind of keep your own Brazen Borrower back, and then just start jamming in with this Bowmaster. It's a 12-turn clock, but at least it's something.
Yep. So goes for that line, attacks with the Bowmaster for one. Zach picks up a card for turn, quickly passes. And we do the same thing. Attack for one, ship the turn back. Both players in top deck mode at this point. Zach wants to have a look. Alistair did end
Ooh,
up finding a Cling to Dust. Hits the Archon. So reanimates are now a dead draw. I guess we
had the
do still have the
option.
Barrowglyph.
Had an option of like taking a different card here, or oh, that's a problem. Yeah, the Kling had the option of taking a different card here, electing to, instead of trying to draw an additional card and cycle it, and let the red elemental boss get taken, just taking the opportunity to gain the 3. Zach attacking with the Breisenbauer, realizing that this trade is good for him because now he's going to be attacking with this huge Murktide.
Alistair picking up a Brainstorm for turn. We'll see what his options are here. I think if Alistair can't find a an answer for this Murktide region, he's in tough straits. Zach gets in for 7. Or 8, sorry. And passes the turn back. Alistair a little light on lands here. Ends up finding a Ponder. I do see a Shieldred's Edict in that pile.
The Children's Edict coming back with vengeance.
Ends up not shuffling. Alistair in for 1. Zach down to 7. Passes the turn back here. Playing a Polluted Delta, so Hardcast Force of Will is online. We'll see what Zach ends up going with here. He's doing something before blocks. Or before damage.
Card this would be to like generate lethal, but oh
I
wait,
think
oh
he's
it's the
going
same
for the
thing. It's
Cling
gonna
to
be a
Dust,
cling. It's
yeah.
gonna be another cling. Oh my god, is it cling to us lethal kill twice? Zach's gonna love watching this match back.
Yeah, and he does announce get Cling to Dust. We'll see if Alistair did leave that Shieldred's Edict on top, and he didn't. Alistair packs it up And that'll be game two going over to Zach.
By the match standards of today, it was a quicker match, but sad that our Baleful Strix player is gone already.
Unfortunately, picking up a loss in round three.
Well, we're gonna try to find another feature match for you guys, but if in case we can't, we will be back for the start of round three. Or sorry, start of round four. But thank you again to all the sponsors. This is the Legacy Sunday event here at the ChillerPillar Open. We appreciate everyone for tuning in, and thank you to all of the players and anyone that really helps run this event. So we're gonna try to find another match. Until then, this is me and Graham signing off for a bit.
See you soon.
Hello, 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 everybody. Welcome back to the next round. We are starting round four. We are officially at our halfway point of the tournament of the Swiss rounds. We are currently getting the deck list and getting the players situated. But before that, we just exactly got the deck lists. And Graham, how much did you like that lands match that we saw a little bit of?
I loved Lance. Lance was fantastic.
Yeah. Well, Lands is going to make a comeback. We're going to have one Lands player. And the second player, he's on Nadu combo. So we're going to get your little wish for a bit of a combo mirror. Or not a combo mirror, a combo deck. Going to see how it ends up faring against Lands. From what my knowledge is of the format, this should be Nadu's game. The combo is really difficult for them to interact with outside of a Karakas. However, Krakus can only do so much. You still do get the triggers. Eventually, you will be able to work around the Krakus, but uh, Daniel may have to do a lot more wastelanding than he may anticipate. But I'm very excited to see how this plays out. Both players shuffling up, getting ready to figure out who is on the play in this match.
Yeah, it's a very exciting match. We'll have some lands entering play. I'm excited to see Nadu action in Legacy. I played a little bit of it in Modern, but haven't played it myself in Legacy. So we'll see how this goes.
Already looking at the shirts, if I'm being honest. We're starting off here. And it is another blowout in the shirt department. The Trash Panda versus Black Shirt.
And it
I
does say complete trash, so it's even self-deprecating humor, which is the best kind.
Yeah, that's the kind that you really like. So we see delighted halfling in the opening hand for Mr. Kevin Kwong. I believe we commentated over, or at least saw him in the standings yesterday. So he's a double format player of the main event. Um, getting first hand for Kevin.
It looked like
Daniel
it was pretty
seems,
land light.
yeah, Daniel seems to be very interested in his lands hand. I hope there is enough quote unquote lands. Oh, I just realized this lands player submitted 61. I already don't like him.
The 61 card special from the lands player.
We're playing 61 cards, but couldn't find the room for the fourth once upon a time.
Seems like Daniel's happy with his 7. We'll see what Kevin's 6 brings.
I think that's a little bit more lands that we're seeing on the Van side.
Looks like still not happy with the 5. So Kevin going to Mulligan.
Kevin talking about how one of his lands is all spells and one of his hands is all lands, and just has to get the ratio right. I heard if you
Yeah.
run 61 cards, you eventually get there.
I've heard the same. I've heard the same.
Yeah, not
Hopefully
a not
Kevin
a not a Giga Chad. He is running actually 60 cards. I had to go double check.
hopefully Kevin can find a keepable hand here.
Yeah, I also hope that we get a move on. The players are talking about Commander, so
uh looking at Daniel or Kevin's hands.
this one definitely looks playable.
Yeah, see at least a land. Exploration on the play for Daniel. Pretty good start for the lands player. Starting off with the Nerd Saga. Kevin starts out with a Windswept Heath. Fetches down to 19. Grabs Tropical Island.
Oh, Noble
Cast a Noble
Hierarch.
Hierarch
How
and
you've been
pass it
missed
back to
in
Daniel.
other formats.
Noble Hierarch, an old stand-up of Modern, kind of fallen out of favor. Good to see it back in Legacy. Daniel gonna cast a Malevolent Rumble here. Reveals Exploration, Life in the Loam, Grafdigger's Cage, and Crop Rotation.
Notably, not a lot of lands. This exploration does set up for better future turns. Being able to life from the loam and then immediately play all of the lands, quite powerful.
We'll see what
We just
Daniel
need to
decides to do.
we just need to find a wasteland here. And I think Daniel has like one of the greatest engines we've seen in a minute. The opponent did mulligan to 5, and I'm not sure if I see a second land in hand.
Doesn't look like it right now. I think I see a Nadu Force Ponder. Gonna cast the Ponder.
Yeah, I think the Nadu player just wants to try to get as many of his permanents in play as quickly as possible. You just want to try to always make this Caracas answer come up. If you can't, it becomes a little bit harder. Um, right now, Daniel's just really looking to turn his life from the Loma engine online. Try to find the wasteland. Try to start really punishing this multi-5 that Kevin did incur.
Does end up keeping all three on top. Draws return and plays a Misty Rainforest. Gets in there with the 0-1. With the Exalted Trigger becomes a 1-2.
Bro, we
Hits
have a
Daniel.
Mazavith. We just like did not want to use this Mazavith.
Daniel just wanted to make sure that Kevin didn't have mana this turn.
So true, bestie. The one damage was, I don't know, for what it's worth, the one damage probably isn't that relevant.
Daniel floats a colorless. Kevin's gonna respond. Before the
Uh,
trigger resolves here.
yeah, I think it's just playing around Pithing Needle, something that Daniel does have, not wanting to lose the access to the Misty Rainforest.
Surveils keeps it on top, and Daniel's gonna go searching. Grabbing a
It's the
map.
map.
It
Yeah,
is the map, and cracking
this
it
is
right away.
probably this is probably gonna set up a wasteland here, is what I assume. I don't think we're trying to get combo. I think right now Daniel's combo can wait. Trying to stop Kevin's combo is a little bit more important right now.
Gonna go ahead and wasteland that right away after playing it for turn. Plays Bachuka Bog, gets rid of Kevin's graveyard.
Yeah, Life from the Low in hand, but not an untapped land. Just gonna throw out one of the explorations that we already knew about.
Ends up developing a Nadu. We do see a Force in hand in order for a little bit of protection. We'll see if Daniel can slow Kevin down enough. We are going to force this Life in the Loam from Daniel. Pitching another Nadu.
Yeah, Uro, the last card in hand. I don't know if that card is exactly what Kevin's looking for, but it's definitely a way back in for sure. It's also a really good card against this Mazavith, but the Uro is going to take a while to come online. Bajukabog just hitting the graveyard.
Kevin is going to cast the Uro, draw a card, gain 3 up to 21. Gets into the red zone for 4.
Yeah, Daniel actually has a real choice here. Using Mazavith on the Nadu does let him draw a card.
Yeah, I think it makes sense to just take the 4.
Yeah, 4 is like pretty fine. I think like we definitely should have used it before earlier, but to each their own. Oh wow, we found a Thespian stage. Oh, 3 for 3 on lands.
Found
Oh wow.
3 lands. So we have two Urza targets, two Urza sagas available, a Yavimaya, a Thespian Sage, as well as a Wasteland for this
Yeah. The
Life
thing
in the
that
Loam.
the thing that Life in the Norm does really well here is it just kind of says demands an answer from the opponent. Uh, Kevin just cannot Forcible is not good enough. It's gonna just come down again next turn. So what what Daniel has the option of trying to think about here is whether or not he wants to set up the 2020 or he just wants to develop his lands again and then absolutely set up a wasteland. I don't want to say lock per se, but it's definitely gonna be quite good. This Yavimaya is going to turn on the Dark Depths and the Maze of It to be able to actually be used. Choosing to return some lands and cast another life from the sitting in hand instead of uh trying to develop the 2020.
Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense. Daniel does have a third land drop. He's played a Wasteland and a Yavimaya, so we'll see what he decides to play. Does end up going with an Urza Saga.
I think this is
Maybe
just
not.
because Kevin can take a hit from this from the Merit Lage. It's not going to exactly kill him being at 21. He also has a Nadu to additionally chump. Uh, Shout out Uro for keeping his life up.
Kevin ends up finding a Brainstorm, casting it. Daniel wastelanding the Flutterstrand to force the search right away. That way, if Kevin doesn't find anything that he likes, he is kind of Brainstorm locked himself. Kevin grabs planes. And we're going to resolve this Brainstorm. Not on the bottom. Thank you, Kevin. Puts two cards back. We'll see where he goes from here.
Yeah, procking the fetch to just like not allow, so to possibly allow for a brainstorm lock to kind of happen here, where you just kind of know the top cards of your library, and you know what you're gonna. There's not much you can do. Having to play out a non-basic is also kind of rough because we know that we're never going to be able to have a non-basic. So fetch lands are kind of at a very much high prime. Green Sun Zenith entering the stack for two. Unclear on what we're getting yet. It might be a Bristly Bill.
Yeah, I think Bristly Bill makes sense.
He's looking at the Sylvan Safekeeper, the Spring Heart, and Tuco as well. I think Bristly Bill makes sense because you just kind of start off a chain. Gonna elect for the Sylvan Safekeeper just to make sure the Nadu does stick around. It makes the Wastelands a little bit more awkward because you do have the chance to just cycle them, reset set them. So I think this is one of the happier options that we could have picked. I think very, very good play here from Kevin Kwong. I kind of like it.
So now we're going to start doing the thing. So we sacrifice the Savannah.
I like how we said float green off a Tundra.
The opponent does have a Yavimaya.
Oh, there is a Yavimaya. Oh my god. I was like, wait, how did this thing make green mana?
Ends up floating a white and finding a Brainstorm. So can't cast that one. And ships the turn back over to Daniel. Daniel is going to go dredging. Mills Beseju, Pithing Needle, and a third exploration. Thinking about his options this turn, looking at what's in his graveyard to be able to grab with this Life from the Loam. Ends up going with an Urza Saga as the first land for turn and the second.
Another one.
And develops out the Thespian stage, opting not to cast Loam, getting back the Wasteland.
Yeah, we're so this is kind of the problem that we have with Sylvan Safekeeper with the play here is we are trying to avoid this wasteland thing that's been happening to us where we want to convert our duels into more cards. But now we just don't have any mana and we're not really making him work for it. So he's able to so Daniel is able to just play out 3 lands, threaten this Dark Depths return. He's going to be able to make a Merit Lage at the end of every turn for forever now. So there will be an impossible wave of 2020s that Kevin is going to have to figure out how to deal with. He did end up going to 20, so blocking is no longer. Sorry, blocking is going to have to happen.
So Daniel gonna go for it, copying the Dark Depths, putting them both into the graveyard, making a 2020 Merit Lage. Kevin, with that fetch, did put himself to 20, so has to throw something under the bus for this Merit Lage. I believe Daniel did take a natural draw step rather than dredge the second loam. Daniel gets into the red zone with the Merit Lage. I believe that was an endurance that I saw in Kevin's hand. Maybe thinking about flashing this out to block the Merit Lage to keep the Nadu around. Daniel did indeed miss the Saga triggers. Play them both last turn. Yeah, that is correct. So this was actually a recent rules update. Sagas, it used to be that you weren't allowed to miss these and they had to go up. However, with the most recent rules change, you can actually miss these Sagas triggers now, so they won't be they shouldn't be ticking up.
It's kind of big. The plan for Daniel, I think, right now is just to try to overwhelm the board with the amount of goofy, silly artifacts that he might have, alongside some construct tokens. Try to just make sure that the opponent cannot keep blocking this Merit Lage, and somehow it will eventually die.
Yeah. So we'll see what the judge rules.
Interesting. So what I think will probably end up also happening here is like a strategic play. This Maze of It has not been doing anything because now that Daniel does not have the ability, or probably will not get the ability to uh, tap these or the sagas for construct tokens, we probably will see him Maze of It his own Merit Lage at the end of damage just to be able to have an untapped blocker. Not trying to get poked down from the 12 that he's at.
I think that would be a pretty heads up play, making sure that he has something on the back end to be able to block.
Just because I think the only way you can lose this game is your Merit Lage gets removed and you don't have enough blockers. So you might as well just try to make sure that he really does have to remove it. Really just go all in on it. But to be fair, you can just try to set up for another Dark Depths this next turn anyways. But I think you can do everything.
Yeah, so just waiting on the judge call here. We'll make sure that these players get all the time in their match that they are given. Daniel declaring that not more caffeine can't hurt. Takes a sip of the coffee. It's a long day thinking through the plays of lands. Lots of sequencing to do. Deciding if you want to dredge or draw. Lots of lines you can take with lands. So just the judge at the table, just consulting with the head judge, making sure we get correct rulings for these players. So the ruling is that Kevin gets to choose if the triggers go onto the stack or not. Kevin does decide to not put the triggers on the stack, and then we're going to continue from there. Fetches out that forest to cast the endurance, and tosses the endurance underneath the Merit Lage. Yep. So he does end up taking the line that you mentioned, Ash, of untapping the Merit Lage after blocks and after damage.
What can I say? I'm literally a Legacy X, put it this way.
Sleeve up the lands, you're ready to play. Goes ahead and casts the Life from the Loam just to put it into the yard. And ships the turn back over to Kevin. Kevin picks up card for turn. Honestly, I think this basic fight is pretty close. And like
I don't really think it is. It is a double masters version of the John Avon land, so I think it's like losing some edge there because it has like the top order. It's kind of like a little bit more gross. I actually own the secret layer sealed for the basics that Kevin is using, and I'm a big fan. I've been thinking about cracking them to be able to use it.
yeah, I am still privy to the John Avon lands. They are gorgeous either way.
But I'm saying
Well,
if it wasn't the double master sprinting, I'd be on your side.
that's completely fair.
The border ruins it. Oh,
We've found one of the combo pieces. So this one is Nomad's Encore, I believe.
yeah. Daniel probably kicking himself for these saga triggers. He probably could have got something to act with. I don't know exactly which it is. Um, what in his deck list would have. I'm gonna do a quick double check to see if it even mattered.
So Kevin's gonna start doing the thing. So basically, what's happening is Nomad's Encore is activating its 0 mana ability to target. So it says the next 1 damage that would be dealt to this creature this turn is dealt to target creature you control instead. And so Kevin is activating the 0 ability, targeting each of his creatures up to twice to reveal the top card of his library. If it's a land, it goes directly into play, and if it's a non-land, it goes to his hand.
So the tutor targets off of the Urza Saga for the lands player are Pithing Needle, Lava Spur Boots, Grafdigger's Cage, Expedition Map, which was already used, and Mox Diamond as a playset. I don't believe the Boots nor the Pithing Needle really have any sort of here. I guess you theoretically could have named the Spirits and Nomad or whatever and just prayed that you got lucky. But there could have been a bunch of other things that this player could have also hit. Um, could have like technically lived, I guess. I don't think it was known information though. Nomads was coming down. But the Grafter's Cage does not end up stopping the loop.
Kevin, after targeting all of his creatures, ends up casting a Ponder, shuffling away the cards, didn't like what he saw. Taps the fetch lands for green using the opposing Yavimaya, leaving those extra lands in the deck for a potential Spring Heart Nantuko or Bristly Bill triggers. Escapes this Uro. We'll see what he finds.
Yeah, this is also two new triggers for the Nomads.
Finding another Nadu and a Bristly Bill.
Yeah, the Natty player had a good turn, but I don't think Daniel's going to have as good a turn.
Kevin getting into the red zone with the Nadu.
Yeah, this is like a two-turn clock anyway. Yeah, so this is a turn cycle thing for Nadu. It's this turn, so you can just do it on the opponent's turn and just, again, just absolutely spam your hand into play or deck into play. can still target the Sylvan Safekeeper.
Yep.
It can't target itself. I wasn't too sure if it could.
Yep, it does say any target creature, so it can target itself. So it just goes through his entire board, adds a whole bunch of cards to his hand.
12 cards. 12 cards were revealed. Two were lands were put into play, so that's plus 10 cards in the hand. You have to try to beat double force will. Usually, when your opponent starts stacking his hand like this while he's trying to show you, you're dead. So
Yeah, it seems pretty close to over. Daniel gonna create a construct token on his first main phase and crack this or the saga to go grab.
I think the pithing needle's a
Ooh.
little late there, bud.
Yeah, I think he's thinking on what to get. Kevin saying
Guys are
it's bad, but you're not technically dead.
yeah, not technically dead is my favorite kind of not dead.
The pithing needle does name the nomads, so it has to find another source in order to keep going with the combo. I don't see any Shukos or anything else in the list, so we're gonna have to rely on the Bristly Bill and the Sylvan Safekeeper. Kevin with the spoils has infinite cards in hand, can just force everything. Make sure that Daniel can't develop any form of advantage here. Daniel passes the turn back to Kevin. Does end up having a Boseiju for the Pithing Needle. Daniel declining to search with Boseiju.
Very smart. Don't want to give away information.
Resetting the Teferi.
Remembering spells cost mana. I didn't even realize Daniel gained a bunch of life. I forgot we swords to this Merit Lake forever ago.
We did, yeah. Daniel
Lance
did
players just
indeed.
never die.
Truly. Kevin just making sure that Daniel doesn't really have an avenue back into this game. Swordsing both of the tokens.
Yeah, gaining another 3 here. Everybody that has a power and toughness.
And Daniel
Daniel.
has seen enough. Packs it up. Ready to head on to game 2. Kevin will take this one.
Yeah, we it was back and forth for a little bit, and then it wasn't. Kevin just kind of really extended his advantage. This game does you do need to see Daniel come out with an early start, try to be very hateful. The Nadu combo just has so much eventuality, or just will eventually like pop off. So didn't end up getting closing the window quick enough, and Nadu finding its way out. Going into sideboarding though, I think it might get a little bit better for the lands player. What do we got in the sideboard for him?
Yeah, so for Daniel from lands, we have 1 Damping Sphere, 2 Dismember, 2 Disruptor Flute, 1 Endurance, 3 Fairy Macabre, 2 Force Vigor, 1 Haywire Mite, 1 Pithing Needle, and 2 Twin Shot Sniper. What are you thinking about here?
Twitch Up Sniper is hilarious. First off, definitely not for this matchup though. At least they don't. I just probably not. Dismember's like the most obvious one here. Just a quick answer to the Nadu to make sure that you don't have to keep bouncing it with this Mazavith, or sorry, with this Caracas. Disruptor Flute could be seen here. It is kind of your best way to deal with Nadu, just to make sure that it's like really hard to cast. There are plenty of ways like Green Sun Zenith to try to get the Nadu into play. So maybe it ends up not being that great, but there are some cards that we do have to cut from the main deck, like the Grafdigger's Cage. Does not end up doing a God's work here. You probably can also cut out a couple of lands, and yeah, the dismembers are the thing that really sticks out the most, though.
Yeah, and I think Disruptor Flute being able to name Nomads on core um, also really helps. Just having additional Pithing Needle effects to try and fight through these Besejus that are on the Nadu player side.
Yeah, it's an awkward setup. You gotta have your first one naming the scary card, and then the second one naming the answer, Beseju. Feed us
Yep.
the poison for the medicine, whatever the metaphor may be.
Exactly. And so, moving on over to the Nadu player's sideboard, we have two Carpet of Flowers, one Collector Oof, two Consign to Memory, one Deafening Silence, one Disruptor Flute, two Endurance, two Force of Vigor, one Lavinia Azorius Renegade, two Prismatic Ending, and a Surgical Extraction.
We're probably gonna see the Force of Vigors come in just as an answer to the exploration Urza Saga nonsense going on. Prismatic Ending is another answer to the Merit Lage. Again, a sorcerer speed one, but maybe the Nadu player feels as though he needs all the removals for it just to make sure he does not die to the big scary card. The rest of the cards here not really looking too important. Consign not having a whole lot of targets outside of the Urza Saga, or if he's casting Urza Saga targets. I don't feel like you're trying to hit um, a Mox Diamond with it. There is a Collector Oof. You could try to play that game. I don't think that's the game you want to play.
Do you think there's a world where we bring in Endurance to try and answer this Life from the Loam loop?
I don't think so. You already have one endurance in the main for comboing. You could bring in more to try to say, no, I don't want to get wastelanded locked. Um, I just think it depends what you're cutting. That's my problem. Is I never know what to cut. Force of Will is kind of awkward because there's not a lot of like very impactful permanents on the other side. But when they are there, they are there's like barely any spells, but the spells are kind of important. So I feel like you're forced to kind of keep them in. I when you're playing one of these combo decks, it's really hard to try to identify what you do not need.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. Players shuffling up here, going to take a look at their sevens, see how they feel. Daniel taking a look, saying that he's going to keep Kevin heading down to 6. Another mulligan. Looks like the mulligan to 5 didn't matter in the game in game 1, but we'll see if it impacts the game on in game 2 here. Person from chat saying that they're new to Magic and asking why they kept going through their decks initially. So in Legacy, there are fetch lands, which are lands that tap, pay a life, and then you get to search your library for lands of a specific land type. And so that's what they were looking for in order to grab from their decks in during the game. If you're talking about in between games, players have a chance to sideboard, which means they can bring 15 cards outside of their 60 card main deck in order to tune their deck for the matchups that they're in. Daniel ending up with a Mox Diamond and a land, casting a Malevolent Rumble, declaring that this Rumble is way better than the first Rumble that he cast in game 1.
I don't even think that's true. You hit like an exploration and permanence. This one just hit lands. I guess you
Does
have a
end up,
life from the loam. It's better, but
yeah, does end up grabbing the Urza Saga, makes a Scion, and passes the turn back over.
I think we did see an exploration in Daniel's hands.
Kevin playing a basic land from hand. Goes with a green Sun Zenith for 0, trying to get a Dryad Arbor out of the deck.
Yeah, Green Zenith for Dryad Arbor. A new to a modern play, but somehow not that played over there.
And Kevin passes the turn back over to Daniel. Daniel picks up a card for turn. Does develop that exploration that you mentioned that he had.
Oh,
Wasteland,
Wasteland's the
the
Dryad Arbor.
Dryad.
That's Fatal Push.
I think that's a hate crime.
I liked it, so it gets a pass from.
Develops an Urza Saga and passes the turn back over to Kevin. Kevin fetches out an island, aggressively grabbing these basics to try and get underneath these wastelands. And gonna do a Grisons for 1. And Kevin says, try and wasteland my noble hierarch. Kevin passes the turn over. Not gonna be
Really
forgetting
trying to,
these versus saga triggers this time.
yeah, learning his lesson. Really trying to. The Nadu player is trying to make sure that he does not get wastelanded out like last game.
Daniel goes for a once upon a time. Reveals the Thespian stage to Kevin. Plays a stage and a Dark Depths.
See Rainforest. I thought it was a Green Sun scene. I guess it's both.
It is both. He did shortcut it to grab both. Daniel does end up dropping a stage and a Dark Depths, and with that Eldrazi, he does have the resources to make a 2020 this turn, if he so chooses. Kevin starting off with a Ponder. I'm not sure if we saw an answer in Kevin's hand, but Swords to
I think
Plowshares is
so.
definitely on Daniel's mind.
Well, that's not that. So there's an Endurance, a Nomad, a Nadu, and there is not an answer. I guess the Endurance technically blocks for a turn. So, oh, he's a coward. That's what he says.
Aha, ends up making a Construct token instead.
Remembering the triggers this time.
Just thinking, with the trigger on the stack, might make a Construct.
Why not? The Oracle wording of Pithing Needle is being searched up by the Naughty player, wanting to make sure he knows what's going on.
Yeah, just checking to make sure that if the Pithing Needle comes into play that it can't name the Noble Hierarch. And Pithing Needle does say unless they're mana abilities, so that would not work on the Noble Hierarch. You can absolutely name it, but it won't do anything. Daniel, go and searching. Grabs a Pithing Needle, names Nomad's Encore, which is one of the combo pieces for Nadu.
More importantly, the combo piece that is in hand. So this is actually going to slow down Mr. Kevin.
And we'll see what Daniel decides to do for the rest of his turn. Does end up going with 2 lands. This will actually be for 4. We do have a Mox Diamond in the lands here.
Yeah, this is one of those. If this actually goes through, we have to stop. Right?
Correct, yeah. Yeah, we'll have to
Yeah.
pause the players here, Mike.
Oh nope, they noticed. They noticed. They noticed. All good. Yeah, this is one of those things where something happened that shouldn't have happened, and so that's what we have to step in and be like, "Whoa, guys." I like that this pithy needle is a lot more readable to figure out what's going on it.
That is correct. And Daniel does end up going for the 2020. Kevin does have a couple of blockers available. Just shortcutting it. So the way it works is we copy the Dark Depths with the Thespian stage, sacrifice the one with ice counters on it. Because the Thespian stage doesn't have any ice counters on it, it meets the requirement to be sacrificed to make a 2020 flying indestructible merit lage. Daniel gets into the red zone. Does end up taking the 8, going down to 5. Daniel casts a life from the loam, gets back both of the Dark Depths and the Thespian stage. And so Daniel is set up to remake the 2020 if something were to happen to it, or make a construct if he so chooses. Kevin casts a brainstorm.
I really like this Simic deck that Kevin's got going on. This Nadu Commander seems really strong.
It does seem quite good. Looks like Kevin's just digging for an answer for this 2020. Doesn't want to throw the Nadu under the bus.
Yeah, you don't want to do your girl like is Nadu a girl? You don't want to do your girl like that.
It's a great question.
Is it one of those female birds? I don't really know. You're a bird expert. Come on.
Just because I'm a bird doesn't mean I'm a bird expert.
I mean, you should know what you are.
I'm a male. I don't know what Nadu
You're a
is.
male bird?
Most of the time.
Good to know. You know what else is good to know?
What is that?
Kevin is dead, and we get to go to a game 3 here. 13
Very
minutes,
good.
30 seconds on the clock. We're going to have to try to maybe speed this one up if we don't want to end up another draw on coverage.
Absolutely. We'll head into game 3 here. Players taking a look at their sideboards, seeing if they want to make any changes. Looks like Kevin is bringing out a couple of cards, making a couple of changes here. Daniel takes a look through his sideboard, likes what he sees, submits the same 60. We'll see if Kevin can have a game here without a mulligan.
Might be impossible.
At this point, it seems to be. Makes a quick change, shuffles up, gets ready for game 3. As we're heading into game 3, just want to give our sponsors a shout out one more time, Game Hub Face to Face, as well as all the others who have donated to pricing, streaming setups, and all of the like. Really appreciate you being able to help us put on this event to benefit cancer research. And shouts out to everybody who's tuning in. Thank you so much for coming out to watch some Legacy. It's a fun format. Players love playing it. I'm glad that we can host y'all. Let's take a look at the sevens.
I think this land one looks pretty okay. It's missing like some of its powerful early game cards, like a Mox Diamond or Exploration, but I think the majority of the cards in that hand look pretty fine. Again, hard to tell with the top down view, but it's like a loam.
We've got a Wasteland, we've got a Loam, a Malevolent Rubble, Urza Saga, Otawara, and a Crop Rotation, I believe. And Kevin, happy with his 7, so finally gets to keep a full grip. Starts out with the Surveil land, keeps it on top, passes it back over to Daniel. Daniel, starting with a Once Upon a Time. See what
We
he
love free
finds.
cards.
Free cards are great. Shrugs. Looks like he's thinking about a Wasteland. Ends up grabbing that one. And just goes right away to Wasteland the hedge maze.
Not messing around. Not finding out. Ooh, we were really hoping for a mana dork here, I think. Oh, another Wasteland back to back. This is just going to keep happening. Besage is a sign of weakness when it comes to a naughty player.
Daniel does just play a Wasteland, hits the Beseju, passes back. Kevin gets into the red zone for 1. And we see a third Wasteland out of Daniel. Really attacking the mana here. Kevin responding with a Brainstorm.
Sir, a third Wasteland has hit the stack.
I do see a fetch land in the hand there. Daniel, no permanence in play, going down to 18. Oh. So does end up fetching and consigning the trigger. So what this means is that Urza Saga will not gain the ability to tap to add colorless. The player's joking about how both players only have 1 land, even though it's turn 4.
Yeah, they've been trying to play lands, but it hasn't worked out. Yeah, we're still. I wasn't really expecting Consign to be in this matchup, but I guess Kevin knows more than I do about this matchup. Just interacting with Saga is probably powerful enough.
Yep. Kevin ending up with a Ponder. I believe I saw a basic land in there. Yep, does end up adding a Plains to the grip. It starts with the Nomads. Gets in, puts Daniel to 16.
Ooh,
Daniel going with a Caracas.
Nadi's mortal enemy. Do you think Daniel's gonna get beat down by these 1/1s?
It's looking like it. With only 1 mana source in play. Does end up going for the Nadu. And the good thing is that even though this Caracas is in play, the Nomads can do it all at instant speed, and the Sylvan Safekeeper can even keep the Nadu safe from the Caracas.
Yeah, we're about to see some racing. Even getting Wastelanded 3 turns in a row isn't gonna stop the Nadu.
So Daniel just thinking about how he wants to sequence the Caracas. Does end up trying to Caracas the Nadu, responds by sacrificing the Tropical Island with the Sylvan Safekeeper to give Nadu Shroud. And so for each time, we can activate the Nomads in order to target each of our creatures to either draw a card. We reveal the top card. If it's a non-land card, it goes to the hand. If it's a land, it goes directly into play.
Yeah, Force of Vigor was one of these cards I thought would end up being brought in for this exact moment, the Saga. You're probably going to see it fired off on his upkeep targeting the Saga. Not that they're just trying to really limit Daniel's resources, just trying to close out this game quickly. You just have so many resources, you can just throw some away. At go 2-for-1ing yourself, you have 7 cards, he doesn't. Yeah, we're also just going to draw a bunch more cards.
Disruptor Flute added to the hand. Delighted Halfling Nadu.
Yeah, so the Disruptor Flute.
Into play.
Disruptor Flute can also name this Caracas just to make sure that you're not going to have to worry about having to recast your Nadu the entire time.
It does end up going with the Force in the upkeep to get rid of the Urza Saga. Daniel falling pretty far behind here. The triple Wasteland start not paying off for him in this one. Looks like Kevin responding to the trigger of Urza Saga might consign this again.
Yeah, I mean, like, you might as well. You have so many resources. You just have to play resource denial now.
Yep, looks like it is going to be a consign on the trigger. So this Urza Saga will not be tapping for any mana. And we are going to try to bounce the Nadu response. We are going to give it Shroud with Sylvan Safekeeper to keep it safe. Casting Disruptor Flute, naming Thespian Stage, just making sure that we can't develop anything from Daniel's end.
Yeah, really thinking about the how do I lose this scenario because I think Kevin is just so far ahead. It's going to be really hard to try to catch up.
Yeah, Kevin is very, very far ahead at this point. Going to cast an Endurance. The trigger is going to target himself, so he's going to put his cards on the bottom of his library. Daniel says,
Well,
I'm good, I think you got this, and extends the hand. Congratulations go to Kevin for winning round 4 here.
yeah, well fought battle. Kind of Lancers has a really hard time dealing with Nadu because they don't have the actions on the stack like they normally should.
Yeah, absolutely. Kevin advancing 2-4-0, one of 2, potentially 3 4-0s in the tournament left over. So congratulations goes to him.
Yeah, likely means he's going to be a lock for top 8, so we will be seeing some Nadu content later, maybe potentially. Hopefully not. I'm not a big Nadu fan, but it is okay to watch sometimes, I guess. Oh my god, he runs so many more cards than I thought he would have.
He did bring in a lot. Surgical Extraction, very curious. It makes sense, but
On the loam, yeah, no, it makes sense. I just didn't think you'd bring in this many cards. I wasn't sure what you're cutting. You're cutting swords, force, bristly bill. Yeah, force was cut as I started to imagine.
yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. Not a lot of targets to force. They are important targets, but we also don't want to play a resource negative game against the lands deck.
Yeah,
With that,
well,
we've got a couple of minutes left in the round, so we're going to take a little bit of a break here. And we will see you back here at the ChillerPillar Open for round 5 in just a few minutes.
see ya. Howdy, everyone. My co-caster currently in the bathroom, so it's just your boy. But we are getting into our next match of Legacy here at the ChillerPillar Open. I believe we're going into round number 5. The two flawless competitors you saw from the Naughty player last round, and Nam Dang playing Blue Black Reanimator, I believe, is also the other flawless. Those two are you're currently locked for top 8. If I do believe I know how the tournament is going. But we do have two players sitting down. We're working on getting deck lists for them. It does sound like they're shuffling up and getting ready to go. Should be a very exciting match. Should be a very fun time. We just gotta wait to get more information. Thanks again to our sponsors and everybody that's helping this run the stream, get the support going. Uh, Very lovely, lovely time. And here we are. We got Erica Coronator versus Kenneth Justin. Uh, Karnpox looks to be. I don't even know what land this is. I'm already out of luck on this one.
Very interesting start here.
Yeah,
We'll have to grab lists here, see
I don't know
exactly
what
which lands we're looking at.
Kale.
And
This is Painter. This person's on Painter. That's what this deck is. It's full art Painter. Oh, is this Oh, I know who this is. I know this player. They just always have like some of the sickest cards ever. I always love. They're big legacy fanatic. If I know exactly who this is.
chatter is saying that it's Eumidian Hatchery.
Eumidian Hatchery? Not a clue.
So it has pay 1 life, add a black, put a hatchling counter on this land. When this land is put into a graveyard from the battlefield, for each hatchling counter on it, create a 1/1 black insect creature token with flying.
You know what? That makes a lot of sense in the Pox deck. I'm not going to try to argue that one.
So Erica going down to 17 here off of the hatchery and the Thoughtseize.
Turn a Goblin Welder. Nah, the take off of the Thoughtseize is a Goblin Engineer. Just trying to get the Painter out of the graveyard. Not wanting to mess around with it.
Thank you, Chatter, for pointing out which land this was.
We
Kale
love
starting off Great Furnace.
Legacy support. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I thought I knew who this person was. Kale. Yeah. Okay. The name threw me off for a little bit there.
Kale goes for a Soul Guide Lantern and passes the turn back.
Yeah, Erica thinking about this Cling to Dusk, wanting to maybe target the card before it got exiled, just so they could cycle it.
Erica going down to
What?
16. We are casting an Ashiok Dream Render.
It's so funny that this Red Elemental Blast is going to get to connect while playing against the Mono Black deck without having a Painter in play.
Very impressive. Turn passes back to Kale.
See, this is the Fall Art Saga I've been waiting for.
Gorgeous.
We have Flare Fables. Oh, lucky.
Tragic. Oh, look at this Goblin Shaman, though.
Oh yeah, it's really pretty. Yeah, Kale always had the most beautiful cards whenever we were out.
Gorgeous.
Yeah, sick cards. He's one of those players that I think has unlimited money by the way that he presents himself.
Kale passes the turn back over to Erica. Erica plays a swamp, thinking about her turn. Taking a long think on this turn. Lots of decisions to make. Ends up passing the turn over to Kale. Kale untaps. Kale triggers both of his sagas. Pitches 2 to the Fable, draws 2.
Yeah, trying to turn Mountain in Power Blast. So you're probably wondering why we see a lot of Power Blast and similar cards in Kale's hand. They're for Painter. If you name blue, you theoretically have something that makes every spell uncounterable and a removal spell every spell counterable and every spell permanent is removable. So it's just kind of his way to fight main deck against blue decks while also just like having a fight.
Yeah.
Yeah. Kale choosing to attack the Goblin Shaman. Mistress Factor has an ability that it gives itself +1/+1 on the block for an attack ability. Or I think it's to like what kind of worker? Metal worker? Forget the creature type, but
Yeah, I believe it's something worker.
assembly worker.
Yeah, target assembly worker creature gets +1/+1.
And that is exactly what Mistress is. Mistress Factory. Currently, Goblin Engineer trying to figure out what we are trying to put into. We're trying to still assemble the Painter combo. We could theoretically put a Painter into play right now. We'd have to get rid of the treasure token for the said card. I don't know what is currently in the Karnpox options. I think grabbing a Painter and just holding up this Red Elemental Blast as a counterspell is still probably fine enough.
Yeah, I think that's completely reasonable. Ends up getting an Agatha's Soul Cauldron.
I guess that allows for a little bit more of like a loop if this Goblin Engineer Goblin Welder does ever hit the graveyard. It makes it a lot better.
Yeah.
We know this Karn is in hand, so I think that's maybe why the Painter's setup was more the play I liked. But I don't hate the play that was made with the information that they had.
Yeah. Kale ships the turn back over to Erica. Erica plays a Swamp Return. Takes 1 down to 15. Goes for an
Oh
Eshia.
God, are we about to convert another?
Multiple Pyro and Red Elemental Blasts. Getting targets out of the mono black deck.
Yeah, this Legacy's a fun format. I'm having a great time. Okay, so the Cling to Dust is going to stop the first return.
What did we...
I don't
Goblin
think the
Welder,
Soulguide
I
Lantern should be in the
believe-
graveyard.
Yeah, I don't believe it should be either. I believe both targets have to be legal as Goblin Welder resolves, so we might have to pause the game here.
Yeah, I would call it judge and stop this if you can, Mike.
Thank you, Mike. Yeah, it just looks like the Soul Guide Lantern, both targets need to be legal as Goblin Welder resolves, and so the Soul Guide Lantern should not be in the graveyard.
Yeah, that is an illegal play. Technically, he could have like sacrificed it, and that's how it ended up there. But we know how it ended. I've never had this much power to stop a match. It's kind of impressive. Yeah, I do believe. Yeah, Goblin Welder does specify that both targets still have to be illegal. So, yeah, Kale's figuring it out. The players have figured out what the problem is. Kale's so smart and handsome. Look at him go. For a person that puts his lands in front, he's doing great.
Are you talking to us, Mike? Yeah, so with Goblin Welder, when the ability resolves, both targets need to be legal. So because Agatha Soul Cauldron got Cling to Dusted, the Soul Guide Lantern shouldn't have went to the graveyard.
Yeah, the ability should fizzle on the stack. It shouldn't resolve. Judge is
So
just
just getting a
figuring
judge
out.
to
Yeah.
sort this out. Yeah. Just consulting with the judge to make sure that all is good because we have to undo a handful of actions. Just have to get approval from the head judge before going through everything. While we're waiting here, I do believe I saw a painter servant enter the hand for Kale.
Yeah, probably why we were really excited. Went for this grindstone instantly, and then realized that we had to stop. Are we wrong? Wait.
No, we are not wrong.
Okay. Yeah, it does. The old wording does say exchange target, but the exact text on Goblin Mother is choose target artifact the player controls and target artifact in a card in that player's graveyard. If both targets are still legal as this ability resolves, they simultaneously sacrifice the artifact and return. Both targets no longer legal, so the ability fizzles.
Yeah. Yeah, just Kale explaining that he just got it messed up with Goblin Engineer. Goblin Engineer, the cost is to sacrifice an artifact to return something else. Whereas with Goblin Welder, both targets have to be legal as it resolves, and the Agatha's Soul Cauldron was not a legal target.
I think I figured out why people don't want to come to the feature match anymore. We have a judge now watching, and so we understand the rules and what has to happen.
Perfect. So Aaron is applying a partial fix here. Basically, what it is because this Soul Guide Lantern is in a wrong zone, it went from a public zone to a public zone. We can just return this Soul Guide Lantern to the public zone without having to do a full backup. And then we could just continue playing from where we're at.
Yeah, Kale taking it like a champ.
Perfect. So Kale here, just what he's doing is he's activating the grindstone, targeting Erica, and then making a copy of Goblin Engineer in order to search out a painter servant from his library to put it into the graveyard. With all of this happening with the grindstone activation on the stack, he will
Oh.
then welder out one of his artifacts in order to get the painter servant into play. and then what'll happen is he'll name a color, and then Grindstone's ability says mill 2 cards. If they share a color, you repeat the process. And so we mill out Erica's entire deck, pass it back,
I
and then she draws off an empty library.
think I just saw Kale uh, box himself.
Oof, that's tough.
We'll figure out if that's actually the case. I don't think I'm right, but maybe I am. Who knows? But boxing yourself with art sleeves is a big. Pray that he notices.
Hopefully he does.
I think there's also a token in there. That might just be like the edge of a card, but
Yep. Looks like Alpha that judge call. We did get a little bit of an extension here, so they have 4 minutes at the end of the round. Should
oh,
they get
okay, he fixed it.
it?
Okay, bless. Okay, now sideboarding. Let's take a look at some sideboards. What do we got in the Karn Pox sideboard?
I'm very interested in this sideboard. It looks quite interesting. We've got 1 Vault of Whispers, 1 Tormod Script, 1 Cursed Scroll, 1 Pithing Needle, 1 Liquid Metal Coating, 1 Ensnaring Bridge, 1 The One Ring, 1 Mycosynth Lattice, 3 Surgical Extractions, 3 Liliana of the Veil, and 1 extra Ashiok Dream Render. What do you like here?
Surgicals. This is the matchup for them. They just need to. You just need to be able to hit the relevant creatures that come into play. The small little guys. Or sorry, you need to hit the artifacts that hit the graveyard. Being able to interact with the small little guys in play for free is usually the strategy you want to enable here. I think that we also see these Ashioks from the main deck. I think they're gonna hit. It's kind of awkward. Like they stop a lot of the searching, so maybe they end up staying. I don't know if we bring in the extra one though. Shield or Liliana of the Veil does give me some amount of like I think maybe this card should come in, but probably not. The discard could be abused by the opponent. But the edict
Yeah.
the effect is what I'm really after here.
Do you think any of the Karn Wishboard targets come in? Or do they
No,
just
I
get
don't think this is
ignored?
a Curse Scroll game nor a Pithing Needle game. The Vault is like the only one that's a little bit questionable to me. Like maybe that one comes in. I don't know if we're needing to board differently. Smallpox is a very deck that I don't have a whole lot of knowledge about, so maybe I'm wrong. But we
Yeah,
do
I
have
think that
another
makes a lot
sideboard
of
to go
sense.
over.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at Kale's sideboard. So, in Kale's sideboard, we have 3 Blood Moon, 2 Fairy Macabre, 2 Fury, 3 Leyline of the Void, 2 Magus of the Moon, 1 Pithing Needle, and 2 Untimely Malfunction.
Yeah, so Fury might be okay here. It really depends. I don't think he saw any of the planeswalkers that Fury would be good against. So like Karn, that just like absolutely shuts down his deck. I think this matchup is basically pretty great for Painter. You just kind of have to avoid the interactions that Mono Black will have for you, which is a lot of these just like Pox style effects, just like trying to rip apart your hand. And not overly worry too much. The record for the current players are 3-1. We are in round 5. This is potential winning in territory. But that's about what all I'd really say for the Mr. Guy who sent his deck list by an email.
So it sounds like Eric is keeping her end. Kale is mulliganing. Thinks he can find something better.
Yeah, I think this room went down. Oh, it's back.
Sorry about that, folks. A little bit of
Oh,
a hiccup there, but
interesting.
we're back to live.
A
Erica,
card we didn't mention that was in the sideboard that is currently in Kale's hand is this Magus of the Moon. It will get taken.
very interesting.
I guess there is a lot of fake lands, fake black sources on the opposing side.
Yeah, between Mishra's Factory, Eumidian Hatchery, looks like leftover with a Fury, a Mox Opal, Ancient Tomb, and 2 Urza's Sagas.
Bro, I just saw that Ancient Tomb was from the list, and now I'm mad at Kale. Come on, buddy. We care so much about our arts, but we go in for the list? Come on.
Ends up starting with an Urza Saga and a Mox Opal.
I mean,
Passes turn into Erica.
this is kind of the start that Erica wants to see. A really slow, not really doing anything, just gonna try to really abuse the Saga. You know what's really good into abusing Saga? Him to Torak into a Smallpox.
It's quite good.
Or just Smallpoxing first. I don't hate trying to him to Torok first, just to try to really guarantee that we could get rid of these like Urza Saga type cards. You do end up losing a little bit more value because like right now, Kale's gonna have to play out a new land, and then you kind of get both of the cards in hand, and he's only stuck with either the Urza Saga or the um Ancient Tomb. He doesn't really get both. It's very
Yeah.
unlikely that he gets both. There will be 3 cards in his hand. Or 3 at a minimum, might be 4. Oh, what do we got for the insect token here? It's another VMAX. I can't tell.
Oh, a Sizer GX.
Oh, it's a GX and a VMAX.
Love it.
Still a pretty good insect.
Pass
Goblin
turn back to
Welder.
Kale. Kale goes for an Urza Saga.
Yeah, we're just not casting this him to Torok. It's very interesting. It's just something that I personally wouldn't have done. So I'm very excited to see how this plays out. And now him to Torok does snipe these last 2 cards.
Yeah, and we do know that Erica knows both cards that are left over in Kale's hand. And now goes for the Hymn to Turok. Tapping the Mistress Factory for black thanks to Urborg. Gets rid of that Fury and that Ancient Tomb. Kale left over with a Goblin Welder, a land, and a Mox Opal. No targets for this Goblin Welder as at this moment. We'll see what the draw step brings.
Don't know what it is. Can't really see yet. Kale's got a good poker face.
Gets in
Damn,
there
Goblin
for one.
Welder.
Into the red zone.
It's a Soul Cauldron.
Oh,
This Smallpox. should
Erica
actually-
picking up a smallpox return.
Yeah, that should cause the game to end on the spot. So. I assume Kale doesn't want to go through this again and just only have a Mox Opal in play.
Erica considering her options. Starts by getting into the red zone for 2, putting Kale down to 13. Goes ahead and casts the Cling to Dusk, and because she's going to discard it to the Smallpox anyway. Casts the Smallpox, sacrifices a creature and a Mistress Factory, leaves Kale with a lone Mox Opal. Kale draws a mountain for turn, and we're playing the top deck game. Getting in for 3, Kale goes down to 9 on a 4-turn clock. Has a beautiful Lotus Petal of that extended art altar.
Yeah, Kale invested a lot of money into his deck.
Continuing to punch at this life total. Kale down to 6. Ends up finding a Painter Servant. Names blue, so all cards in play and all cards out of play are now blue.
In addition to the other types. If you top decks Grindstone here, there's like an actual shot at this. Like really funny. Land into Grindstone also does the trick. Doesn't look like we have that.
Erica finds a Wasteland for turn, just considering whether she wants to play it or not. Kale slowly getting poked down by this 1/1 flying insect. Going down to 4. We are lightning bolting. the
Whoa.
two basic lands in play, as well as a Painter Servant and a Mox Opal for Kale. Lots of
So another
lands
land.
on Erica's side.
Yeah, so a grindstone does kill on the following turn if one does enter hand. But a land will always allow a grindstone to kill from this point on. Cards I think Kale's looking for is exactly those. I don't know what Erica is looking for other than Karn. Engineer does get the grindstone, but we're still mana short.
Yeah, we can't activate this Max Opal. It does have Metalcraft, which means we need 3 artifacts in play in order to float mana with it. Now, I believe Erica does still have a Cling to Dust in the graveyard here. And Kale opts not to search. Erica starting to put counters on this Eumidian Hatchery by taking 1. Untaps, draws for turn. I believe she only has enough cards to cast a Cling to Dust from the graveyard once, so wants to hold on to that now that we see that we have a Goblin Engineer in play. Passes turn back to Kale. Finds a Goblin Welder. Erica paying 1 life to add another counter to her hatchery. Thinking about whether she wants to cash that in by wastelanding her own Eumidian hatchery in order to get 2 1/1s.
Cheddar pointing out that sinking life into the hatchery when life wasteland in the deck, you do have the ability to wasteland yourself to be able to create all of these tokens.
Yeah, and so she's been doing that the last couple of turns, but I believe she missed 1, maybe 2 counters on this Eumidian hatchery.
Yeah, but right now we went for a cling to dusk on a Agatha's Soul Cauldron, and now it's kind of getting punished. Kale setting up around this cling to dust, making sure that he's able to snipe the cling to dust from the graveyard now with the Soul Cauldron.
So pass the turn back to Erica. Erica thinking about sequencing here. Just confirming what Agatha's Soul Cauldron reads.
There's a lot to think about with this game from Erica's side. Trying to figure out how to not let this game slip so much. Uh,
I think Erica got a little hasty with the Cling to Dust there. Unfortunately, not being able to draw a card and giving Kale the opportunity to take the Cling to Dust away.
yeah, it was kind of a blowout. Kale was able to play around it pretty well, and I think when you kind of get blown out like that, you do kind of like take a second mentally. Probably the delay that we ended up seeing here.
Yeah, and I think that makes a lot of sense. Looks like we are going to see the adventure side of a murderous rider. I believe it's Wit's End, attempting to destroy a painter servant.
Not sure how I feel about this play either, because I think you have the ability to always remove whatever creature it may be that you're targeting. Sorry, if it's an artifact, you're always able to like move around or. But
Yeah.
since we did target the painter, it does end up hitting the graveyard and will just return back right away with the Goblin Welder. I think you had to break up the Welder lock.
And Erica does end up cashing in the Eumidian Hatchery for 3/1/1 tokens.
Oh, it's your boy.
Ashiok entering the battlefield.
I think this is the time where you just use Agatha Soul Cauldron to get a Welder underneath it, just in case. There we are.
Yep.
Putting the counter on the painter servant probably doesn't matter. Phyrexian Devourer entering the exile, so that kills off the table.
Kale's going to need a pretty good draw step here.
It's gonna need to be Grindstone. That's Injured Tomb. That's not gonna do it. Off to game 3 of this lovely match between Painter and Karnpox. Painter going to be having the play for game 3.
Yeah, it's been very interesting. I think coming down to no cards in hand for both players, ending up in the top deck where Erica did draw quite a few lands, but she drew lands that she needed in order to put on some pressure. And Kale drew some pretty anemic action pieces. Just didn't quite come together there for him.
I don't think we're gonna
Going
see
into
many changes going into the sideboard games. I think players are just always trying to make sure that they're sideboarding differently. Sideboarding correctly. If you see any changes right now, I think it's purely just a player thinking a card was good or a card had value when it really just doesn't.
Yep. And it makes sense to go back and reevaluate. Just make sure that the cards that you brought in are doing what you wanted them to do. Changing
You are
anything else
given
that you need out.
you are given the time, so you might as well take it to just try to rethink your decisions. Nobody's perfect.
Exactly.
Oh, we see Surgicals now entering the deck for Erica.
Yeah, the power of the welders coming out that game, being able to nullify a lot of her spells, the removal as well as the cling to dust. Do you think there needs to be any changes in plan for Kale? Do you think he's just proactively trying to get the combo online as soon as possible? Do you think there's
Yeah.
any change in plan here?
I mean, Erica's the person that has to stop Kale. Kale doesn't really have to interact with Erica; it just has to like stop the hate pieces. So Erica just has to find a way to limp across the finish line like last game.
I think that makes a lot of sense.
Kale being able to play those pretty big. Turn one, like if we saw the last game, where Kale would be on the play, Kale probably would have won that game, just based off of construct tokens that Erica would not be able to handle. Erica on the draw here is going to need a dark hand where she can just quickly push out some threat, Ashiok, any 3 mana card, Pox, whatever it may be. Just some early interaction card that just puts Kale in a back foot already. Kale needs to do the really smart thing of not mulliganing a whole bunch. The more you mulligan, the worse it gets against the Hymn to Torak deck. You kind of just have to be happy with some meat 7. So Kale's gonna have to get pretty lucky with his opening hand here to guarantee that we get this win in a very fast, powerful start.
Absolutely. So we'll take a look at the sevens here. Players picking up, see what they're looking at. I believe I see a handful of lands in Erica's hand as well as an Orcish Bowmaster. And Kale looking at a handful of lands as well. I see an Ancient Tomb shuffle to the front of the hand there. An important part for an explosive start. Does end up starting with a Grindstone and passes it over to Kale, or to Erica. Erica with the swamp and passing the turn back over. No turn one play, no Thoughtseize here, no dark rituals, it looks like.
Yeah, it also doesn't look like Kale's hand is the most fast. I mean, we see a Moxable deck. Is it easily turned on?
It's curious.
Just an Ancient Tomb. Oh, there's an Arena of Glory too, which I think is mad funny.
Arena
I
of
think it's
Glory, very
Lightning
interesting.
Bolt, Goblin Engineer, the other cards in hand. This is a relatively quicker kill, I guess, from Kale, but we are gonna hit turn 2 for Erica, and if some cards go a bit Erica's way, it could be a bad time. It looks like we're holding up the raw dogged Grindstone here. Oh, not gonna go for the activation. Whoa, this is the
Erica
fancy Dark Ritual.
Wastelands into a dark ritual, a very pretty dark ritual.
Yeah, I think I forget which one. It's a comic book promo from forever ago, but the art is the one from the decks.
Yep. Thoughtseize is down to 2 mana floating. Kale, I believe thinking about if he wants to lightning bolt anything. Does reveal the hand, Arena of Glory, Goblin Engineer, Fury, and a lightning bolt. Ends up taking the Goblin Engineer.
I feel like maybe you're supposed to order this in the other way. Him first, then Thoughtseize.
So Kale left with the Fury in hand. I think that makes I think it makes sense. Um I guess the if we do the him first, there's more of a chance of missing with the Thoughtseize, I guess, but
Yeah, you
uncertain.
theoretically could low roll and get both non-lands put in hand, but I think you just like take that chance. I don't know if you know anything about the hand. I think you just kind of it's like what a 25% chance that both, or it's less than that, that both lands are just like gone. Or sorry, both non-lands are gone. So
Yeah. Ooh, a lovely Jesse and James token for the Orc army here.
okay, this Orc army's kind of sick. I mess with it heavy.
Ends up going with another Orcish Bowmaster to make her Orc army a 2/2 and attack it for 3. Chatter pointing out that Thought Seizing First does give a higher chance of snagging lands with him, which is important that Kale only had 1 mountain in his hand. Or
Yeah, I
in
guess it
play.
really depends. If you're, I guess with the Pox deck, maybe it's a little bit more right most of the time to go against my inherent instincts. Because you know my brain is always just wanting to maximize value, but I guess you are actually caring about trying to hit a lot of lands. Oh, this Fury is going to clean up the board.
Yeah,
Wow,
this Fury cleans up both Orcish Bowmasters as well as the token. A pretty
it's
good
really
turn
hard.
from Kale.
Yeah, it's really hard to tell who's ahead. This Himnotoric very dead now. Turns out the second one not as great as the first.
We'll see what Erica decides to do. Looks like we're missing land drops on both ends now. Erica has a grip of cards. Kale only has 1, thinking about whether he wants to pitch it or play it. Ends up discarding a Grindstone. Gets in there for 2. Makes a treasure token. Looks like he found a City of Treasures, plays it for turn, and passes back over to Erica. Erica saying, I think I need cards, clinging the Grindstone to try and get an extra draw. Does end up finding a land in Takanuma, as well as a hatchery. Erica passes the turnover. Didn't sound super confident. Kale getting in there for 2. Erica opting not to cast the Wit's End here. And we are seeing a hard-gassed Simeon Spirit Guide.
Oh
The,
my god,
the monkey has entered the chat.
we are. He's about to throw hands. Oh wait. Oh no. That okay. Whew, I thought that was targeting the monkey.
Erica casts Wit's End, loses 2 down to 11 to kill the Fable flip.
You know what's really good at blocking 2/2s?
What's that?
A 2/3. with lifelink.
True. We'll see if Erica wants to develop the Murderous Rider or wants to go with something else.
I think if this is a Karn's a slam dunk card for right now. But you kind of have to. I think okay. My issue with this play is your Karn, if you down tick, immediately goes down to nothing. If you choose to set up the Murderous Rider, give Kale a chance to just top deck, and I guess he top deck even and kill? No, he can't even top deck and kill. It takes too much mana to both play the Painter Servant and attempt to go. Oh, I guess there's a treasure token. So I guess technically, I guess Kane could kill. It would have had to have been a pretty lucky draw step of a Painter. Oh, Kale's instead going to choose to target or attack the opponent here.
Yeah, I think it makes sense. I think because we can't activate the Grindstone because of Karn, I think it makes sense to just start going upstairs. Erica is hurting herself.
Ooh, Chatter points out that Traders is gone. Traders should not be in play anymore.
Oh, that is
There's a Saga did get played.
correct, Mike. If you want to,
Just quickly point it out. There doesn't need to be like a huge judge call. The City of Traders should not be in play anymore. Yeah, just quickly do this. We don't need to get another judge involved.
Yep.
Kale, W homie. Said, I go to combat. I attack. Karn. Erica, I fatal push. Oh, do I get the charge token? Kale. No, I don't want it.
Karn ends up taking 2 down to 2.
Yeah, Erica's still 3 cards in hand. Him to Torok, Swamp. I think I don't know what this other card is. Is it a Bowmasters? Yeah.
Yeah, it is a Bowmasters. Yep. Murderous Rider has entered play. Erica thinking about either Orchid Bowmastering or using him. Opts to go for the him.
Rip Fable.
Pitches a Fable. Draws for turn. Kale gonna float a colorless mana and go searching. See what he ends up grabbing here. Does end up going with a pick of the needle, naming Karn the Great Creator. And passes the turn back. Cannot attack with a monkey because of Ensnaring Bridge or into the 2/3. You're getting in the red zone.
Oh, Urborg lets us not lose life, so. But to be fair, I don't think it'll end up mattering. I think this is really difficult for Kale to try to pull out a victory here.
Yeah, I think Lightning Bolt is still live to kill the Karn. In order to start being able to... Yeah, players just can't attack because of the Ensnaring Bridge, with Erica only having 1 card in hand.
I believe
it's
Pithing
not-
Needle is naming Karn, so Karn no longer gets to activate, but
Correct. But the passive ability of Karn, just making Kale not able to activate artifacts, means that he won't be able to combo kill with the Painter Servant if he should draw one.
it's a fine draw step. I think the way that Kale actually ends up getting out of this is eventually he does just have to draw Painter Servant into one of the blasts to just remove this Karn and try to get out of here. There is the Chaos Defiler in hand, one of the tutor targets to just throw into the graveyard to get back with Welder. I don't know if there's a black source in the main deck. I'm quickly checking to see if this thing is castable from the hand. I think we do need the Mox Up or another friend to try to help us play this card.
Yeah, I think so as well. I don't believe I saw any black sources.
Nope.
Yeah, we would need a Lotus Petal or Mox Opal, and both of those cannot be activated because of the Karn at this moment.
Yeah. Also treasure tokens, but again, Karn. Karn is the problem right now.
Erica doing the same play as she did in the previous game. Wastelanding her own hatchery in order to make a handful of 1/1 insects with flying. Uses the black floating from the Eumidian hatchery to fatal push the monkey.
Yeah, this is a 2-turn clock, so Kale needs to draw a lot of cards here that do a lot of things that don't actually exist in Magic. Is this it? 2, 3.
Erica won't be able to attack
Exactly.
with the Murderous Rider, I believe.
Ooh, yeah, they're only, yeah. So Kale does still have another turn.
Takes 5 down to 4. Picks
There's
up
the
the Paper
painter.
Servant.
Turn late. The block doesn't even matter anymore. I think this is Erica taking this victory.
Should be all locked up with only 1 blocker and 5 1-power attackers. Erica adds a smallpox to her hand. And she says, just in case I'm going to smallpox. Kale says, I've had enough, and packs it up. Congratulations goes to Erica on Karnpox. Heading up to 4-1. Done from Erica. A couple of key turns there. And Karn ending up taking down the artifact based combo deck with a shock
Yeah,
to no one.
shocker. Yeah, I think this might be like one of the nightmare matchups for Painter. It looks like it's just really hard for you to try to extend. I think Kale was pretty fortunate to get this one game. I think the only thing that Karn Pox preys on better is like maybe Cloud Post.
Yeah, absolutely. Unfortunately, Kale taking another loss, going to 3-2. If he wins next round, might be able to sweat into the top 8, but we'll have to see the standings after this round. But good luck to both players in their last round. We've got just a few minutes until this round ends. Looks like we're cleaning up the last couple of tables here. And so we will take a quick break and we'll get back to you at the start of round 6. Me and Ash are going to grab some water. I recommend that you guys do too.
Yeah, get up, stretch.
Shout out to all of our viewers as well as all of our sponsors. Thank you so much for viewing and hanging out today. And we will see you at the beginning of round 6.
Bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are missing the casters. We're going to listen to the table while we wait for them to return.
Is the result?
Results.
There you go. We only gotta get through that, pal. Ain't that bad. Typical Bobson Dugnut.
Typical Bobson.
Nothing like Sleeve McDykel.
No, like I said, we are. I think the mics are hot, by the way, just so you know.
Yeah,
I was about to say words. Yeah, you're getting a nod. Mic's hot.
true. Hot tomorrow. That's why it's so toasty in here.
You folks know what jet fuel can't melt? That's right. It can't melt. Brainstorm.
Brainstorm resolves.
What do you know?
Hello,
Probably not a
everyone.
great matchup
Sorry,
here, I think.
Graham and I
It's
were
heinous. I've done it already once today.
It's been a long day of casting Legacy. We guys are officially back. No need to worry. What do we got here? Chat's going on. Mighty Whizbit? Dunno. OG Bobo Gross? I don't know what's happening anymore. Alex Lux on what I assume to be Painter. And we got Blue Black Reanimator on the other side. The boogeyman of the format. Gonna quickly check out, make sure that I'm right. I haven't actually looked at deck lists yet. I just got back. I'm gonna go ahead and say that OG Baba Garas is Painter, but we will respect the wishes of the player and keep the deck list that. Graham, currently pissing. Think you just got back.
I am back. Thank you so much, Ash.
Well, we get two of our decks that we've been seeing all day, so it should be really exciting. You know, we actually get to see these red elemental blasts and pyroblasts connect again in game one.
It'll be an interesting. It'll be an interesting game.
Yeah,
Couple of beautiful
casually.
players
That's
with Mario.
my bi-weekly salary right there in 2 cards, by the way.
Impressive stuff.
Impressive that I make that little, or
Both.
Huh.
Impressive that you make that little, and impressive that Alex has it on the table.
I'm sorry. I wish your mom paid more.
It's unfortunate.
We need the Benny Hill theme. The da 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 da.
Jeffrey, casting a brainstorm, thinking about what we're putting back here. Alex, going to his turn.
Okay, again, almost my salary. Actually, I don't know how much of Invention Grindstone is nowadays.
It's an impressive card. Grabs out the grindstone, plays the City of Traders for turn. Goes ahead and casts a Painter's Servant.
So,
Blue for Alex.
we have a couple players locked for top 8. I know Kevin Kwong and Nam Dang were already locked last round, but Zach Turnkey made it to the top. Turkancy, sorry, came up. And Daniel Seaberger, also one of the ones guaranteed top 8. So, let us go. Those are your sagas in the graveyard? Bro, can I get a small loan of $1 million?
Goes ahead and starts with a Thoughtseize. Red Blast it. Normally, Red Blast can only target blue cards, but because Painter Servant is on the board, we can Red Blast the black spell. And activates the Grindstone. Jeffrey puts his entire library into his graveyard And we head off to game number 2 here. A quick game 1, taken in dominant fashion from Alex. And let's head to the sideboards.
Yeah, heading over to the sideboards. Graham, what do we see there?
From the painter side, we have 4 Leyline of the Void, 3 Blood Moon, 1 Disruptor Flute, 1 Pithing Needle? There might be a 3. 1 or 3
Math.
Pithing Needles, 2 Untimely Malfunctions, 3 Furies, and 1 Null Rod. I believe it should be a 1 Pithing Needle.
Yeah, I think it's a 1, but it's a very suspect 1.
And so what are we thinking here?
Yeah, for this matchup, you could bring in the Blood Moons. This matchup's supposed to be really good for the Painter's side. The fact that you just have 8 counter spells main deck against him, I don't know if he exactly has the full 8. Quickly double checking to see if I see 4 of each. It's 3 Power
Looks like
Blast,
he
3
has 3 of
Blast.
each, yeah.
So it's 6 total, but it's still plenty. These untimely malfunctions might come in just as a way to try to like get around counter high magic. If I remember what untimely malfunction even does. Get around the consignment memories that are going to come in.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. If it's already favored for the painter's deck, then not a lot of changes to be made. But let's take a look at the blue-black reanimators list. In the sideboard, we have 2 Barrel Growth, 2 Consignment Memory, 2 Dothy Voidwalker, 1 Engineered Explosives, 2 Fatal Push, 2 Force Negation, 1 Null Rod, 2 Orcish Bowmaster, and 1 Shieldred's Edict.
Yeah. So Bargoyf is really good at being able to pressure the life total, so I think we'll end up seeing some of those. Fatal Push, good at getting rid of the smaller creatures. No Rod does shut off a lot of the combo. Force Negation, exiling the card from the graveyard does matter a lot. You just don't want your opponent to have access to the painter cards that you already just interacted with. There are some cards in here that are probably not that great. This Valgavoth to me just looks like not a great card in this matchup, so that one's probably coming out. You'll probably end up seeing a couple more threats. Closing the game is not the hard part.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. I think there's this weird contention between Consigned to Memory. Obviously, it nabs the painter, but once the painter comes down, there are no longer colorless things. And so we can no
Yeah.
longer consign anything.
Well, you can still consign triggers. You just have to get pretty lucky.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's kind of awkward. It's probably one of those cards that you're like kind of forced to bring in, but you're just not happy about it.
Yeah.
Oh, I already see something awful that's going to happen. There is, in fact, both players with black sleeves. Something's going to happen, and we know what it is.
Hopefully no swapping of cards. Hopefully no shuffling decks together.
We did have someone steal a Seasoned Pyromancer yesterday.
All right. Looking at our 7s, looks like Jeffrey's pretty short on land, so gonna toss it back. And Alex seems happy with his, so he's gonna keep it. T-shirt game this round. Pretty basic on both ends.
Do
but
Legacy players have the worst shirts?
it could be. We saw some very neat shirts yesterday. We saw a ChillerPillar shirt. We saw Lyndon with a Hawaiian toucan shirt. Really interesting stuff. But today it's pretty basic.
It's mono lamos today in Legacy, which is quite contrast to the way I started. I did really like a lot of the shirts from yesterday. But I did also hype up a lot of the Legacy players today, saying that they're wonderful people, but goddamn, apparently they do not know how to wear shirts.
I do see a splash of color on Alex's pants, so I kind of edge towards him in the clothing department at least.
Well, personally, I'm not going to edge towards either of these players. I think I'm going to get right into the game, figure out what's going on. We do see one of these players actually with a ChillerPillar a play mat, so he might have been a winner of something at some point.
Jeffrey starting us off with an Underground Sea and a Ponder. Like to 6, pop 1 to the bottom.
He's thinking about Force of Rage. Really thinking about the Exile Simian Spirit Guide Elemental Blast.
That would have been an absolute Chad play. Alex goes for a basic mountain, passes the turn back over. We hear from Mike that Alex did top 8 last year, looking to run it back this year. Jeffrey playing a fetch land, casting a Thoughtseize, targeting Alex. Oh, and Alex with with the untimely to redirect the Thoughtseize back to Jeffrey using the Uno reverse
Wait,
card
that's
here.
so funny. Rip this Thoughtseize. Look at me go. I was
Ends
right. This card is busted.
Jeffrey does still get to choose which card he takes, so gets rid of the fatal push.
Oh, wait, Jeffrey gets to pick which card he thought seizes himself. That's kind of cool.
Yeah, because we are only changing the target, we are not changing the controller.
Interesting.
Alex ends up going with a Goblin Welder and a Grindstone. Jeffrey thinking about if he wants a Force of Will. That he
See,
feels
this
like
is
he
the
has to.
problem. He feels like he has to force this Grindstone. Grindstone does nothing right now. It's not going to do anything. If anything, it's like negative equity to 2-for-1 yourself on a card that he's just going to return with this Goblin Welder the next turn with whatever piss poor artifacts in his hand. This is a game wielding surveil land. We'll see how this ends up working out for the player.
Absolutely. Jeffrey, with just a land in hand, needs to find some help. But it's okay. He's going to look at an Archon or a Valgavoth, put it into the bin, draw for turn naturally, and find Reanimate. Takes a look at a polluted Delta, doesn't need more lands, puts it into the bin, draws for a turn. Excuse me. Plays fetch land, passes the turn back. Alex picks up an Ancient 2 for turn. Left with 2 red Elemental Blasts and Acidio Traders in hand. Gets in there
Yeah.
for 1.
Jeffrey's going to get blasted for a while, but eventually I think he will be able to reveal a spell.
Players very chummy during the game. Lots of
I think
conversation happening on the table.
I haven't gotten to exist as the commentator, hearing the players just talk consistently. And I can't tell you how many times people talk about the camera or the content that's being created from us. They don't know exactly what we're saying, but they know we're memeing. And I think it's an absolutely, I don't know if it's parasocial is the right word, but it's mad funny, and I enjoy this.
It is great. Mike telling us that these are both regulars at Game Hub. Shout out Game Hub.
Shout out Game Hub. We love you guys, and if you guys need more casters, I heard there's people that are interested. Now that I know that there's a big fancy Bance in the chat. Oh, that you can't Red Elemental Blast.
Indeed, without a painter in play, that will not be getting Red Elemental Blasted.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
The clock has
the big
doubled.
spin. Boom. Goblin Welder has hit the table. Alex ships it back over to Jeffrey.
Surprised the welders aren't foil. Me too, honestly. Like, fully commit to the foil thing, am I right, guys?
True.
Like,
Picks
why
up
isn't
a
the
card
Cell
for
Rod
turn.
foil?
Alex gets in with both welders.
Do we know if there's any other artifacts in Jeffrey's deck so that at some point we could try to Goblin Welder his own Nullrod? I don't think there was any other artifacts.
Uncertain. I don't think that I saw any.
I'm gonna double check.
Doesn't look like it. Unless he boarded in the engineered explosives.
Yeah, only other possible option.
Alex plays
Okay.
a Fable. Jeffrey says that's a real card.
Yo, Mike, please give us an inspect on this Goblin Shaman token. I need to know what this thing looks like. That's so
Oh wow,
sick.
that's really cool. I like that a lot.
Yeah. God, that is sick. It looks like it's signed too.
Taking the Fable up to 2. See if Alex ends up pitching anything. Looks
I
like a
don't think
no.
I've heard a match where players have laughed this much.
True.
I like that we casted days into floating mana. That was fun. It's to make another
Oh,
land
shit.
drop. Don't worry. Oh,
Grabs a
whoa,
Phyrexian Dragon Engine.
hell yeah. I mean, I think we were either getting Dragon Engine or the Chaos Defiler. Chaos Defiler just might not be in the deck anymore. So you're just not able to go get it and try to destroy this permanent, put a 5/4 into play.
Yeah.
So I think this Dragon Engine is probably your next best guess.
Yeah. Gets a treasure. And then sacrifices the treasure with the welder to get back the Phyrexian Dragon Engine.
Interesting. Alex keeping in the ensnaring bridge in this match. I don't know if I want to know the logic behind it. Oh, sir, another monkey has hit play.
Another monkey has entered the battlefield. We're getting down to it with the monkey beats.
Surveil end his time walk. Card goes to the graveyard. Well, I do believe that Alex still kills Jeffrey here. Players
Yeah,
are just having a good time with their Murktide. Style points, if you will.
absolutely. Passing
Yeah.
first. Jeffrey says, I'm not even putting counters on it.
Yeah, you can't make me.
Jeffrey saying, just right click me. Right click attack all.
I think
Alex.
both of these players are like the opposite of camera shy. It's been real fun to listen in on. Oh, the Chaos Defiler
Fetching.
is here.
Grabbing a Chaos Defiler with Goblin Engineer.
I think we had a mana still floating. So currently we're having colorless mana in God knows what zone. Oh, Chaos Defiler, does that only target get non-artifacts? It's like it is just one chosen at random.
Yeah, so you
Oh, I
choose one
see.
for each opponent, and then you
Yeah, choose one for
destroy
each
at
opponent
random.
and destroys one at random. So he does get to choose which permanent is vindicated.
Exactly.
It just says random twice, so cancels itself out.
And so Alex is going to clean this one up in a quick 2-0. Players chatting about their match, chatting about everything else. They're obviously quite close, laughing at the table, deboarding.
It's store locals to Game Hub, so probably just having a good chat. Probably end up playing against each other a whole bunch. So that's going to conclude it for this round 6. Congratulations to Alex. We will be seeing him in top 8 very likely. At least I assume as much. We are going to try to find a backup match, but if we cannot, we apologize. It's probably going to be a little bit longer break until top 8. But I do appreciate you guys tuning in. It is absolutely so wonderful having everyone here. Oh, never mind. We will not see one of these players in top 8. I lied to you guys. This was table 11.
Yeah, just a couple of friends of Game Hub wanted to feature them, their chummy match. So we'll see if we can find you a backup match. And we will be back shortly when we have one. If not, we will see you at the beginning of round 6. Or semifinals.
Howdy, everyone. Looks like we're back in action. There is another match that we found that we're going to be watching. We don't know the decks exactly yet, but we are back. It looks like it might be a control or Nadu list versus something isn't.
Yeah, it seems like Brendan is playing some Volcanic Islands today. And then on the other end, we do have some Flooded Strands, a Teferi, a couple of Swords to Plowshares, as well as a Boseiju. So
I think this might be Is It Painter again.
could be. Looks like we're starting off with a Vulcan and an Urza Saga against a Flooded Strand and a basic island. So we'll see.
Oh, that's a
what's going
didgeridoo.
on. Is that a didgeridoo?
I think that's a didgeridoo. Is that not a didgeridoo at the start of his hand?
Douglas declaring that he is assembling basic Tron at the start of the game. Shoveling up Douglas down to 19 off of the fetch. Draws for turn.
See,
Picks up a Brainstorm.
shirt game again on point for at least one of these players. And then the basic check. We don't have a basic on Brennan yet, but Douglas is using the basics that I use on Moto, so they're at least like somewhat acceptable. I don't like the basics that I use on Moto, but like I said, they're acceptable. Yeah, this is Nadu.
Yeah, we do see a Nadu at the front of the library there. Lots of Delighted Halflings, a ton of different targets for that. So Douglas is on Bant Nadu. Again, assembling basic Lantron, all three of them.
Dude, I think this is a didgeridoo. I think it's a didgeridoo, man. I saw it again. I can't get it out of my head. I'm pretty sure it's a didgeridoo.
We'll have to see.
It's so a didgeridoo, man.
Douglas casts a Teferi and asks, does that resolve? Brennan, thinking for just a moment. Says it resolves. Teferi bounces the Urza
yeah.
Saga.
Teferi will die on Brendan's turn. However, playing the Ponza game off this little bit rough for Mr. Brendan here.
Brennan taking down the Teferi with a Galvanic Discharge. Brennan plays the Urza Saga for turn, the one that was Bouncer's hand, and passes it back over to Douglas. Goes ahead with a Brainstorm to start. Then puts back a land and a Force Negation and fetches those away. Brings himself down to 17. Grabs the Tundra. Brennan says, now my Blood Moon is online.
Blood Moon Saga strategy. Something brand new to 2025. A lot of lands in Mr. Brennan's hand.
Yeah, that was the issue for both players until Douglas was able to shuffle some away with the Brainstorm fetch land. Brennan goes ahead and plays an Ancient Tomb.
Bro, I'm getting edged. I so pray that this is a goddamn didgeridoo. It's also two very different styles of Nadu. There's like a Stoneforge version, Shuko version that currently is being played. Definitely the more fun version, I think. I haven't seen the Stoneforges in.
Yeah, I haven't seen any Stoneforges yet. We'll see if we can get both versions on the stream here today.
You have your wish. There also wasn't a Tamio in the old list.
Perfect. So we are committing for a Stoneforge.
I want to know what the Minotaur is so bad.
Grabs a Cryptic Coat.
I didn't realize that card is legal in this format. By legal, I mean good.
Douglas
Oh, we're
goes ahead
Besageing the Saga.
and Besages the Saga. Doesn't
The
want Brendan to search.
but the Besage costs 1, by the way, so it's really funny that we chose to just float a mana, take one of
Brendan responds with a construct and goes and searches for a basic land or a land with a basic land type. Brendan consults the hand to see what he wants to grab. Goes ahead and grabs a volcanic island. And Douglas goes in and passes the turn over. Brendan picks up a card for turn. Second tomb is
We're going to
entered
hard
play.
cast the Force of Will now.
We are in hardcast Force of Will territory.
Card is that in hand. One with the Duskmorn board. Is that a Magus in the Moon?
I think that makes sense. Douglas gets into the red zone, makes a clue, and passes the turn back with 5 mana available. Definitely nothing going on Douglas' side. Just passing with no interaction at all, for sure.
Yeah. Yeah.
Brendan picks
Definitely
up.
doesn't want to draw 2. I think that is a Magus. Didgeridoo!
Didgeridoo has entered the stack.
We're here, chat.
So this card is a 1-mana artifact that says, for 3, you may put a Minotaur permanent card from your hand onto the battlefield.
This is like one of the most surprising cards on the reserve list.
Douglas says it resolves, flips over his Tameo. Brennan gets into the red zone, attacking Tameo for 2. And Tameo is down. Brendan passes the turn back to Douglas, untaps with his Cryptic Coat. Decides to draw on end step. Untaps. Picks up a Shuko for turn, and we did see a Nadu in hand, so we'll see if he wants to go for it.
Yeah, I assume that he could probably sniff out some amount of counter magic. He's been playing to this Cryptic Coat game for a while now, and I assume it's just going to be the strategy. Oh! I didn't even realize there was a Nadu under this thing.
The manifest does turn out to be a Nadu. Never didn't have it.
I mean, it is only 4 triggers. How bad could it go?
Shuko targeting the Stoneforge Mystic. Reveals a force of will. Adding a couple of force of wills, a sword to plowshares, and a land. Land goes directly into play.
It's unblockable too. This is absolutely messed up. Poor Didgeridoo guy. Come on, put in a Minotaur. Don't take this. Wait, is that a full text island I saw?
It could be.
Dude, the didgeridoo player with the full text basics just makes so much sense. I didn't realize it. Wait, whoa. That was that bulk mythic from bulk rare from Dragon's Maze. The one where we get to choose combats. That's a minotaur that I saw.
No way.
I don't remember the name of it. It's like 7 mana. Oh, I'm gonna find it. One sec.
Brady goes ahead and fetches with the Flesh Strand, grabs out a volcanic island. Takes 4, or was it 5?
Boros Battle Shaper. 7 mana, 5/5. At the beginning of each combat, up to 1 target creature attacks or blocks this combat, and up to 1 target creature can't attack or block this combat.
That's sweet. Didgeridoo number 2 has entered the field.
Didgeridoo? More like didgeridoo, baby.
Really getting the full value is Brendan. Is that a standstill in Brendan's hand?
What is happening?
Brendan throwing us some curveballs. Yeah.
The response is, okay.
Amazing. Absolutely riveting gameplay from the players here at the end of
Oh,
round
dude.
6.
Who breaks the standstill? That's actually kind of important.
Douglas saying, I still get to draw 4 cards with Nadu. So in response to the standstill, Douglas swords to Plowshares the construct token, and then says it resolves. Brandon just thinking on which land he wants to play for turn. Plays a Scalding Tarn. And shifts the turn back over to Douglas. It's a very interesting standstill. I feel like Douglas has lots to do between Cryptic Coat and Stoneforge without needing to cast any spells, as well as drawing multiple cards a turn from Nadu. Douglas draws his 4 cards off the Nadu triggers, gets into the red zone for 5, plays a Surveil land for turn. Douglas passing, and he believes he has 8 cards, so we'll have to go to discard. He has 9 cards, so
I feel like we're gonna need a minotaur to really make this game go back into our favor.
we are going to need a Minotaur. Something I did not think I would hear on the broadcast today.
Oh, it's in his hand! Wait! No, the Boros guy's in his hand!
We may see a Minotaur enter play this turn.
Oh, wait. Does Nadu have ward? Does Cryptico give ward too?
I think the disguise has ward too, but not when you flip it up.
Oh my god.
Here we go. We're taking 2. We're activating Didgeridoo.
This is so funny just to get swords and break the standstill, but... Oh, bro, now we get to, like, force battle? Wait, what is
We
this?
do
Oh,
get
that's a
to
brazen
force
power.
battle.
Oh, thought that was a new Minotaur I had to read.
We have a couple of forces in hand for Brendan, but we know that Douglas has at least 2 forces in his. So Douglas should win the force battle.
I don't think he does he? I think there's also 2 forces in Brendan's hand.
Yeah, but Brendan has to be the first one to force because he has to answer the sword supply.
Yeah. It is the swords. It's not the Boros we're fighting over.
And I think this will actually kill him because he has to pay 1 life twice.
He doesn't have to. He doesn't have to fight well, actually, the swords is still on stack. The swords is going to resolve.
Oh yeah, he will gain some life.
Bro, come on, Minotaur man.
Amazing. Didgeridoo has been activated in this Legacy Round 6.
God, anything can happen 6 rounds into Legacy, man.
Absolutely amazing. So just doing the Shuko stuff. Drawing some cards with Nadu. Douglas has spoil of choice.
It doesn't resolve. It does. It doesn't. Yes, it will.
Opts to pay 1 energy to get rid of the 2 didgeridoos. As well
Dude,
as
we were so close to greatness.
we were so close to greatness. Deploys another Shuko in order to keep the Nadu loops going. So for those that don't know, Nadu is a creature that gives all of your creatures, when this creature becomes the target of a spell or ability, reveal the top card of your library. If it's a land, it goes into play. If it's a non-land, it goes into your hand. Shuko is an equipment with equip 0. So what you can do is, as long as you have 2 creatures, you can equip it between the 2 creatures in order to trigger the Nadu and reveal the top card of your library twice per creature that you control in order to either draw a card or put a land into play. So Douglas trying to bury Brendan in card advantage.
Yeah, I think Brendan's on his last little wishes here. Sadly, our didgeridooer is gonna don't win.
And Brendan
That's
extends
GG's.
the hands. Nadu takes down our hero, the didgeridoo Minotaur player.
Yeah, turns out when you have content creators on your Magic the Gathering set thoughts, Nadu gets spawned. So, yeah. Anyways, that's going to be it for the rest of this round. We got a minute 30. We're going to figure out what our top 8 ends up looking like. We will come back with a quarterfinals match when you talk to us next. That's going to be it for me and Graham for a little bit. Probably about 5-10 minutes until we get into our next match. Don't go away. The action will be right back soon on the ChillerPillar Legacy Open on Sunday.
See you soon. Hello, ChillerPillar Open viewers. Looks like after 6 rounds of Swiss, we do have our top 8. You see them walking through, looking to get some photos here. I'm going to read out your top 8 here for you. So it is a clean cut today. In first place with 15 match points is Tobias Roos. Second place, Josh Edgar with 15 match points. In third and fourth place, both with 14 match points, Kevin Kwong and Nam Dang. And then fifth through eighth, rounding out our top 8, all with 13 match points. Like I said, it is a clean cut. We have Zach Turchansky in fifth, Daniel S. in sixth, Marvin A. in seventh, and Ken Darlington in eighth. Congratulations goes to our top 8. We're going to grab some photos of our top 8, folks. We're going to try and grab you a match and some deck lists, and we'll be back very, very shortly with your quarterfinal match. Once again, congratulations to our top 8. And just taking this moment, you saw our sponsor ad roll while we were offline there. Shout out to all of our sponsors, Game Hub, Face to Face, as well as all of the others that are able to pitch in for any prizing or any support of this wonderful ChillerPillar Open 2025. And we will see you very, very shortly for our quarterfinals. Stick around.
Howdy, howdy, players. We are officially here with our first top 8 match. It's seat 1, Tobias, versus seat 8, Ken. It's going to be Reanimator Mirror. So we're going to see how this goes. Uh, I believe it was Tobias as the seat 1, so he's going to have the play. And finally, Graham, finally, we have some competitive shirts.
These are close. These are close. We've got some very interesting ones on both sides. I
Can't really
think
fully
I lean
tell.
towards Ken myself.
Yeah, Ken has one of those like fake, like where the words don't really mean anything. They just like pretty generic phrases in a bunch of different languages, which I think is absolutely hilarious. I think I spot Japanese and Korean on the same shirt. I think we
Yeah.
also saw Ken yesterday. I think I remember these tattoos. I think he had the pretty chill shirt from yesterday. He did win a couple games of that. The 1v1 shirts.
Yeah, I do believe he was around yesterday for a couple of games on the stream.
Hmm. Don't know anything about Tobias yet.
I think I like Tobias' shirt, but I'm not a fan of the color. I think the base color is what's kind of throwing me off.
Yeah, doo-doo brown is not often a color I enjoy sporting.
Not great. So it looks like Tobias is happy with his 7. Ken not happy, gonna mulligan down to 6. Tobias goes ahead and starts off with an Undercity Sewers and surveils top card into the bin.
So I think it's really funny that we officially know that 4 of the decks in top 8 are blue black reanimator. We don't have a whole lot of information on the other matches on who's there. If I remember, we might know one of the players or two, but Kevin Kwong we know is on Nadu. That's one of the decks in top 8. I think it's the only other one we might have an inkling for. Oh wait, do we see Daniel? I don't remember if we saw Daniel.
I think we did. I don't recall what he's on, however. But the boogeyman of the format, indeed, doing the
Remaining
boogeymaning.
in that way.
So we'll see how it goes. Getting into things here. Tobias, fetching. Grabbing an Underground Sea.
I see.
Does
We're
end up
fighting
going
over
for a reanimate.
Tamios.
Yeah, grabbing a Tamio. Wants to get that card advantage engine online. Interesting from Tobias because he ended up grabbing Ken's Tamio. Tobias has to be careful not to draw 3 cards in a turn because Tamio does read transformed under her owner's control.
Yeah, I wonder if we're gonna see any missteps there. I don't know how often of a play pattern that is. I feel like it probably happens often.
Yeah, it seems like something that would happen not infrequently in the mirror, but I'm certain not too often. Ken goes ahead and fetches, grabs an island. Haven't seen any basics out of Tobias yet, but a good choice of island for Ken here.
Yeah, I mean, like, beta's just always like the yeah, you got taste type beat, but it's not like any pack or any personality is in this. You know,
Yeah.
like my personal set of basics that I use in paper, just so people can like understand at least where I'm coming from on this, is some German black border. For sorry, German fourth edition black border or whatever, foreign black border.
Yep.
Personally, really big fan of them. I got all of the pretty arts. You don't have to worry about asking about which. The best one is what I got.
Yeah, and as we spoke about on the stream, my basics that I always use are Almond Cats or Arrow Devastation. Big fan of the Bolus Horns. I was a huge fan of that whole storyline.
Bolus is his number one enemy.
Correct, yeah. But also my number one friend.
You have a friend? Oh, wait, we're gonna see this
Tobias
cameo flip.
going ahead and casting a brainstorm, giving Ken his Tameo flipped over.
I don't think he knows.
Yeah, Tobias
Tobias is figuring it out. Yeah.
and tosses it back over to Ken.
He learned.
We'll see if that comes back to bite him. Goes ahead and fetches, grabs out an Underground Sea. Tobias opts to shuffle with the Ponder. And just shortcutting to draw a card, passes the turnover so that Ken can get started. Ken gonna cast a Ponder of his own. Lots of 1-mana cantrips being cast
There's a
this
foil in
round.
there. Yeah, I was like kind of bummed out to get the blue black mirror, but at least we are probably going to be the.
Yeah, I think these are pretty interesting matches. I think there are some nuances to have to navigate them.
Oh.
By starting out with a Polluted Delta, casting another Brainstorm, lots of cards being drawn.
Yeah, I don't know what the plan for Ken is. Sorry, for Tobias is here. It might have been. It had to have just been a misstep, and now he has to figure out how to deal with this Tamio. But the problem is he doesn't really have a way.
Thinking on this Brainstorm, just thinking about which 2 cards to put back. We do have a Fetch Line in play in order to shuffle away anything that he doesn't want.
So many decisions on these cantrips, man. Legacy complex format.
Yeah, absolutely, very complicated. Goes ahead and cracks the Fetch Land.
See, I don't have much to say. It's just going. Oh, both players beta enjoyers. I don't know if they're both. I can't tell what the swamp is. In English. I think that's alpha, actually.
And looks like we're gonna see a Thoughtseize. It could be alpha. Met with a Daze, bouncing that basic island.
Yeah.
Chen draws a card for turn. Replays that basic island. Ticks up the Tameo. Passes the turn back.
Oh, there's the Entomb. That's called a removal spell. Arcana Cruelty, I think, is one of the only ways that Tobias has of removing Tameo.
Yeah, we're gonna see.
That Atraxa.
Oh, Tobias grabbing the Atraxa.
Interesting. Does Tobias have the Archon?
We're gonna have a
There
force.
is an
battle.
Archon. So interesting that he chooses the Atraxa here.
So the reanimate targets the Atraxa, and we have a force from Ken. It met with a force from Tobias.
I'm just not familiar enough with the mirror to know what the logic is behind grabbing the Archon here to try to answer. Yeah. I think it might have something to do with the fact that if it gets killed and then reanimated by Ken, it's like really, really, really bad, and there's just no beating that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's very curious. I think.
Oh, the Archon's in hand. We figured it out.
Very good. So Tobias going to go ahead and refill the hand, grabs Wasteland, Reanimate, Force of Will, as well as a Tameo. Just thinking, making sure that he doesn't want to take anything else. Says, yep, shuffles him, puts him to the bottom. Now we've got to see what the answer for Ken is. Picks up card for turn. Now we do know that Tobias has a Force and a blue card in that Tameo.
Yeah, I don't know what removal spells exactly exist. I think there is like the Shieldred's Edict that it could pop up. There's also just bounce effects. Brazen Borrower are pretty important here. Both of these players made top 8, so they're quite skilled in the legacy format at least. Or blue black is just utterly broken. They probably are much more familiar with the mirrors than I could probably ever would be.
Looks like in the main deck, from Ken's side, I'm not seeing any removal spells. I see a Brazen Borrower that could deal with this. Could deal with this Atraxa as well as an Archon of Cruelty, but no Shieldred's Edict in the main deck.
What do we reanimate targeting? Is it the Tameo? Or
Certain.
Tobias is sitting here thinking. Oh, it's an
Oh, it looks
Archon.
like
I
there's
see.
an Archon in the graveyard. Yep.
It's just off camera.
So probably gonna eat a Force of Will here, but we do see that Ken has a Daze in order to answer that Force of Will.
Thank you for adjusting it. Now we're able to see it fully and
Appreciate that, Mike. So Tobias lets the Reanimate resolve. Ken
yeah,
is
that
gonna
means
net take 5.
ooh, wait, this I didn't realize how low it puts Tobias. He has no chance to try to regain life here. Oh, but he
Does
puts
end up
in his own. He needs an animate dead to be able to not worry about the life as much.
Yeah, and I believe we know the rest of his hand, so he's got to top the tap of his deck and hope to find an Animate Dead here.
I think it's just an animate dead that does it.
I think so. Goes for a
Yeah.
Ponder.
He does have the force for the days if theoretically okay, there it is.
Nothing.
Not finding the answers.
Nothing found. Tobias scoops it up. Ken takes down game 1. And we're gonna head off to sideboards here. I expect to see some pretty same sideboards, or at least pretty close. Let's have a look. We'll start with Ken here. Ken has 2 Consigned to Memory, 2 Orcish Bowmaster, 2 Dothy Voidwalker, 2 Fatal Push, 1 Hydroblast, 1 Engineered Explosives, 1 Force of Negation, 1 Dress Down, 1 Bitter Triumph, 1 No Rod, 1 Kaito Bane of Nightmares. I think the thing that jumps out to me the most here is the Dothy Voidwalkers. How about you?
Yeah, so what my understanding of the mirror is you take out a lot of these like your Entomb Reanimate package just because you both have access to it. So it becomes a little more awkward that way. So you sorry, just trying to avoid yawning. Dothy Voidwalker comes in and to really just like try to play this mid-rangey game and try to stop your opponent from from enabling them to do the reanimate thing. I think other cards that will come in as well as Bowmasters. Bowmaster being able to stop the brainstorms. Kaito again trying to rebuy things. Bitter Triumph's probably going to come in. There are a lot of problematic permanents, like we saw the flipped Tameo mishap. I don't think there's anything else that I'm way too interested in for this reanimator list.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. And I don't think there's really anything else that needs to come in.
Yeah,
I'm interested in maybe the Kaito, but I don't think it's.
I think the Kaito's fine. I think it's good.
On the other side of the table for Tobias, we have 2 Consigned to Memory, 1 Brazen Borrower, 3 Force Negation, 1 Fatal Push, 2 Null Rod, 1 Go for the Throat, 3 Dothy Voidwalkers, and 2 Barrowglyphs.
So yeah, we see the difference here being an extra Dothi Voidwalker and the Barrowglyphs for the side of Tobias. I think these next matchups are going to be more Tobias favored based on the sideboard. Barrowglyph, we didn't see any in the opposing sideboard when we were talking about it. Or if there was some, I just missed them then. But Barrowglyph is going to be really important in this matchup, both filling the graveyard for trying to hit fatties to try to reanimate, but also just being another threat that they have to answer. The third Dothi Voidwalker will also probably make some amount of an appearance or a difference.
Yeah. Ken, notably, no Barrel Ghost in the sideboard, but he does have 2 in the main deck.
That's where they are. Okay, so Ken more likely to win game 1, and I think these games 2 and 3 are going to be quite more competitive. So let's get into it. Let's see what's going on. The other cards that I think I want to also quickly mention: Force Negation, probably going to make its way in. Go for the Throat, likely making its way into Fatal Push. Maybe. It depends. It depends what their philosophy is. If they want to go fully off of the reanimation, the big fatty plans, or you're just trying to reanimate more of these mid-range cards.
Yeah, absolutely. So taking a look at our player 7s here. Sounds like both are okay. Tobias is going to start off with the Surveil Land. Quickly keeps on top, passes it over to Ken, picks up a fetch land for turn. Plays a Misty, fetches right away. Grabs a basic island. And starts off with a Ponder. Salting the hand before making a decision here. Keeps him on top, draws one of them for turn, and passes it back over to Tobias. Tobias
Ah, yes.
answers with his own Ponder.
Blue, black reanimator mirrors. Yes. Yes, sir. I've never seen these plays before.
Cantrip after cantrip after cantrip until they're dead. Goes ahead and plays a polluted Delta for turn. Ships it back over to Ken. Ken draws. Picks up a Tameo. Plays a Wasteland and casts a tomato, as he calls it.
A tomato.
A tomato.
It is a pretty fun one to say.
Tobias picks up an island for turn. Fetches out with his polluted Delta. Grabs a swamp.
Yeah,
Goes ahead and
enough
pushes
wastelands.
the Tameo.
That's yeah. Players just not liking getting wasteland. To be fair, I'm a big wasteland hater too. I like keeping my lands in play.
True. I do believe we see a Dothi Voidwalker in hand for Tobias, so a little bit awkward with the mana sources here, but worth it to avoid the Wastelands. We do see that he picks up a Verdant to go and find a new land for this turn.
Yeah, it looks like we might see a Dothy come into play. We might hold it a turn to try to play around days, but
Goes ahead and plays the Verdant Catacombs and passes over to Ken. Ken's going to crack his fetch land on Tobias instead. Grabs an Undercity Sewers to surveil. Take a little look. Likes it, keeps it on top, untaps. Play and crack fetch land, grab a basic swamp. See what he thinks this turn.
and it's the Babylor. The main deck boogeyman, and it's getting dazed. And it's getting dazed back. I like
Tobias
this.
says,
Oh,
pay for days and says, oh yeah. And then forces the days.
yeah. I think that might get double day.
I believe we see another force in Tobias's hand with a blue card.
Yeah, I don't know if we want to expend the force though. But the other blue card is an additional force, but I thought there was a daze floating around. Maybe I'm wrong. But it is another daze, but it wasn't a second force, it was just the one.
Yeah. (18 to 16 players confirming life totals. Chatter asking if the modern lists from yesterday will be posted. Lists from yesterday, unfortunately, are not public, so no posting on there. Tobias going ahead and cracking his verdant, grabbing an underground sea. Goes ahead and reanimates the barrel going taken 3 and casts a Murktide Regent, developing a couple of threats this turn, sniffing out that Ken is probably out of resources because he lost the fight for the Barrowglyph. Adds 5 counters to his Murktide and passes the turnover. Ken develops another Barrowglyph. Looks like we have sorcery, land, instant, and creature. So they will be 4/5s. Tobias casts a Dothy Voidwalker pre-combat. Attacks for 12. Tobias will gain 4.
Yeah, game's looking pretty good for Tobias here.
Picks up another Dothy Voidwalker off of the Barrowglyph. Passes the turnover. Yeah, Ken looking like he's in a pretty rough spot now. We see that Kaito hitting the bin. It grows the Barrowglyphs.
Yeah, I guess just going band for band. Yeah, I guess he was just trying to find some sort of creature blocker, something to try to help make him live against this Murktide Regent. But instead, Ken's Barrowglyph will betray him, and we move on to game 3.
Yeah, pretty quick game.
Quick for blue black
Heading-
standards, yeah.
Yeah, heading on to game 3. Definitely not as many cantrips cast that way. But
Yeah.
heading off to game 3, Ken will have the choice of play or draw. Rereading Ken's shirt, it does say, I am a dragon, and this dumpster is my pile of gold.
I think it's Mountain of Gold, but yeah.
You are right.
I don't know if it says the exact same thing in all the languages that are currently on there, because I think it's a different one.
It does kind of look like different ones, but I'm not certain.
Pretty sure it's a mix of Korean and Japanese, but it could be wrong. It's hard to tell. I don't see enough unique characters to try to make up anything or make out everything. It does maybe just look like it might all just be Japanese. There's one character that looks a little bubbly that to be Korean, but I don't think it is actually. I think it might just be some weird phrasing.
It could be. So Ken and Tobias both looking at their 7s. See what they decide. Gorgeous. Dumpster in quotation marks. Ken starts with a fetch land.
Pass it back to Tobias. Tobias, same thing. Fetch land, cracks it right away. Down to 19, grabs an island. Starting off with a ponder.
Long day here in the booth, talking about legacy.
Tobias chooses to shuffle with the ponder. Yeah, six rounds of Swiss into our quarter. Still got another 2 more rounds after this. Very excited to bring you more legacy coverage.
More blue black mirrors, probably.
More blue black mirrors. We're guaranteed at least one next round, or at least one blue black player.
We're guaranteed at least 2 because 1 versus 4 seat is also another mirror.
Amazing. Blue black showing up in droves this top 8. Ken fetches a survey lane, keeps it on top, and Thought seizes Tobias. Looks at a hand of Wasteland, Dothy Voidwalker, Brainstorm, Undercity Sewers, Go for the Throat, Wasteland, and Tameo. So 2 Wastelands in here. What are we thinking about taking on the Thoughtseize?
I think the Dothy is just like the safest thing, especially if you have like any sort of follow up, like a reanimation. You could just absolutely own your opponent here.
Yeah, I think taking a look and seeing that he doesn't really have any interaction means that if you have a reanimate, taking the Dothy and just being able to reanimate it right away is pretty strong. We'll see what Ken does. He does end up fetching, grabbing an Underground Sea. We'll see if he does have that reanimate. Looks like he does. So he'll take 2. Down to 14. And we'll see what Tobias has to answer. A little bit awkward. We did see that Go for the Throat, but the only black land that we see in his hand is a tap land.
Yeah, so hopefully you're not going to bin anything too important off this. Tameo not really being the most important thing, especially when you have a follow-up one that they could just kill, and then you get to steal back and hopefully never flip. But, ooh, yeah, the Wasteland on the Black Source. Ooh, pray that we eventually actually end up getting a real Black Source.
Yeah, absolutely. So Wasteland's the black source on Tobias's end. Attacks in. Tobias takes 3, down to 19. Cracks in with Tameo, creates a clue. Gonna cast Ponder. I don't believe that we have found a black source quite yet. So probably digging for that. Ken flashes in a Orcish Bowmaster. I believe he goes upstairs. Resolving the Ponder. Tobias decides to shuffle. Just a quick update on the rest of our top 8. Looks like we have 2 blue-black mirrors, as Ash mentioned. Then we have Lands versus Nadu and Painter versus Mystic Forge combo. So we might get your wish, Ash, of seeing this Mystic
Forge.
We'll see how it goes here.
Yeah, so one side of the bracket. So we will be seeing another Reanimator versus Reanimator mirror in this one because Seat 4 versus 5 is another blue-black mirror. So 2 blue-black mirrors will have to be played out to figure out the best blue-black player to go against the best. I'm going to say a pretty liberally jank player on the other side of the bracket.
Yeah, we'll see how this ends up. Tobias opting to start attacking the mana and ships the turn back. Not a lot else he can do right now. It feels like he's falling pretty far behind. He's already down to 8 and only has a Tameo in play. These reanimates are looking pretty rough in the hand. Not going to be able to take advantage of those ones. He's going to take 4. Looks like he found a Brainstorm. And Tobias is going to extend the hand. Unfortunately, can't cantrip through an Orcish Bowmaster. And we have our first Reanimator player moving on to the semifinals. In Ken Darlington. Congratulations goes to Ken. Very good run for Tobias. Coming in as our first seed.
Yeah. Congratulations, Tobias, on your run. I feel like it's just automatically unlucky to just lose out the second you get into top 8. So unfortunate there, but again, congratulations to Ken. I think his run was cut short yesterday. I think he died first round in top 8, if I remember correctly, or we saw him on coverage at some point. And now he gets to extend his time existing on coverage. So we're gonna try to see if any of the other matches are still playing and willing to come over and show us what's going on. Uh, Until then, I don't think we have anything scheduled for you. Players are just cleaning up their sideboards, chit chatting away. We appreciate you guys hanging out, and we'll see you guys when the next match pops up.
See you guys very soon. right, ChillerPillar Open viewers. Looks like we did find another match for you in our quarterfinals. We are going to have Ash's Wish Mystic Forge on stream versus Big Red.
Hell, freaking yeah, chat. Are we excited?
It's going to be a very interesting match. We'll see how it goes. I'm very excited to bring you some additional magic in this quarterfinals. Players are just getting seated, getting situated.
Getting warmed up, making sure they're, everything is ready to go for game number 3.
Absolutely, I'm excited. It's
Yeah, me too.
I think it'll be a good final game here.
Definitely been a slog. I'm sweating more than most of the players.
See if we can see some additional Mystic Forge in the semifinals here.
I want to see Forge go burr.
It'll be interesting to see how Mono Red can disrupt.
Oh, bro, we got the ChillerPillar 1v1.
The
What one
top
guy's wearing
8
the shirt,
mats.
so
True. T-shirt game here obviously goes to the Pillar player. Josh Edgar over here. Across the table. Another basic black shirt. So we'll have to see. I do spy
I'm not reading the initiative. Don't even tell me about it.
an initiative token at the
I'm
bottom.
not
there.
reading it.
Interesting. Sorry, it's not Big Red. It's actually Naya Initiative here. So Ash gonna be learning how the initiative works this
Nope.
game.
Can't make me.
Josh Edgar on the right.
I definitely see a lot more cooler cards on this other side. I think I'm more into this Mystic Forge thing.
Marvin on the left. Looks like
Cooler
Marvin's not
cards.
happy with the 7. Same with Josh. Both gonna toss back, take a gentleman 6. Now, can you tell me at least what the dungeon is called for the initiative?
That's actually the one thing I could not tell you. Like realistically, I think I can name more things that are in the dungeon than what the dungeons like something of the Mad God or something. I don't actually know.
I think that's one of the different dungeons. I believe the initiative is the Undercity. Yeah, there we go.
Wow. Okay, that's all the reading I'm doing.
That's
You can't
it.
force
That's
me
all you
anymore.
got.
Nope. Can't make me do anymore. I know there's like a basic. I know you look at the top 7 at some point. I'll deal with that when it comes. I mean, that's what you're for. It's the play-by-play. Come on.
Well, we'll see. Let's see what we can get going here with Naya Initiative. Both players taking a look at their 6. Making sure to give a big long think. This quarterfinal match is important. Looks like Marvin's going to 5 and Josh as well. Both players not liking
I mean,
their 7s and 6s.
they're both mulliganing for different reasons. The Naya Initiative deck is just trying to put a big dumb idiot that steamrolls the game into play, while the Mystic Forge one is just trying to set up a fast mana into a quick payoff to continue just doing that cycle. So we'll see which one ends up working out more.
Which do you think is favored in the mulligan department? The more mulligans they take, which deck is favored?
I think Mystic Forge has the potential to do more busted things on 5 cards, while the Naya Initiative player will do more consistent things.
I think that makes sense. All right. Let's take a look at the 5s. See if we can get a keepable hand.
I think if both players end up mulliganing to 4, I think there might be a mutual agreement.
There could
Yeah,
be.
Drawn land and planar nexus. So this is at least a keep on the Mystic Forge side. Turn 2 Karn will probably do enough work.
It looks like it is the tower to enable that turn 2 card, which is very, very nice. Marvin does keep. Josh, I think, is still thinking.
Probably just like thinking in a different way. Less physically obvious to us, but probably keeping. I think I saw some lands and some spells in that hand.
Yep. Looks like both players are going to go for a keep. Marvin puts 2 on the bottom. Josh is putting 2 on the bottom as well. And Marvin is going to start us off on the play for this game 3.
Yeah, so this next turn is the turn where we're gonna see all the broken degenerate stuff. Mr. Forge does enter the hand, but we're missing a lot of the combo specifically. So it depends what sideboard cards we end up having here. I haven't really checked out what cards are exactly in the Mystic Forge list, but if we do deploy a Karn, we could get a pretty quick lockout here.
So, Ash, can you explain how Urza's Tower and Planar Nexus interact together?
I can. Planar Nexus is every type. That being every Urza's tower, every Urza's land. And Urza's tower says if you control all of the lands, well, then it adds 3 mana. So Planar Nexus is just basically both of the other Tron lands. It actually just only filtrates.
So that gives us access to the 4 mana on turn 2 in order to cast this Karn the Great Creator.
Yeah, I'm looking at the sideboard just to quickly see, is there anything maybe that we kind of want to look at here? I think the things that I'm thinking about are either this liquid metal coating, so you could just try to like kill this, stop the opponent's mana from having him spam threats. I think Ancient Tomb is one of the more powerful cards in the initiative deck. It's just whether or not the opponent has a creature to be able to play, and depends on which creature exactly it is that we're going to come down next turn. I don't hate proactively getting an ensnaring bridge.
And so it looks like Marvin does end up going for the liquid metal coating, down taking the Karn, and shipping it back over to Josh. Josh starts out with a Once Upon a Time for free first spell he's cast this game.
Okay, when I look at Marvin's hand, I feel a little bit better about him going for this like liquid metal coating thing as the player with probably the most Karn experience, at least with the liquid metal coating here. At least in the call. Graham, I'm sorry, I'm taking this one. I win the Karn battle, but it is a little scary when your opponent is knowingly gonna cast a scary creature on this next turn. At least very likely. What I'm referring to is some of the initiative creatures just have the chance to just snowball games the second they. So taking this opportunity to say, hey, if you have a 3-drop, this is your turn to play it. Okay.
So Josh is going to take 2 and cast a Clarion Conqueror.
Now, Clarion Conqueror makes this a little awkward. Locomotive coding does not work. The Karn does not work. So the play that Marvin was setting up for turn 2 completely nullified 1 card. Oh, that's Urza's Workshop, I want to say. It's like a Metalcraft land. Yeah, he doesn't have Metalcraft, so it doesn't have the special ability. Takes it back instantly to just think about it the opponent takes it just to look at it. But if he has Metalcraft, he adds 1 for each of his Urza's lands. Currently, that would be 3 because Planar Nexus is an Urza's land.
Yep. And so he's just thinking about his turn 2 play here. Turn 3 play, sorry.
Yep. Because Lux Command's going to get around this exactly. The play is exile, make 2 spawns, or 3 spawns. 2 of the spawns immediately getting used for this liquid metal coating. Ancient Tomb. So the way that this interaction works is liquid metal coating is going to target the Ancient Tomb, and it's going to make it an artifact. Karn says you're going to become an artifact creature equal to your mana value. Ancient Tomb's mana value is 0, so therefore a 0/0 will die instantly.
Yep. So Marvin pulling quite far ahead this game. Going forward, he can Stone Rain a land every turn, provided that this Karn and this liquid metal coating survive. We're going to see how Josh Edgar can dig himself out of this one. Ends up going for a Chalice of the Void for 1, sorry, and passes it back to Marvin.
Yeah, I think that forest was that's kind of a sign of weakness. There's not as many green cards as you may think in the deck. So I think we're gonna see the Cavern of Souls get out of here. I don't know what it was exactly naming. I can't tell you a single creature type on Clarion Conqueror. Bird is my best guess. Oh my god, there's a Tezzeret. Chat.
The Cruel Captain has entered the stack.
I'm trying to find myself some of these cards so that I can play them in face to face. So he's untapping the Liquid Metal Coin, which is going to turn off the land on the opponent's turn. Wow, this was a
So,
beating, and I'm so happy I got to be a part of this.
Activated abilities of artifacts can be activated because of Karn, and so we turn the basic force into an artifact, which means that we cannot activate it for mana.
And you know what they say, rut row reggy. I think we got it over. Also, I
Josh,
like how
even-
we have a single 1 die on this spawn instead of just having him vibe.
Josh missing his land drop there, passing the turn back over, and I think Marvin is running away quite handily with this game.
Yeah, I don't know even the full text on Tezzeret. All I know is that Tezzeret's going to do.
We'll pull up the Cruel Captain just to make sure we're aware.
And I
of
pull
what's
up.
So Tezzeret has a static ability. Whenever an artifact you control enters, put a loyalty counter on Tezzeret. The 0 untaps an artifact creature, and if it's an artifact creature, it gets a +1/+1. You can -3 to search your library for an artifact card with mana value 1 or less. In this deck, it'll be Manifold Keys as well as Voltaic Keys, as well as any other hate pieces, and put it into your hand. And then the -7 is you get an emblem with at the beginning of combat on your turn. Put 3 +1/+1 counters on target artifact you control. If it's not a creature, it becomes an 0/0 robot artifact creature. Looks like Marvin going for the flawless victory here. Josh passing the turn with only a Chalice of the Void in play. And I think it's probably just a little too late for Josh to come back from this. Grabs a Glaring Fleshraker. With a Mystic Forge in play, we could start doing the thing. Looks like we're going to minus the Karm to grab something from the sideboard. Goes for a Lattice.
Yeah, Lattice is what actually ends the game. Yeah, so casting the Lattice is going to block him out of the game. The way this works is everything will become an artifact. And so currently everything on Josh's side cannot be activated. That being mana, that being literal anything. So Josh is not going to be able to cast spells for mana at any more points in this game. The only way he'll be able to pay for spells is these spirit guides that will exist in his hand for a little bit.
Looks like Josh has seen enough, extends the hand, concedes to Marvin, and Mystic Forge is going to carry on to our semifinals. Congratulations goes to Marvin.
Yo, can we see this Mystic Forge deck again? Can we make sure this guy's on coverage again? I want to see this again. I immediately back into coverage. The blue-black mirror I got a little bit lost on because of all the cantripping, but man, do I know everything that's kind of the
Perfect. And so again, congratulations to Marvin. I believe the rest of our quarterfinals are into game 3, just finishing up the last couple here.
Yeah, don't want to move a player mid-game, so sadly the content does come to an end, but don't worry, it's right back right after this.
See y'all soon for the semifinals.
Welcome back, everyone. Getting the players situated. We're going to see Kevin Kwong, our naughty player, play against Mystic Forge from the last round. We saw a little bit of his explosiveness in the Mystic Forge deck, and we decided this would be a lot more interesting to watch than another blue-black mirror. So, regardless of the winner of this match, they're going to have to defeat the Mortal blue-black. So, let's at least have a fun time before we get there. You know, we'll probably end up catching the game 3 of the Reanimator mirror. Graham, currently pissing. Yo, wait, Ross Miriam, yo, thanks for the raid. We are currently casting Legacy ChillerPillar Open in Kamloops, BC. It's a charity event run for cancer research. We have plenty of sponsors up here for the event in Canada. And yeah, thank you very much. I didn't realize when it all happened. Thank you very much. I believe Marvin will have the choice of player draw here. Players are looking at opening hands now. Don't think we've had any mulligans yet. Just looking for sevens. Personally, I'm thinking that the Mystic Forge player is going to have a good time in this match. I think his deck has all of the tools that are necessary to try to answer the Nadu combo. However, this hand definitely not going to be it. 1 card in the Great Creator, 2 card in Great Creators, 3 card in Great Creators, not perfect. You just kind of want the one. Card is great in multiples, but only way later on. Marvin throwing it back. It looks like Kevin ended up keeping, so happy 7 on the Naughty player. I think the only thing Marvin has going for him that I'm not the biggest fan of is the shirt, but I'm not going to say too much about that. Another mulligan here from Marvin. It looks like we're going down to 5. Planar Nexus is in hand. 2 Lotus Petals. I think that's a 4. Actually, I think that's a Manifold Key. Unclear. We'll probably figure it out when the time comes.
Looks like Marvin deciding to keep here.
Oh my god, Graham, welcome back.
Thank you so much. Kevin leading off with a Tundra and a Nomad's Encore. Pass the turn.
Already on the beatdown plan. This is a... Yeah, it is a Manifold Key. So this is going to be... I'm going to dump my hand into play the One Ring, see if it's good enough. If there's a Force Will on Kevin's side, it's going to make Marvin really sad. He's kind of dumping all of his mana, or all of his resources into this One Ring.
Kevin, cast a Brainstorm. Put some card back. Plays a Hedge Maze. Puts one of those cards into the graveyard. Crashes in for 1.
All right, Force of Will time, baby. Do we have it? And you kind of got to jam in Bray. You can like play this extra key, or is that a forge we just picked up?
I do think we picked up a forge.
Forge is just kind of awkward. You just don't have a whole lot of extra things to be doing.
Yeah.
It is definitely good force will bait, but the high upside of this One Ring is going to tempt him too much, and the force will is met.
A pretty heads up play from Marvin, playing out the Lotus Petal before casting the One Ring, playing around a daze there.
Does Nadu play days?
They could.
They could.
Kevin plays a Dried Arbor for turn, casts a Green Sun for 1, grabs a Noble Hierarch, ships the turn back over. Looks like we picked up. I believe that was another key that entered the hand, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, I do believe this is a key.
So Mystic Forge, 4-mana artifact. You may look at the top card of your library at any time, and then you can cast colorless cards from the top, I believe.
Yeah, it's just colorless cards. So I think what Marvin's trying to figure out, I think if I had to take a guess on what this top card is, it's probably just a big payoff that he does want to keep on top to be able to cast. Karn is then kind of what you want in this matchup. He's still thinking about it though. He's just jamming another Lotus Petal. I don't really know what the punish is for not doing it. The punish for not doing it is whether or not there is a glaring flesh rake or something. But Kevin's just assembling all of the parts of Nadu that don't matter. Suddenly, the Nadu matters.
Kevin doing the Nadu thing. So each one of these creatures gains the ability whenever this creature becomes the target of a spell or ability. Reveal the top card of your library. If it's a non-land, put it into hand. If it's a land, put it into play. And that can happen twice per creature, given by Nadu. And so Nomad's Encore has a 0-mana ability that says the next time a damage would be dealt to them, deal it to target creature instead. So Kevin is activating the 0 of Nomad's Encore, targeting all of his creatures twice, and then either drawing a card or putting a land into play. Kevin just shortcutting this Green Sun Zenith. Ends up doing X's 3.
Yeah, gonna just try to kill here with Spring Heart and then Tuco. Just gonna landfall whenever land enters, which gives 2 more to the combo.
Yep. Does end up missing. Doesn't find an extra land to trigger the Spring Heart and then Tuco. And Kevin passes the turn back with lots of counter magic available, a couple of Swords to Plowshares. And has the ability to do this all again on Marvin's turn should he choose to. It's like Marvin going for 7 mana.
Yeah, it's a Yugen that's not going to do a whole lot. It's going to cost a land, but and then
Yep.
eat a forest, I assume. Yeah, I think this is done, done, and done. Yep. Marvin also agrees. Marvin's packing it up.
Absolutely. I think it makes a lot of sense to just head to the next game.
I'm trying to find the Nadu list. It's somewhere around here.
Yeah, let's take a look at some sideboards. We'll see if we can grab the Nadu list here. But for now, we do have Marvin's
I have
sideboard
found it.
available. So sideboard from Marvin on the Mystic Forge combo side. We have 2 Disruptor Flute, 4 Leyline of the Void, 1 Ensnaring Bridge, 1 Liquid Metal Coating, 1 Mycosynth Lattice, 1 Mystic Forge, 1 Paradox Engine, 1 Portable Hole, 1 Tormod Script, and 2 Beseju Who Endures. Is there anything you're looking at here, Ash?
It's just the two Disruptor Flutes here. This is not a Leyline of the Void matchup. This is not a Boseiju matchup. This is just the Leyline, or sorry, just a Disruptor Flute matchup. You're probably going to end up cutting some cards that don't really matter, like Soul God Lantern. Just pray you can end up getting there.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. Not a lot for the Nadu matchup here.
No. This is one of the tougher matchups. This is just mainly about pod racing. You're just trying to out tempo your opponent, resolve your thing, and then go off. I think the problem is that one deck has Force of Will, one other deck doesn't. So the deck with Force of Will has at least that amount of protection. We are more focused on colorless hate pieces over here. But with the Naughty player, what do we got on the sideboard for him?
Yeah, we have 2 Carpet of Flowers, 1 Collector Oof, 2 Consign to Memory, 1 Deafening Silence, 1 Disruptor Flute, 2 Endurance, 2 Force of Vigor, 1 Lavinia Azorius Renegade, 2 Prismatic Ending, 1 Surgical Extraction. What jumps out to me first are these Force of Vigors and this Consign to Memory. Looks like they have quite a bit of value here.
Brother, I'm telling you, this guy's got everything for this matchup. He's got a Collector Oof, he's got 2 Consigns, he's got 2 Force of Vigors, he's definitely got Lavinia too. Lavinia will do some work in this matchup. Turns out that 4 mana One Ring, you need 4 lands for now. Good luck, Buster.
Yeah, absolutely. And it becomes pretty hard to interact with out of the Mystic Forge deck if it does come down on curve.
Yeah, I think the Mystic Forge player really did need this game one. It's not impossible. It's not over, but he really did need this game one to really try to stand a chance in this game. I think it's just going to get a lot harder.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think post board having 2 games to see all of these sideboard cards is going to be quite impressive. I think it'll be good to see if the Mystic Forge player can fight through. Players shuffling up, taking a look at their 7s. We'll see what they got as well. See if they're happy with what they got.
Yeah, I guess also game one there was a mulligan to 5 from Marvin, so probably why we saw a little bit of a lackluster start on his end.
Looks like both players happy with their 7. Marvin starting off with an Urza's Workshop and a Pithing Needle.
Pithing Needle gets named, names Nomad. The most common way that people try to end up doing the Naga combo. The Deafening Silence ends up coming into a good way to end up hating on the Mystic Forge combo.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's, again, another hard permanent to interact with out of the Mystic Forge combo deck. We'll see how he ends up fighting through it.
So yeah, Deafening Silence specifically says that it has to be a non-creature, only one non-creature per turn. So this little special will be the last spell unless there's another creature I magically cannot see in Marvin's hand.
Yeah. Passes the turn back to Kevin. Kevin starts with the Surveil land. Keeps that on top. Hits a Prismatic Ending on the Pithing Needle, naming Nomads, and passes the turn back over to Marvin.
2 lands, two spells away from trying to turn on, 2 artifacts away from trying to turn on these Urza's Workshops. Not getting in with a spawn.
Mist Aura.
I'm just saying, if you did that, I'd instantly root for you more, Marvin.
Kevin takes 2. Marvin just thinking about what he wants to cast on this post-combat main phase. I believe we have 3 non-creature spells in hand, so we'll have to choose one. Goes with the Karn. Pings Kevin down to 16. And we'll see what Marvin wants to do with his Karn. Consulting his sideboard. What do you think of grabbing here, Ash?
It's really difficult. You're kind of really limited by this Deafening Silence. I think if there was a Haywire Might, that would probably be the easiest pick. But he looks like he's kind of really favoring this Disruptor Flute. Again, we are kind of getting close. So this is a spell that he could also cast in his turn. which is probably why we end up picking it. The flash is pretty important. Trying to think here. We're probably just naming another nomad. Just trying to continuously pressure.
Yeah, and we're doing this in the upkeep because we can't cast it during our turn. Goes ahead and names Nadu. Gonna play out a Teferi Time Reveler.
Yeah, the Glaring Flashbreaker going back to hand makes a lot of sense. It's not going to actually impact a lot here. I don't know what the Destruction Flute named, but it was probably Core again.
It was named Nadu to make it cost a
Oh,
couple more mana.
oh, I see. It's the Nadu itself. There's still Green Sun Zeniths to get around it. I don't think we've seen that in Kevin's hand yet, though.
Yep. Turn gets
Kevin
passed
seemed
back over to
to
Kevin.
boxed his own hand, so figuring that out.
Marvin does end up grabbing a Microsoft Lettuce.
Oh,
And Kevin's gonna
well,
pack it up. Can no longer cast spells.
yeah, that does it.
Marvin did a hard force check. Kevin did not pass. And that's
Nope.
game 2.
And now, so you kind of see what Marvin really needs to do to try to win this matchup. He just tries to need to demand answers. I do think this was a more anemic draw from Kevin. We did see a lot more sideboard cards, but like the sideboard cards aren't really that important. Your combo is more important. Your sideboard cards are mainly there to just answer the hateful cards that are played against you. We saw too many of those from Kevin. We saw too many of the clunky 1/1s that are in this deck. Nadu does have this problem where if you don't have the namesake, the deck's not very good, and kind of just showcased that.
Yep. So going into game 3, Kevin's on the play. Do we think that we are just trying to go as fast as possible, get the Nadu down, get the Nomads on core down, or are we trying to disrupt Marvin?
I think that's just been the game plan. You're harder to disrupt as the Nadu player, but you do need to answer the Mr. Forge player because they can do more powerful things than you can. But the range of power is the big difference.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. And so we'll see if Kevin agrees going into game 3 here. While we're shuffling up for game 3 here, just want to give a quick shout out to all of our sponsors for today. Face-to-Face Games, Game Hub, as well as anyone else who was able to sponsor the ChillerPillar Open and help us put this on. Very thankful for all of you, as well as for chat. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for watching some Legacy with us. We're in our last 2 rounds of the day to claim our ChillerPillar Open Legacy Champion for the weekend. And as well as our production team in Samson and Mike. Being able to put
shout out
this on.
Samson and Mike.
Shouts out Samson and Mike. We'll take a look at our hands for game 3. See if the players like them. Kevin confidently announcing a keep.
I can tell why. A lot of Urza lands. I can't tell if there's a planar nexus in this, but if there is, this hand is insane. If there is a planar nexus, I can see the one Mox Opal, but
Marvin says he'll keep. Kevin starts off with the plains. Marvin with an Urza's Tower.
I think this might be a really slow hand from the Mystic Forge deck. But to be fair, it looks like it's a really slow hand from the Nadu deck, too. We don't see a whole lot of play thus far. It might just be a lot of answers from the Nadu deck. Yeah, 2 Tron Land's not going to do a whole lot here. The Mox Opal just kind of run out here. Kind of interesting. Not too sure about that play. I think holding it for the Fleshraker that you plan on casting next turn, probably better. But if Marvin is planning on casting this Tezzeret, I guess I can understand this play.
Mm-hmm.
Again, I think it's just better to hold it also because the Tezzeret can just get an additional counter. Kind of confused why the Mox Opals here. Maybe it's to play around Deafening Silence. He did see it, so he's trying to overcorrect.
Kevin, going for a green sun, X equals 2. What do you think he's finding here?
Collector Oof.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty easy pickup for the collector oof.
Oh, it's
Doesn't
whiteboarded
that
too.
one.
Marvin, kick his butt.
Look at that.
No,
beautiful
production. No.
whiteboard.
Why'd you make me look at it?
Because then passes it back to Marvin. Marvin plays at Urza's workshop. No Metalcraft as of yet. See what that's to do.
Yep, another reader.
We got a reader.
Yeah, so kind of punished for. Oh wait. Oh,
Marvin passes the turn back.
I think we're trying to do a K command here.
Yeah, I think we can. We can only K command for 1 this turn, right?
Yeah, we're not trying to exile the oof. I think we're just trying to find a mana to absolutely just go uh Mo Bamba on these kids. Yeah.
Oh, that is
One
correct.
spawn. Oh, dude, this guy puts dice on one spawn. That's so funny.
Shatter is pointing out that we didn't shuffle in the green sun zenith into the library.
That is true. That should be fixed. It's all right. The production team can quickly nudge Kevin to just remind him that Green Sun Zenith is not supposed to exist where it currently is. Players are probably tired after this many rounds of Magic.
Yeah, it's a long day. So we are just going to grab a judge, get them involved.
Yep. We want to make sure judges end up handling everything well.
It has been 1 turn cycle. Kevin has drawn 1 card.
Thank you, chatters, for always pointing things out. It's hard to make sure everything is 100% accurate and want games to play out how they're supposed to be. This is a fix that is something that is quite easy to fix. With the game state does need to be does not need to be perfect, but in this case, this is a pretty easy fix for the player. Just put it in his deck, shuffle. There hasn't been any new information gained, so should just be a quick shuffle in and continue on.
We're going to continue on here. Marvin resolving his Kozilek's command. I believe the modes were make a scion and scry and draw. Goes ahead and chooses to draw that top card. Untaps.
Top card looking like a Boseiju that he picked up, but another Mish or Urza's Workshop entering play.
Yeah, we'll see if he can turn on Metalcraft this turn. Does go for a Flesh Raker.
And play makes sense. I think the problem with. Okay, so if you want to cast this Disrupting Flute, now's the time.
Absolutely, and it looks like that's what Marvin is going to do.
Yep.
Just thinking on what to name with the flute.
Yeah, players still figuring it out. Once we know what's named, we'll let you know.
Marvin does end up just naming Nadu. Same as last game. And pass the turn over to Kevin. Kevin playing a forest return. Gets into the red zone with the collector roof. And passes the turn back. Looks like a very slow draw from both players here. Looks like we. Is that another Kozilek's command that we see in the hand?
It's hard to tell.
We do see a glaring flesh raker, that Beseju.
Once we get Metalcraft online, these workshops will start to add a bunch of mana.
Yeah, an absolute buttload.
Right, 4 mana each to be exact. So I think what we might do here is we might have the Tezzeret. Okay, the Tezzeret's getting forced. 5 mana forced, by the way. Hard casted.
Yeah, hard
Um,
cast force.
Yeah, if another artifact can somehow enter play, we're pogging off. But right now, I think the cards in hand are Beseju, Glashing, Flare Raker, and I think that's a K command.
Yeah, I did get a good look at that. Is a Kozilek's command there.
Okay, I don't think any of the information changed, so I think we're going to be making the exact same play because we just top decked another Tezzeret.
We did rip another Tezzeret.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with this Nadu player's
Kevin,
hand.
let's
I
that
think
resolve.
there's 1 land in hand plus 2 other cards.
We're gonna go searching. We're gonna grab an artifact with mana 1 or less and add it to the hand. Does end up grabbing a Pithing Needle. Looks like we're getting a word from Samson that the Nadu player's hand is currently a Beseju, a Tundra, and a Force of Vigor.
Yeah, cards that aren't going to do a whole lot. I think the only thing that the Force will do here is just turning off the Metalcraft, which is like kind of important here. And I think that's exactly the line that gets taken. I think it'll probably just naming the exact same thing as before.
Kevin, being a homie, pointing out that he has a Tezzeret trigger.
Yeah, pointing it out because it's dead anyways, so you might as well get them friendly bucks.
And I believe that this needle would have named
I think it's probably naming
Nomads.
Nomads.
Draw
Another
something.
Disrupting
Looks,
Flute.
yeah, looks like another Disruptor Flute.
Yeah, the Disrupting Flute naming Nadu doesn't really do as much anymore as it used to do, just purely because of the fact that the 6th land is in hand. Nadu could just get hard cast. There also isn't anything to enable Nadu currently, so I think maybe naming Green Sun Zenith might be a more heads up play here.
Green Sun Zenith. What do you think about maybe adding redundancy and naming Nomads with the Disruptor Flute as well?
I think that's like fine too. I think my issue with that is let's see what he names. Just figuring out the name, and then I'll explain my logic a little bit more. Name's Nadu again.
Nadu again.
I think naming Green Sun Zenith makes. Oh, that's a second Force of Vigor. Naming Nadu, I think, is like fine if you don't have the information that there is another land in hand. Your opponent has on a lot of lands though, so I think it's like kind of figured out. There is a whole bunch here. I'm literally the smartest person alive, guys.
We are gonna go with a Green Sun Zenith.
The thing is like the Nadu itself is like a problem, but like there are multiple ways to get the Nadu. That being the Green Sun Zenith or just drawing it. And would you rather, or the Green Sun Zenith kind of does both accesses. It can go get the Sylvan Safekeeper. It can go get the Bristly Bill if those are still options. So if you name Green Sun Zenith, you theoretically can stop both ends, or sorry, 4 copies of a card that are both ends of either spectrum versus trying to just hit one of the sides is the idea on my end for what I'd want to name.
I think that makes a lot of sense. Kevin puts the Nadu into play off of the Green Sun Zenith and ships the turn back. Marvin picks up a card for turn.
Yeah. Obviously, it doesn't matter. You know, Force of Vigor got him anyway. So, what do I know? Turns out Metalcraft really hard to put on as the Mystic Forge deck.
When your opponent has multiple Force of Vigors, it does make it much more difficult.
I think we might see a K command trying to get rid of our friend Nadu here. I think I think it's just what you kind of have to do. I don't know what cards exactly are in Kevin's hand, but just letting him cycle it and then trying to dig so much deeper
probably just ends up working. I think this is exactly what's happening. You don't want the spawns. The spawns aren't going to do anything. They don't pressure enough. Mana's not your problem right now. Having good cards is.
Yeah. And so we're doing X equals 3, exiling the Nadu, and scrying and drawing. Looks like the last card in hand is a Voltaic Key.
And a Besiju. The Light Halfling not going to do anything here. Cards in hand, we can see at least another Besiju, and I think there's another land he's just sitting on for funsies. And now there is a Delayed Halfling entering space. I could think we can see a One Ring. One Ring doesn't look so great into a Collector Oof. Having to remove the Nadu versus the Collector Oof is kind of rough. I think you're just trying to cycle.
Yeah,
I think you're just trying to find.
I think I see another Kozilek's command on top here.
That would be the best card you're trying to look for here. You're just trying to find a way to remove Collector Oof. I think the other cards that we're kind of looking for here are Karn the Great Creator. Mystic Forge also a fine draw, especially with this Glaring Fleshraker in play. I think he topped all of them. Oh.
Yeah, all 3 on top. I believe that is a Kozilek's command that he drew.
Yeah, Kevin really does need to draw something this turn. Yeah, another Delighted Halfling, known information, not going to cut it. Pray that we played out. Oh my god, another Green Sun. I thought that's what I saw.
We're Green Sunning for 3 again.
I might be the smartest person alive.
Goes and grabs another Nadu.
I wonder what's going to happen next turn.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if just the same play goes through, or if we're going to prioritize the Collector Oof. Because if you did see a One Ring, that could be a way to get back in.
Yeah, kind of a tough spot for Marvin. I think letting the Nadu sit in play is just so awkward. The fact that you have the One Ring in hand means that you are just currently... Oh, double Besiju in play. I've instantly found out. There is no response, but I think this is just a homie call. Yeah, I think this is just a homie call. Attempts to play a land, has a legendary play. Kevin has been a homie this entire game. I assume the players might be familiar with one another.
5 total mana.
Mystic Forge enters hand, actually. It's not a One Ring.
Looks like we are exiling Nadu and making 3 tokens.
Making 3 tokens makes a lot of sense here, especially when you have access to Mystic Forge over the One Ring, because the One Ring doesn't really do a lot into a Collector. Mystic Forge does do a lot. So he technically makes X was equal to 3, but it's technically 4 that get created because it was a colorless in the stack.
Yep. So we're going to go up to 5 with the Scions, and Kevin's going to take another 5. Or another 4, sorry.
Marvin, lost in the sauce. Long day. I think both players have made mistakes today, or just basic mistakes about counting life totals and similar.
Goes ahead and casts the Mystic Forge.
Ding, ding, ding. Are you ready to go to the casino, Graham? Because so am I.
Take a look at the top. See if we can cast it. We can cast artifact and colorless spells.
If we can't, it's staying there, so. Okay, so we somehow use a spawn to then cast this next spell. I don't really understand why we didn't tap a land. I think the only reason that could exist is if this top card is something along the lines of like a Kozilek's command. I think is the only thing I can think of.
Yeah, interesting not using the land, but we'll see.
Maybe he just hates spawns. Spawnist, if you will.
True. Kevin grabs a surveil land, takes a look at the top card. Likes what he sees. Swords, the Glaring Fleshraker. Marvin. Ooh, gets Besaju'd.
Yeah, we knew about that Passager that's been sitting there for a while. There is nothing for Mr. Marvin to grab. A6.
But opts to shuffle his library. Didn't like what he saw on top of the Mystic Forge.
Yeah, that means it's probably just another land on top, sadly.
More mana. Finds a Karn. Ticking down the Karn. Interesting to see what he's going to grab here. Interestingly enough, he can't actually grab the Microsoft lettuce here. Microsoft lettuce.
Well, he can grab the Sincering Bridge, and that's a 2-turn clock. Okay, so Prismatic Ending X3.
Oh, prismatic ending comes down to hit. Looks like
One
he's
good
gonna
draw
take down
deserves
the Karn.
another.
Take down the Karn, as well as deal 1 to Marvin. Passes the turn back, does Kevin. 3 mana, and we see a glaring Flesh Raker.
Oh boy, we're gonna be stuck in the same loop, aren't we? We're not gonna be able to attack. Both players don't really want to try to give up their two. Oh wait, we're offering the oof trade.
Offering the trade with the oof.
The Flesh Raker. I think I would take it. I think I take this trade.
I also think I take the trade. I think this turns on a lot of your deck, especially the One Ring. Mystic Forge doesn't opt not to trade.
Yeah.
Kevin
Yeah,
found an Adu.
I think you might have had to, honestly. Because like if this is a top deck One Ring, we feel really. What is the card in hand?
It could honestly be a One Ring. Just doesn't want to play it out.
He's not dead this turn, so it doesn't matter. A land in hand right now, but brainstorming to see 3 fresh new cards, praying that one of them is actually powerful.
Goes ahead and puts 2 back. Bestow Springheart and Antuco
My God.
onto Collector Oof.
That does also create an ID trigger.
Looks like the pickup from Marvin was Ancient Tomb, says Samson.
That's so sad. We had an opportunity to block this oof and change the course of all of our lives, but now that is a cursed token. I don't like it.
The 8 of Diamonds. Goes ahead and casts another Brainstorm. Now, Kevin isn't quite out of this, as the Glaring Fleshraker could make its way through if we do find a Mystic Forge into a bunch of 0 and 1 mana artifacts. Kevin gets into the red zone for 6. Passes the turnover. Let's see what we can find here. I believe that's a planar nexus. Looks like this game is all but locked up. And Marvin extends the hand, sees the writing on the wall.
All right, what do we got? It's just an Ancient Tomb and a Planar Cleansing. The One Ring eventually would come down. So. Yeah, a very grindy matchup. The Blue-Black Mirror might actually be done by now.
Kevin Onadu taking out Mystic Forge combo. Congratulations to Marvin, a very good run. And congratulations goes to Kevin as well. Heading on to our finals to play for the trophy and the champion playmat. Very good luck to both of our competitors here.
Yeah, somebody in chat also pointing out that there was a minor slip up, but that's all fine. Didn't end up mattering too much.
Yep. So we'll have a look. I believe Samson is just scouting out our last match here. But I believe they'll either be in game 3 or already finished up.
You can see everybody slowly packing up, helping up, clean up the space that they were using. But we're gonna take a break. We'll text you or we'll talk to you guys when we get a match on stream.
Talk to you guys soon.
What's up, guys? We are back into the action already. It was a quick. It turns out their matchup was done, and Nam Dang ends up being the victorious Euro breaker here. Gonna have to play against Nadu. I do remember hearing as they were sitting down, Nam talk about how he should have killed Kevin in the Swiss. So I guess there was a draw at some point with Kevin that he had the option of just trying to kill him out of the tournament. Have to make him break her in, but
Yeah, absolutely. Good to see Nam on stream. He is a player that's known. I've seen him at a lot of Canadian RCs. Very, very good player, very heads up player. Kevin Kwong obviously has proven himself today, and I've seen him around a little bit as well. So it should be a good match going into our finals. Very excited to bring you this last match of Magic for the day. The players laughing about it, they must be pretty close here. Just as we're getting into things, you saw our sponsorship ad roll before the match here. So just a quick other shout out for our sponsors before we get into this game. Face to Face, House of Cards, Orchard City, Bastion Games, ZZ Construction, Meshed House, True Wolfpack, Game Hub, Droid Technologies, Obsidian Games, Zach Hanover. All of the people that were able to help us make this happen today. Truly, truly value you all. And thank you so much for joining us for some legacy content today. Excited to bring you this finals match as the players look at their sevens. Looks like Kevin taking a mulligan down to 6. Nam pretty happy with his hand. We'll see what Kevin 6 brings. Ash, who do you think is favored in this matchup between Reanimator and Nadu?
I haven't seen this matchup play out, but I do think Reanimator is going to have the edge here. Nam, the Reanimator is the best deck in the format. It has a lot of great matchups. This is not one of them that's absolutely absolutely super favored for Nadu. There are only a few matchups where it is favored for our friend on the Reanimator shirt.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that makes a lot of sense. Looks like Kevin happy with his 6, just deciding what to put on the bottom. Starts with the Tundra, Alpha Witchland, and Casa Nomad's Encore. Nam picks up a card for turn and plays an Undercity Sewers. Likes what he sees, keeps it on top.
This Nomad might end up having to try to go the distance here. Kevin did mulligan a lot. Not a lot of cards in hand. There is at least trying to make his hand look a little bit better.
We'll have to see how Kevin navigates this game. Goes ahead, plays a Windswept Heath and cracks it right away to grab a Green Sun for 1. The Green Sun does end up eating a Daze. Kevin gets in there for 1 and passes the turn back to Nam. Goes ahead and resurveils. Doesn't like the Murktide, puts it into the bin. Passes it back over to Kevin. The value of dazing, bouncing a surveil land.
Yeah, it's like double time walk.
Double time walk. Kevin starts with a brainstorm. Puts 2 back. Plays.
And thinking about it, that is a Misty Rainforest, I believe.
Misty Rainforest, yeah, for a turn. Gets in there for 1. Yeah, picks up a card for turn. Plays Underground Sea. Goes for an Entomb.
I wonder what he's gonna get here. Oh.
It goes for the Archon of Cruelty.
Yeah, you kind of just want to be able to control the board state. If Kevin gets this critical mass of creep, it's gonna be kind of hard to beat.
We'll see if this resolves.
It does.
Does a hard force check. Passes the force check. And Nam's going to end up at 13 after gaining some life. Kevin is losing 3 down to 15. Deciding not to crack the fetch land quite yet. Goes ahead and swords the Archon and is met with a Force of Will, pitching a Force of Will. And Kevin's had enough. He's seen enough. He packs
Yeah.
up.
I mean, this was just an unfortunate. Reanimator did the Reanimator thing. Nadu just kind of died. Very sad. Wish we could have seen more of a game, but I get it. I get it. Mulliganing a bunch, getting your hand torn apart, Force of Will. Nam just had everything.
Yep.
Didn't even cantrip that much too, other than like 2 surveils.
Nam declaring his hand is so bad.
Can't be that bad. You won, but I assume it was free
true.
brainstorm.
Heading into game 2 here, let's take a look at the sideboards. We'll start with Nam. For Nam, we have 1 Brazen Borrower, 3 Force Negation, 1 Fatal Push, 2 Barrel Goyf, 1 Go for the Throat, 2 Consigned Memory, 3 Dothy Void Rocker, and 2 Null Rod. How do you feel on this one?
The Fatal Push and the Go for the Throat probably come in just harder removal spells against the deck. You do need to kill a lot of creatures. Force is like pretty good at answering Green Sun Zenith. That is one of the cards that is a little bit harder for the deck to answer. You do just always need to be passing on the Force of Will check, so more Force of Wills, always better. Dothy, probably not this matchup. Barrogoyf, I think, is more likely. You don't really care about cards going to the graveyard, but Barrogoyf will win in combat against almost every creature that the opponent does have, even against a mass amount of creatures. I don't think you'll end up needing the extra Brazen Borrower. I can't think of many things that you want bouncing. If the Nadu combo is going off and your response is a Brazen Borrower, you just have to deal with it again next turn, and it's probably just not good enough.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. The harder removal spells in the creature combo deck makes a lot of sense. As for Kevin, his sideboard, we've seen it a couple of times. We'll look at it one more time. He has got 2 Carpet of Flowers, 1 Collector Roof, 2 Consigned to Memory, 1 Deafening Silence, 1 Disruptive Flute, 2 Endurance, 2 Force of Vigor, 1 Lavinia Azorius Renegade, 2 Prismatic Ending, 1 Surgical Extraction. What are you thinking here?
Find it, just to make sure I know what's going on. Where's the Nadu list? It's all the way up here. Thank you. Yeah, we've seen this list a couple of times. The cards that I think we're probably going to end up seeing are Surgical Extraction, just to make sure we get all of that out of the way. If there is a Entomb, Reanimate strategy, we do have the cards to try to answer it. Carpet of Flowers, you're against the blue deck. That's a pretty brainless one. Endurance, again, we're trying to stop that reanimation strategy. Deafening Silence is like a maybe. It really depends on what you think your role is this matchup. I don't think it's necessary, but it wouldn't surprise me if it came in. Disruptor Flute, probably not necessary. I can't really think of anything else that's just 100% a slam dunk.
Yeah, I think it makes sense just trying to control the graveyard here.
Yeah, you're trying to play the control deck, but you got to play the control deck while not mulliganing a whole bunch. And right now, Nam's doing that, mulliganing a whole bunch. So pray that his hands up panning out.
So Nam taking a mulligan here. We'll take a look at his 6. So Kevin starts off with a Savannah and a Delighted Halfling. Nam answers with a Wasteland. And Kevin plays an Otawara for turn after getting in there for 1.
That means Kevin's winning.
Nam going for another Wasteland.
Ooh, but Wasteland go. I think Nam only has one other land in hand. I do like respecting the fact that this Otawara doesn't have a lot of value. It does just add blue mana, which is just kind of more of a splash color, minus all of the cantrips. And like obviously the Force Wills are just a lot of blue cards. You do just kind of like wait a little bit, make sure that blue mana is tapped. The Brainstorm does end up going through. Misty is played.
Yep, and Nam does end up taking out the Otawara. Misty comes into play. Kevin cracks it right away. Kevin grabs Tropical Island. And we're going to Green Sun for 1 again. Nam says, that's good. We're going to go find ourselves a creature. Grabs a Delighted Halfling. Good in the face of the Force of Will deck.
Yeah, Dotted Halfling is just kind of the problem with this matchup. It just turns off so much of what Nam is trying to do. So that's why we suggest that we board in, like, Go for the Throat and Fatal Push. You do need to be able to interact with the Nadu on the stack in between time. Ooh, this is like really sad land. Dryad Arbor. You never want to play it from hand.
Very awkward land drop to get. Kevin getting in there with his 2/1/2s. And ships turn back to Nam. Nam with the Surveil Bug. Puts the Thoughtseize in the bin, draws the Thoughtseize return. Casts a Ponder.
Yeah, he's gonna try to find a land to be able to convert this Thoughtseize. If he likes his top cards, very unclear to me as of yet. I assume we saw a land in there, so yep, shuffles away
He
the
did
rest of them.
find a Bloodstained Mire, who shuffled away the other 2 cards that he saw off Ponder. And he announces Thoughtseize. We see Double Swords, Endurance, Green Sun Zenith. Pretty good against the Reanimation plan.
Mismatch swords, and they're the basic ones too. Come on, Kevin. Do better. I mean, I don't own a single dual land, so Kevin's got that on me.
True. Kevin gets into the red zone only with 1 this time, holding up that Endurance Flash. Now, do you think we're at the point of a value Endurance here? Seems like we are.
You just kind of have to jam. Your hand is yeah, Forcible plus these two. You're kind of pitched into being the beatdown deck. You have enough one X's where you're actually this clock does actually become relevant.
Yeah, I believe Nam should be at 14 now after that Thoughtseize. Nam takes the Force of Will, leaves Kevin with 2 swords. Casts Brainstorm, shuffles away the 2 that he doesn't like.
What are we doing to the endurance?
I believe we have found a Fatal Push.
Oh, okay. There it is.
Yep.
I just didn't see the fatal push, so I was very curious how the fatal push is. How the endurance is getting interacted with.
Kevin ends up finding a land that can search for the white source to cast the Source Splashers. Now I'm going to start with a Ponder on his turn. Takes a look at 3, looking at Archon as well as 2 unknowns. I believe it's a Force, something else.
Let's go, Scammer Squats.
It's a very, very interesting point where we're at right now. Kevin only has the mana to cast 1 of these Sword Sapashas, so if Nam can set up a game state where there's an Archon in play, and Kevin can only cast 1 Sword Sapashas, Nam might be able to make him discard the other one. Having a quick think. Decides to play a Wasteland for turn. Nam announces reanimate targeting endurance. Maybe trying to bait out one of these swords here.
I mean, you do have to work through these swords, and you do have to try to stop the onslaught of creatures that's currently happening. Are you taking 3 to just cycle out? Sorry, are you just cycling out those swords with your own reanimate and just going band for band? I guess.
And passes the turn back. Kevin picks up a card for turn. Three mana. Cast an arrow.
Yeah, uncounterable. Nam's not going to have a whole lot to do here. Yeah, Nam didn't actually end up targeting anyone on this endurance, so now it's a little bit awkward that this Uro exists.
Who we can do here? Looks like we didn't find a land to put into play off of arrow, or opted not to. Kevin passes the turn back to Nam. Nam goes for an Entomb on Kevin's end step. Thinking about the Atraxa, does end up grabbing that and putting it into the bin. I think it makes a lot of sense with having to work through so many swords. Players laughing together, talking about their lines of play.
Yeah, Atraxa entering the graveyard. I don't know if Nam actually had a second reanimate to get ready for this, but fifth land, Hardcast Force Dwell is now an option. These two delighted halflings make it less likely, but
Doesn't like the wasteland, tosses it to the bin.
it's a blind
Massive
brainstorm.
We are looking for a reanimate, I believe.
Interesting that we played the Surveil land just to try to like make sure our top card is something that we might actually end up wanting. Yeah, I guess if you oh, the reanimate's there.
I do see a reanimate. I also see a go for the throat.
Go for the throat's not as important without the wasteland. So if Nam theoretically kept this wasteland, you could pray and just try to keep him off of a mana. If you just like wasteland this Dryad Arbor and then wasteland this tropical island, this he does need another land to be able to make sure this Uro does come back. Kevin has been sitting on a card, mystery card, for like a turn or two now. Don't know if it's a land or not, but if it was, I imagine it would have been played. Oh no. Name is tilting off. We can hear it.
Kevin, cracking the fetch land. Kevin grabs his Tundra. And commits a Sylvan Safekeeper to the board.
Yeah, turns out Kevin really just likes small dorks.
We are escaping this Uro.
For my boy Uro. He should be back in Modern.
Kevin gains 3, draws a card. Looks like our life totals were just a bit off. Nam is actually at 4. Between Thought Seizes, fetches, and these little 1/1s.
They might go the distance. Because right now, this sorts of Plowshares does end up creating a lethal thing. Go for the throat, the card that is picked. Sylvan Safekeeper, choosing to protect it. Thorough.
Goes ahead and surgicals the Atraxa.
Yeah, so now these top cards, I think there was a reanimate plus something else as the top cards. So just going to shuffle those away. Nam is now drawing a blind and having to answer too many things. Theoretically, if he does find a removal spell for this Uro that somehow can get around this hexproof thing, he does get to live because he can just like wasteland the Dryad Arbor.
Yep. Kevin asks, "Is it a reanimate?" Nam says, "No, it's the card I was looking for last turn. Looks like an animate dead." Wastes the tundra, passes it back.
Yeah,
Uh,
Swords of Plowshare is not. Ooh,
is yeah, it looks like it's pretty rough here.
yeah, couldn't really do anything else. No white mana. These swords are technically turned off now.
Nam shows Kevin that he drew the animate dead. Kevin will pick up game 2 here.
Yeah, Nam's gonna be on the play for the last and final game. I think it's gonna be really Nam's game to lose here. I know I keep saying that for Nam is the one that should be winning this. Uh, this game kind of played out where there was a bunch of just unanswered threats and Nam kind of whiffle waffing, not being able to really find anything. I think the endurance was really what ended up solving this match. The fact that we really didn't target the opponent, trying to think about what possibly could exist. The Uro, there to be fair, the Uro is a one of, not very public information on the deck list.
Yeah.
Didn't really figure to play around it, but sadly, yeah, the Uro did win the game for being a hidden card.
Does end up getting punished for not choosing a target on the endurance, but he will learn. We'll head off to game 3, get the most amount of magic for y'all that we can. Lots of people tuning in across our various streams. We really appreciate you guys tuning in. Thanks for hanging out with us and watching some Legacy. I've had a great weekend. How about you, Ash? How are you feeling?
I never want to talk to you again, but I've been having a great time.
That's so fair. But the
Okay.
ChillerPillar Open is supporting cancer research, so really happy to have this event. As we
Yeah.
go game 3 here.
Yeah, it's really nice to be able to commentate too. You know, it's always been a dream of the fact that I was given the opportunity to even commentate over such a wonderful tournament series just makes me really happy that I was given this opportunity. So thank you, Samus, for the chance. But we see a turn one Thoughtseize here and a lot of cards, a lot of options.
Yeah, it looks like we kept a one-lander here on Kevin's end. We have a Ponder, Green Sun Zenith, Endurance, Nomad's Encore, Delighted Halfling, Swords to Plowshares, as well as a fetch land here. So, what do you
My
think you're taking if you're
instincts
Nam?
say Delighted Halfling, but Ponder I think is also an acceptable answer. I think you're not touching swords, you're not touching the Nomad, you're not touching Endurance unless you somehow have a reanimation spell. But I think it's whether or not it's going to be this Green Sun at this Ponder or this Delighted Halfling.
Ends up taking the Endurance.
Interesting.
think,
That must be Nick has a reanimation spell. He's just going to go for reanimate a big scary threat this next turn. He knows he's passing the force check, so
Kevin goes ahead and cracks his fetch land. Spellfire, yes, we even appreciate you.
oh, dude, Attila's here. I love Attila. I mean, Spellfire.
Goes ahead and
Yeah.
goes for a push after surveilling to the top, likes what he saw.
Yeah,
Gets-
two trains of thoughts here. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Two trains of thoughts here. So with the Thoughtseize, we didn't have the full context towards Nam's hand, but it does make sense that his hand is pretty removal heavy. So you are able to answer a lot of what what Kevin is going to try to do to set up his mana. With this one lander, he is trying to make one of these lands stick around, theoretically. That being Delighted Halfling, these mana creatures, that being hopefully next turn, this turn going to be a Delighted, a Dryad Arbor.
Yep. Looks like we are casting up on her, shuffling up, hopefully finding a land. Nam chanting whiff, hoping for a pretty easy game 3.
Let's go whammies. Let's go whammies. Let's go whammies.
And passes the turn back, misses his second land drop.
See
Nam
how confident Nam's playing?
picking up a Ponder, really picking up the pace here. Yeah, like you mentioned, very, very confident.
I love that laugh in the background. I know the chat can't hear it, but somebody's giggling.
Kevin says, I hope it's 3 lands and bad ones.
I mean, we wouldn't want it to be a waste of a land, would we?
Ends up playing a Misty Rainforest, passing the turnover. Kevin does end up finding the second land in a basic forest.
Needed that last turn.
Goes for a Delighted Halfling from the unknown cards. And it goes for a Green Sun for 0.
Uh-oh.
Turn into on
Woo.
Kevin's end step. Kevin in danger. Kevin asks, do you have the reanimate? Right now, does not have the white mana for either of the revealed cards.
Yeah, Nam saying gonna try to find it, so don't think has it yet.
Kevin, hands together, hoping that he can't find it.
Any prages?
Going for the peel. So low rolling himself.
Is Nam gonna get there? Oh,
Looks like it was a Thoughtseize. Yeah.
That's Thoughtseize.
So takes a look at what's left over in the hand. We have a
Oh.
Force of Will and a Nadu. So the 2 unknown cards were Force blue card.
Yeah, you're kind of priced into taking Nadu here. You could take the Force, but this Nadu is actually a problem with this Delighted Halfling.
Yeah.
You could go for the throat this Delighted Halfling and just take the Force. But this Nadu still gets into play. I think you just have to take it too.
Kevin putting his arms up, getting ready for the beating. Nam does end up taking the Nadu. Takes 2 from the Thoughtseize.
Yeah.
And we are just
Also
going to go
gonna-
straight for the Delighted Halfling.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Just kind of want to limit a Nadu draw that you can't interact with, so.
Kevin picks up a card
Spring
for
Heart. I bet you
Jinx.
it's a Spring Heart.
Could be Bristly Bill.
I think it's Spring Heart. Oh, it's a Green Sun.
Oh, Green Sun for 1.
Yeah, it's going to be another Delighted Halfling. Could be a Sylvan Safekeeper, but I really doubt it. I think there's a third Delighted Halfling in Kevin's list.
It does end up going for the Delighted Halfling. Passes it back over to Nam.
Doesn't get in for
Damn.
1, bro.
Nam sweating it again.
Oh.
Finds the Animate dead. Brings
Yeah.
back Atraxa.
10 lands, 10 lands.
Kevin saying, I hope you reveal 10 lands. 8, 9, and 10 cards. Lots of good ones. We have 2 fetch lands, a Force of Will, Brainstorm, 2 Murktides, Tameo, Entomb, Reanimate, and a Daze.
Yeah, best Forcible I think we've seen today, too. Damn. We actually are so far behind on the Nadu side that we're just trying to get Nam on a...
Looks like changing from the Entomb to grab the Brainstorm. Opts to grab the Tameo instead of the Murktide. Just thinking about the final decision here. Looking at an Entomb in the hand, grabbing a Reanimate off of the Atraxa here. So can get the Archon if he wishes. Says, I'm just going to shuffle. Cracks the fetch land. Grabs an Underground Sea. And I believe we're just going to see him go for the Archon right away, knowing that the shields are down from Kevin, having perfect information on his hand.
Yeah, Entomb, Reanimate, get an Archon. Oh. It's just going to be a Flip Tameo instead.
Flip Tameo, also completely reasonable.
That makes a lot of sense. You just kind of nullify a lot of these attackers that the opponent does have. I think the worst case scenario for Nam right now is a Force of Will. Is getting a Nodded here. So I assume trying to find either A, a removal spell, or B, just some interaction spell. Flipping this Tameo does rebuy a Fatal Push if Nam does have a land return, but I do not think he does. He's just going to uptick and pass. And that's it.
Kevin says he's seen enough. He picks up the top card of his library. It's another Force of Will. And congratulations go to Nam Dang, who takes down our Legacy Sunday event here at the ChillerPillar 2025 Open.
Yeah, and congratulations, Nam. Very hard-fought tournament. We will be getting a winner's interview after this, so if you guys have any questions for Mr. Namdang, please throw them in chat. We should not be taking that long to get to the, but you never know. Congratulations to Kevin Kwong on his achievement. Second place is nothing to scoff at. Definitely did better than I did in this tournament.
Absolutely. Kevin Kwong putting on a good show with Nadu, a very fun combo deck to watch on coverage. Talking about dinner plans are Nam and Kevin. So Nam will go grab a photo of the champion here at our ChillerPillar 2025 Open, and then we'll get a winner's interview for you here shortly. If you guys have any questions for Nam, go ahead and drop them in the chat, and we can ask him for you.
Yeah, and it should be a really nice interview for Nam. He's had a day, and I'm ready for some tripping over his words. But until we get Nam, shouldn't be too long. It's like a 2-minute break. We'll quickly be right back once we get Nam for the winner's interview. Sounds good. Hello.
And let's see.
Hello.
Everybody.
What's up, Nam?
Hey, what's up?
So, you won the tournament. Congratulations.
Thank you.
So what made you gravitate towards the big boogeyman of the format, blue black mid range reanimator, I guess?
It's kind of just the best deck.
Do you have a lot of experience with this deck?
A decent amount. I played it for like the past 2 weeks online. Played a showcase with it, scrubbed out, but did better here.
I see. So scrubbing out online means success in paper. So very happy to get that.
Yeah. Another reason why I thought this deck was good because saw someone top 8 at the showcase, ran pretty hot, and you know if someone like that could top 8, the deck must be busted.
Yeah, I guess people that don't really know what they're doing, if they can top 8 with a busted deck, it means the deck is truly busted, and it seems to have worked out well for you.
Yeah.
So today, 6 rounds into top 8, were there any matchups that you played today that you have anything to talk about? Was there anything? What was you think your hardest matchup was? I know you played at least a couple of blue-black mirrors, and I think something that I want to personally know is like, how do you really approach the blue-black mirror?
Yeah, so played 3 mirrors today. Game 1 is kind of who high rolls each other first, whoever has like more interaction. Post-board, it gets more interesting. A lot of people have been gravitating towards like boarding out the entire reanimated combo. So for me, I like board out all the entombs, the animate deads, and like the 2 creatures. Bring in the Dothy Voidwalkers, the Barrel Goyf, and just more removal. So you kind of just play a more fair game.
Fair enough. So you sit down for your finals and you're against Nadu. Are you familiar with that matchup?
Yeah, I played it once in Swiss, and I played against the same person like in the local like a few weeks ago.
Fair enough. Do you think that matchup's relatively good for you? Did you think you were gonna absolutely smush him when you came in, or kind of
matchups like I don't really know. They have a lot of interaction. They have like you have to beat Force. Plow is also really good, and you also have to beat Endurance. You don't have that much interaction for their combo. The way you could handle like cheese wins is attacking their mana.
Yeah. We saw you kind of take that approach, a little bit more of a different way of approaching, destroying their mana in game 3 by killing a bunch of their little dorks. But congratulations on your win. I'm going to pass it to the other co-host here, Graham. Graham, Do you have anything you want to ask the famous name Dang?
Yeah, Nam, congratulations again. A very big win.
Thank you.
Pretty decent field here. Lots of skilled players. The only question I have for you is shout yourself out. Drop your handle, Twitter, whatever you need, and then tell us what's next for you.
Yeah, you could find me on X or Twitter at Namasquats. Next up is probably the RC in Calgary, and yeah, going to be playing some Modern.
Awesome. Well, excited to see you there. Excited to see how you do. Congratulations again. Thanks for coming out to the ChillerPillar Open 2025.
Yeah, thank you for casting.
Absolutely, our pleasure.
Well, that's going to do it for the ChillerPillar Open. Thank you again, Nam Dang. And we appreciate everybody that's been watching. This is going to be it. We're going to do a quick ad roll of our sponsors right before. Feel free to go ahead. Go away, Nam. You're all fine. But yeah, so we appreciate everyone. Thank you for watching. We are officially done here at the ChillerPillar Open. It's been a lovely weekend. Remember, thank you to this man on the screen right now, Mikey, helping us out. Samson helping us throw together the casting and making it a weekend to remember. So, Graham, do you have any closing words?
Absolutely. Big shout out to everybody who came out. Make sure to keep an eye out on socials to see when the 5th annual ChillerPillar Open. Again, shout out to our sponsors. Shout out to Ash and all of the production team. Shout out to all of our players here today, putting on a great show, as well as all of you for tuning in.
Graham, if we want to find you anywhere, where can we find you?
Honestly, I'm not a lot of places. I'm typically around RCs. I typically will judge a lot of RCs. If you ever want to come say hello, please feel free. But I don't have a Twitter or anything like that. You can always reach me on Discord at GrahamMan95. How about you, Ash? Where can we find you?
Oh, well, I got a Twitter. It's Dreams of Ashiok. I got a Twitch. It's Ashiok Nightmare. You probably see me chatting a whole bunch. But yeah, don't have a whole lot else to shout out. I want to thank all of the amazing players. I want to thank Nam for doing that interview for us. He didn't have to, so it's really nice that he was willing to, come in and chat with us, share us a little bit about the inside of the matchups that he's facing today. Yeah, I don't think I have anything else to say. So this is going to be the ChillerPillar 2025 broadcast coming to an end here.